Just give it all for gold or go home broke. When they open up that gate, welcome to the show, welcome to the home of the world's biggest rodeo, where the stars light up the night underneath that Texas sky. Welcome to the show. Are you ready for
All right, welcome. El Sancho is back, everybody. Welcome. We are doing an episode today of Code of Conduct. Gigantic shout out to Andrew over at Not Now, Maybe Later. Him, I, Shiva, Joe Cole, CFW even. We were having a really super awesome conversation, and this is kind of a bleed over of that. And we're going to be joined by Not Now, Maybe Later shortly. Joe Cool will be joining us shortly as well, I believe. I'm hoping Shiva can also hop on. The panel link for those who want to hop on is here. And essentially, what tonight is it's going to be called Code of Conduct. And what a Code of Conduct is we essentially are going to go over a 1A community Code of Conduct. And that is essentially the title. Hello. YouTube rejected your comment. Oh, I tried posting the StreamYard link and it got rejected. Bear with me. Hello, Michael Malloy. Hello, Baby Love. Hello, George. Hello, Johnny. Hello, Guess Who? Rada, thank you for that panel link, Johnny D. Appreciate you. Code of Conduct. I've been asking a lot of questions on this movement, and one of the glaring issues is lack of leadership. Because I asked everybody today, is this a movement? And I said, take me to your leader. Who's in charge? Any movement, anything, you look to see who's in charge. You figure out where to go to learn everything. And tonight we are going to be going over the 1A Code of Conduct. Hello, Morgie. Hello. Hello, Peanut. Hello, Christopher. Hello, Laura. Welcome, everybody, to Sancho. What is this, Friday? Friday night with Sunday. Is this Friday night? I don't even know what night it is. Yeah, it's Friday night. Tomorrow night we have Sancho Court. We have Liberty Bird and Prosecutor Morgie. That is going to be a heated court case live for you all to see. You all will be the jury members for that court case. We're going to have witnesses. We're going to have everything that's everything. It's going to be amazing tomorrow night. But tonight is here. Code of Conduct, 1A Code of Conduct. I will wait for Not Now, Maybe Later before I start. I know he's hopping on in just a few. He's actually doing a multi-stream. He's going live on his as well. And this was his idea. So I want to give him all the shout out in the world. So I will not start. I just sent Joe Cool the link. Thank you. I emailed him as well. He is on Jeff's stream. Big shout out to Jeff. Big fan of that show. Jeff is here. If you haven't subscribed to Jeff is here, please do. I've been listening to him, and he just seems like a Michael Malloy kind of cat, like a good, genuinely good guy. So if you guys aren't subscribed to Jeff is here, please do. And if you're not subscribed to Michael Malloy, please do. I also heard what other shows were on today. The Shiva show. Shiva show was awesome today. I enjoyed Shiva's show, so big shout out to Shiva. Shiva has a new channel for those that don't know. So hopefully we can get Shiva on tonight. We can kind of plug his channel and put the link up. But yeah. Yep. Let me try to post the StreamYard link myself one more time. See if it's giving me issues. Did that work? That should have went through, right? It should have went through, right? Perfect. I think it went through. All right, good. Panel link. Thank you, John. So, anybody want to hop on the panel, have a conversation with Sancho before we get things going? We have a time zone differential between me and a lot of guests. Me being on the East Coast and a lot of the guests being on the other side, so time difference are all fucked up. I say 11. It's not 11 their time. It's 11 my time, so I'm still learning that. Michael Malloy, you want to hop on for a few minutes and chit-chat? I like Jeff a whole lot more when he isn't hanging out with 10th Woman. I've only had a couple of interactions with 10th Man. I haven't seen him around in a week or two, so I hope everything's okay with him. but I have not seen Jeff around lately. So I hope all is well with him. I am having issues with a couple people that I'm subscribed to ever since my rebirth coming out from the grave. A couple people that I was subscribed to weren't on there. Can we get any of the trolls from I don't know what that question means. Can we kick out any of the? I'm reading the chat. I've seen nothing wrong. And I think the mods, I think you're a mod too. I don't think there's anything wrong with the chat. We really don't have that issue over here. Until I say something fucking stupid. And then the trolls will come, which is merited. If you say stupid shit, you deserve to get negative feedback, trolls, all that good stuff. So I definitely agree with that. Rada, where are you, my man? Rada and Michael Malloy, hop on the panel for a few while we wait for Andrew and Joe Cool to hop on, and Shiva hopefully too. I sent Shiva the StreamYard link. 1A Code of Conduct. Yes, came back from the dead. That's what I call it. Can we teach someone how to spell angel? Where did I misspell angel? What are you talking about? I thought you meant me. So while we wait for everybody, I kind of want to give you guys some chances in the chat. What do you think would be, keep in mind this is an empty canvas, what do you think the first thing should be on this 1A Code of Conduct? Put in the chat and I will highlight what you guys think should be the first thing. And then we'll have Andrew and Shiva and Joe and everybody come in and we'll bounce it off them what you guys think. But what is the most important thing that should be put on this code of conduct tonight? What do you think is the number one thing that should be up? I know there's a little bit of a delay, so. Murphy, we don't have any issues with trolls. We're lucky. This is a really good non-toxic environment. You don't have to worry about the trolls. A big reason why a lot of people follow me over here because they know I wasn't about that negativity, toxic, troll environment. Extra good. Hop on, my guy. You were on that panel too. You did pretty good. Hop on. Cops do not follow the rules, and neither will I. It's the first. Huh. Joe, could you show your... There you go. That's you. All right. I trust you. Welcome.
What's up, baby? Let me get out of chat. Hold on. All right, I see you. What's good, baby?
Hop on, John. We want to kind of continue this from earlier. I thought that could have went 10 hours, that whole conversation, Joe.
I know, right?
It was good. It was good. I mean, so let's kind of... Malloy's on. We'll get Malloy on. We'll hop Malloy on. So, John Gray, hop on. Joe, what do you think about this logic?
Mike, what's up, baby?
Hey, Joe Cool.
Cops do not follow the rules, and neither will I. Joe, do you think that? Do you agree with that, or do you have an issue with that? And if you have an issue with that, why do you have an issue with that?
I follow the rules, but it's not the rules that they follow, and it's not the rules of that they've made. I believe those rules are bogus, but I have a set of rules in my head that are perhaps more stringent.
Michael Malloy.
I believe in the,
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes.
I believe in the law. I was going to say, however, an unjust law is no law at all, and the law that you apply unequally. I don't know about that.
Shiva.
Go ahead, Mike.
So I was kind of... Cops do not follow the rules, neither will I. Michael Malloy, what's your comments on that?
What's up, Shiva?
I have
my record.
rules when I'm out there.
Say it again, Michael.
I have different rules when I'm out there.
So do you think you're a different person when you were auditing compared to now?
About the same.
But why do you? Why were there
I
different
only
rules?
did 2 audits
Right.
and 1 cop one.
You got more audits and cop watch than me and Shiva combined.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did a lot of niggas probably.
Yeah, he's
They
got
call
2 or
themselves
3.
auditors and cop watchers.
Yeah, he's got 2 or 3.
Those were done on the
I got some buddies that got their name, they never go out.
So what do you think with that logic? We're going to talk about John Gray until he hops on, damn it. What do you think about that? What do you think about that logic that he said earlier? I highlighted it. Shiva, cops do not follow rules. Neither will I.
Okay, so what do I think about it? I suppose I don't base my ethical standards on the actions of other people. I base my ethical standards on principles that I want to uphold and live by. And so whether cops follow rules or not has no effect on whether I'm going to be as ethical or, upright as I can, right?
Well said. And
yeah.
John, please hop up here. Because that was well said, Shiva.
We'll wait for Andrew to hop on. We'll wait for Andrew to hop on to start. But when you think of this idea, Joe, you think of a code of conduct. I almost said code of ethics, but code of conduct was.
I forgot the whole purpose of the show.
Yeah, I rewinded to hear what he said to make sure I was doing it. Code of 1A code of conduct. What do you think of that idea? Do you think it's something that might be able to stick, or what do you think about the whole premise of a 1A code of conduct?
To be honest, I've went both ways on this. Early on, I thought that we should have a code, and then later on, I started acknowledging and appreciating differences. I'd like to see one, but it would be excruciating, extremely difficult. I don't see how we could even pull it off. I don't see us coming to an agreement. You got some cats that think everybody's shit should be like theirs, and people's shits are so diverse. Can we agree on one code? Let's say that code is be respectful. No, too many niggas are against it. Communicate with cops. No, never talk to cops. I don't see it. Seem like, how could we even come up with even the most basic shit? And I wish Not Now was here. He'd have an ass off the top of his dome for that.
He's coming. I DM'd him on Discord, so he's coming.
Yeah.
But a few people texted me after I created the StreamYard link. I was inviting people, and a couple people told me this was already tried before, and it failed miserably. Are you aware of that? And if so,
I am not. I would love to hear about it.
All right. Well, you know who you are. You're listening. So, Desert, hop on if you can. Hop on if you can.
I just made a year, Sancho, I don't know, a few weeks ago, and I still feel like a virgin in the game. When you first hop in, I know it was like this for me. Everybody got a comment on every video you drop. Do it like this, do it like that. Now go file a FOIA request, blah, blah. I told myself, you're probably learning this about me, I'm patient as fuck. I told myself I'm going to give it 6 months before I even start considering what the fuck I'm doing. And I think I kept to that shit.
Cool. Sorry, John. Welcome, John. What was the Joe? I'm gonna ask you then, John. This. What was the match that was lit to get you to make that jump and to make this commitment and do this, Joe? Joe first, and then John.
I can tell you, I've been abused by the cops several times a day. A lot of times. And I mean, just by, talking to the friend on the corner, they ride up, get the fuck off my corner. You be on the next corner somewhere. Hey, if I see you over here again, I'm arresting you. Or you be like, hey, officers, I haven't seen you before. What's your name? You'll know when I arrest your ass. That's, I was so used to that and going through my pockets and, just at will, I thought I had to bend and bow and scrape. And where you coming from? I would tell them I got popped. and I sat on house arrest for a bunch of months. I saw that checkpoint shit. It amazed me that they could talk to the checkpoint motherfuckers and refuse something. I thought they were gods. And then I saw cats like Had Desert. I remember in particular him and Foxy. They told him, yes, you can film and all that. Where y'all coming from? And they just walked up like, you just said it was okay for us to film. Really, you gonna ask us that? And when they walked off, the cop says, yeah, well, beat it. Well, keep walking. And they spun around and Foxy laughed audibly. And my mind was blown. I was like, oh my God, they're gonna get shot and killed. And they told that cop a new one. I was like, this is a thing. This is real. I knew then when I get off a house arrest, then do my probation or whatever. When I get freed up, first chance I get. And and sure enough, when my time got short, I started talking in chats, asking what camera should I get, how much is it gonna cost, and all that bullshit. And I started about a week early, if I'm being honest. Earlier than that, without the camera, but about a week earlier, I'd start pulling out my camera.
Hey, Desert, welcome.
What's up, DS? And that's my story.
He's like the boogeyman. If I say his name, he appears. John, can you answer that question? Then I'm going to pass it off to La Desert.
What got you
Sorry,
into it?
I was muted. I think actually most people know why I got into this. Basically, my daughter passed away in jail. I discovered that everything about the system was basically screwed. They doctored the records. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, baby. I'm talking, okay? I'm live. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Sure. He's got a good setup. Look at all the lights he's got and everything.
Blue Ivy told me his story when we were in Texas. I told her I was going to meet Extra. And she told me, you know who he is, don't you? You know his story. And yes, I remember Extra had a really weird sense of humor. Me and him was the only two cats laughing at everything.
Yeah, so sorry about that. So basically, I just discovered that the entire system was corrupt. There were documents deleted. There were police lying. I tried going the right way. I would show up and ask for records. They would literally laugh at me. They treated me like a nobody until I got my camera rolling and 7,000 subscribers. Guess what? They're not laughing at me anymore.
There was a lot of, obviously there was anger, and I'm sorry for your loss, first off. There was a lot of anger with this. How did you transform that anger into a passion?
It actually, picking up the camera actually saved my life. Because for 3 years, all I did after she did pass away, I spent 3 years just drinking. I lost wives. I lost jobs. I lost respect from a lot of my family. This was my only choice. Without this, I seriously think I would be dead. Because now I actually feel like I'm accomplishing something every day.
Extra, this is you might be hard to imagine this question, but if you could take away the pain and the grief, maybe go before your daughter died. I think it was a girl.
I would jump at that chance.
I know that's right, baby.
You don't even have to finish your question.
No. The question
if I could take her place, I would.
No, absolutely, that's not where I'm going with this.
Okay.
What kind of person were you then? They say something. Everybody has to have their moment. Mm-hmm. Before that, what type of person you was? I was that obedient, field nigga, but I was a good nigga. And keep your head down, master gonna smack you around. What type of cat were you beforehand?
I was a boring ass computer programmer. And did you have more faith in the system before that happened? Did you believe these things don't occur? I was a bootlicker.
That's what I'm asking.
I'm a reformed bootlicker, actually. I mean, I could probably actually go back on my Facebook and find a post where I know there would be something back the blue, blah 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 blah. So somebody's gonna find it. Somebody's gonna find it one day. I just don't. I don't have the energy to go back in there. I actually thought I was under the impression that my daughter was safer in jail. That's how brainwashed I was. So
that's how brainwashed you were. Yes.
Hold on 1 second.
All right. Holy.
Hey, Desert. Bless you. Hey, Desert.
Does you got something to add or a comment?
Yeah.
Does it?
I'm back.
So what got you?
Well, Sancho and I were talking in the background earlier when he invited me,
Sorry.
and we were discussing the fact that this has been with different organizations. One of them was the National Association of Individual Rights that was together by Bunny Boots, David Werner, and others. Don't remember all the original players. And coming up with a code of conduct for a group of auditors to go out and conduct themselves in a manner that this organization would accept. There's been other organizations that have formed and have since fallen apart, like the Cabal Network. That you have CopCam, people like CopCam and James Freeman and Clash with Bow and others. There was also another organization, and for some reason the name kind of escapes me, if there ever was a name, that I think was based more with the Texas crew. Now, you got to also understand that with the guys surrounding San Antonio, when they had Mexican Padilla did something that these individuals didn't accept, and he was basically cast out. There's so many different moving parts with all of the different individuals that you may consider as part of this community. However, they all have their separate motivations. John Gray here obviously has his motivation. So what is his code of conduct? How is he going to conduct himself?
Right.
I don't
had my motivations. I conducted myself in a time, place, manner, public forum, traditional public forum, journalistic code of conduct.
What were your
motivations? And a lot of people didn't accept me because.
What were your motivations?
I understood that possibly I got caught up into part of it, but I also saw the organic encounters with people who were simply recording an incident or doing public photography or trying to be a social media journalist, and it was those organic encounters, not the contrived encounters, not the encounters that people put together that they know law enforcement will be called because people are human. There's human nature out there, and I started watching more and more people turn to this human nature to trigger. And then, of course, we see certain crews of individuals that.
Desert, I would like to know what people think about that, because I think I'm in agreement with you that there are a group that go out there and do shit knowing that they're gonna get the cops called on them. Do we know if that's good or bad? Is
good
that,
or bad?
Inherently wrong?
So like Desert. So what we're gonna do tonight is pick apart what you say and turn it into questions.
Let me finish one more faction of this that I've seen.
All right, hold that.
Or actually, two more factions of this. There are crews out there that are collected. There are individuals that are collected into a crew out there, and this crew is motivated by AdSense money and monetization and capitalization and putting out video after video on multiple platforms and channels.
You sound like it's negative.
I mean, what code of conduct are you going to give individuals like this? So I only had a few minutes to pop in, since I heard my name, my ears burn. I'm everywhere.
Before you leave, is that a negative? Just because a motherfucker tries to make money at what he does, you characterize that as if it's inherently wrong.
Well,
ain't that what people do with jobs? If I have a fucking paint company,
no, I'm only putting out how I see it and what I see of all of the different factions in this that are part of this community. And the question tonight was, a code of conduct.
So how much
So
faith
that
do you
that
have?
is the only purpose of me putting
Yes,
this out
I understood that. I understood that. I understood that. I just wanted your opinion on that,
Right.
since it was the last thing you said.
I'm not saying it's neither good or bad. That's not my purpose here.
Do you think, Desert,
Thank you for that. Thank you for saying that. Yes, that's what I'm asking.
do you think, Desert, and now I know how to get you on my panels by saying your name, so every night I'm going to say your name. Do you think that a code of conduct or something like that is ever an achievable goal?
Well, with all of the moving parts, as far as anybody and everybody that is considered as part of this community, you're never going to have a single page of rules that anybody will follow.
Let's pass
It's
that
never
off.
going to happen.
Let's pass that off to Shiva and then Teresa. Welcome, Teresa. Shiva, what do you think about all that? You're on mute.
And with that, I'm going to bow out. Cheers. Thank you very much, El Sancho.
I appreciate you. Much love.
I suppose I see the inherent problems. There are inherent problems. I mean, a code of conduct or a code of practice, it's like, I sort of think that needs to come from the auditors, really, rather than the critics, perhaps. Like, it's something they should want to come up with themselves, rather than...
Is it even feasible and achievable?
I don't think so, no. Because for the same reason that I said last night, which is that the auditing community, or earlier on today, sorry, the auditing community is a collection of strong-willed individualists. And so when you get strong-willed individualists, it's difficult to get them to all agree on stuff, right? Because they've all got strong personalities, you know.
Mine is actually pretty simple. Don't cuss. Don't go to jail. Get them with wit.
Yeah, I mean,
that's my number one rule is not to go to jail, and unfortunately, that is I have been arrested twice. Both times I was let go. But
see, I think a rubric would be really useful as well.
Shit, but I might be Teresa first, but I'd love to comment on that cursing part.
It's just for me. I mean, I'm not bothered if other people do it. I know that someday my kids might see my videos, and I don't want them seeing me cussing. I bet I do cuss every now and then.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I want mine to see me cussing.
No, just for me, because I teach them not to cuss. I don't want them running around here.
I agree with that.
When I do my video,
I agree with that logic. Plus, he's kind of looking at the big picture to the point where he's going to be that well known and huge that his kids are going to stumble upon him in a couple of years. And
they already have.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Whoops.
Yeah. Because I have one daughter who goes to her. I got her on the first, third, and fifth weekend of the month, and her mom had heard about some of my videos from some of my people that I guess are not fans. She heard her discussing them, and I guess shout out to my ex-wife who's probably a subscriber.
I doubt it. I'm a new channel. I doubt it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know she's mine.
So, what do you think your kids would think of Joe Cool's language?
Oh, they would. I would be bothered by it more than they would. So.
That's interesting. That's interesting. All
right. Because I'm just the old nerd.
All right, Teresa. Can you hop in, Teresa?
Sure. I want to get back to the rules. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, I was thinking that, I do think that it's possible to come up with a few rules that everyone can agree on. I think we could probably start out by, not calling the police on yourself. I think that could probably be the first rule that we can all agree on.
Is everybody in agreement?
If you do that with me,
we can agree on that one, right?
If you do that with me, I'll never film with you again, ever, ever, ever.
All right, so.
Yeah,
that's fake. That's phony. That's not a real encounter. And whoever.
Yeah, let me just say I wasn't implying that about you. Sorry.
No.
I'm just saying in general. That's one thing. If you want to go out there and audit, don't call the police on yourself.
No.
Like Desert said, organic encounters are the best encounters that you can have. So to insert yourself somewhere to try to get a reaction or anything like that is really akin to calling the police on yourself. It should be organic. You know, standing outside and video recording is going to generate, you know, people coming out there a lot of times. So, you know, just the more often you do it, the more interactions you're going to have without having to go inside or to call the police on yourself, et cetera, et cetera.
What were you, Teresa, are you saying it's okay as long as you just stand out in the film, or it's not okay?
No, I would say, you know, for instance, the basic principle is the traditional public forum is the sidewalk. So you know that you're safe on the sidewalk. You know you have the most rights right there on the sidewalk. So if you're standing out on the sidewalk and you're not getting an interaction, you don't want to call and the police on yourself to have an interaction, or B, go up inside the building where you don't have the same rights and try to, you know, get an interaction that way. I just don't think it's safe.
I would add, you don't want to agitate fucking people. I don't care if it's somebody walking down the street. I don't care if it's the guy who comes out and talks to you, security cop.
You can hear you. Hold on.
Just want to agitate people. I would add that.
I don't think it's organic, and I don't think it's the safest way to go, because you know you don't have your most rights inside of the building. You have the most rights out there on the sidewalk. So
I know.
That's just my opinion.
Get in, Andrew. We already added one, but I wanted to wait for you. So I will put the list back up. I'll put the rules, the code. I can't say list with Shiva around. I'll put the code of conduct back up once Andrew comes on. I don't want to get in trouble with any list. The code of conduct will be up once Andrew comes in. He's texting me now. He's on the way. But that's a really good. I think we're all in agreement that should be the first thing we put on there, right?
You know, my opinion about going inside the building and stuff, I know that's not an opinion that's shared by all auditors, etc. But, you know, I think we can all agree. I think that most everyone can agree that you shouldn't call the cops on yourself. You know, you just shouldn't.
Me personally, I don't even go in buildings. I just cop watch. Whatever I see, I just stop on the side of the road and film cops. That's it. It's not very difficult.
I'm okay with some cats do that shit. You know, some cats don't even get out the car. Some cats film from so far away, my poor cheap ass camera could never even zoom that far. And I'm okay with that though.
Personally, I don't even go in buildings. I just cop watch.
Oh, go on mute, Andrew.
Holy fuck, sound like Andrew underwater.
I hope it's him.
I have dancing extras behind me.
What is that? Is that Andrew, Joe?
Yeah, Andrew's got some feedback.
But that is Andrew, right? I don't want to get fuck bombed.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I heard something. I thought it was him. I don't know.
He left on his own, so I'm pretty sure it was him. He just left on his own, so he's coming back. He's coming back.
He's probably getting this straight.
Yeah, so as soon as he comes back, we're going to jump deep into this code of conduct, and really, I'm pretty sure he's going to be cool with the first thing we add to that list.
Hey, Sancho, I could answer this one, but can you answer this one? I'm getting a couple texts about, is this serious? Because not everyone's up here is an auditor. Could you explain that? I could.
It was an organic thing that came about hours ago, so there really wasn't a lot of time to get 15 auditors on. I'm grateful for the 3 people that I have on that have experience, including Michael.
If I'm not mistaken, Sancho, we said we wanted opposing points of view, which is why Sheba, I think Teresa was even mentioned by name, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, so I'm grateful to get who I have within a couple hours with how busy everyone is. So I'm grateful for that.
I'm grateful for the opposing points of view. Without those, this shit is not really legit.
Yeah, I mean,
and this is Monday night for cop watching too.
Yeah,
Friday night. So I only have about 30 minutes.
Well, I appreciate
till these guys go to bed and I'll be out.
I appreciate it. How many hours do you put on a Friday night cop watch?
I usually go out as soon as these guys go to bed, and then I usually till about 4 in the morning.
What would be an interesting night for you, cop watch? Hold on.
Some nights I go out and I don't find anything. I can listen to the scanner. There's certain things I don't like to film. I'm not a big fan of going after ambulances or wrecks or things like that.
The domestics.
Yeah, domestics. Unless if there's a kid, and if I hear there's a kid being picked on, what I can perceive as a kid being picked on, I'm there, and I record hours of this stuff that never makes it out there. Never makes it out there.
Me as well. I'm out there for hours on them domestics and some shit that I know I'm not gonna post. Overdoses. I'm still out there for hours, but without even pulling my fucking camera out.
Well, that was my biggest thing about the cop watching, because you don't know what you're going to get. It is essentially a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're going to get. Are there rules, ethics, and morals when it comes to gore, guts, and overdoses for the two of you?
I just try to film the police. If it's an ambulance, especially if there's family members there, I try my best not to film them. And if I get them on sometime, I won't even post the fucking bit. NJ, what's up? That's
But Joe, listen, text whoever's texting you back that wants to come on, text them the StreamYard link if they're an auditor.
No chance. This nigga's never been on a panel, and other cats is not gonna say who he is.
Joe, tell him 5 minutes, buddy. 5 minutes.
I'll text him and say, he is. I'm sure he's in chat lurking.
Well, I mean, like, let's try to make everybody happy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if there's somebody out there that's an auditor that wants to hop on, please do.
I don't.
I know, Sancho, how are you going to tell you to text me and tell me hey, Eastern, Central, Western? I don't know what damn time zone I'm in. You know? My phone does that.
I'm sorry. All right, so what do you think about number one, Andrew? Are you for or against this?
Is it even possible, Andrew?
I don't even know why that's on there. That's a fucking give me.
That's a layup.
You know we need specifics here. If it's not written down, it will say, hey, it doesn't say that. Don't call the police on yourselves.
With the people we're dealing with, yeah, never mind. I agree. Yeah, you're right.
All right, so
I want to add one thing really quick. I've actually documented accident scenes or people that are having medical distresses or whatever. I've actually documented that before, and I know there was just an incident with Cowboy, Constitutional Cowboy, and him documenting a scene. That's one of the things you have to be like really particular with the family, etc., because it's a very emotional situation. But a lot of times they don't realize how important that documentation can be, afterwards. So I usually do try to do at least a quick sweep of the scene and get, a couple of minutes of footage of what's kind of going on there. But I do try to be respectful of the family and stuff. But I do think that it is important that, you kind of document as much as you can of the scene. You don't just stand there for 20 minutes and argue with somebody that it's your right to do it. But, if somebody come and ask you to stop, get all the footage you can, and then just be respectful and sort of back away.
That Constitutional Cowboy video she talking about explains this perfectly. He went there, it was an ambulance scene. I think a cop shot somebody a bunch of times, and the brother came out and told him, no, that's my sister, you're not gonna film. And he was like, dude, it's my constitutional right and all of that stuff. I'm gonna try to keep her off camera. And the cop came up and let the guy get in his face. He knew the cop. Guy says, Bill, what charges do I get for this? And what's it gonna cost me? Cop was like, $300, lightweight assault. Bow, steals Cowboy.
So his name was Mike, the cop was. And I'm here to tell you, if Cowboy knew that the girl was dead of a heart attack and that what was going on, he would have packed up and he would have left. The only thing he knew,
so that makes it more interesting.
The only thing he knew was the word came out that somebody was shot by the police. That's the reason he was there.
That's why the premise is so interesting, though. Without you knowing the final outcome and all that, do you still film? And like Teresa says, how much respectful are you? I'd be trying to get it quick, and I do get a scene of it, and I post videos with ambulances, but you don't see motherfuckers in the thing or the family crying and shit like I see.
Well, you couldn't see the girl on Cowboy's camera either. I mean, you seen something laying on the ground, but you couldn't make out what it was.
I one time I filmed a murder. One time I filmed a murder, and I didn't put much of the footage out, the family actually reached out to me and said thank you, and I said I have additional footage for you if you'd like it, and they were actually very, very appreciative. They appreciated the fact that I was out there recording very much. They got to see their family members' last moments. I didn't put that out on YouTube, but they certainly did appreciate getting it.
We appreciate you not doing that.
Yeah.
That's why you have to have some ethics in what you publish and what I mean, it's there are times when it's not all about clicks and views, and publishing some of that really gory stuff. Number two can get your video taken off of YouTube because they have terms of service and stuff. And it's if you've ever lost a family member, or if you've ever been on the scene of the death of a family member, you would probably have a little bit more compassion, because it is just a very, very emotional situation for people.
Yeah. Well, I want to point out, Cowboy is not pursuing charges against the old boy for that reason right there.
Very good. Andrew, I'd like to ask you, as far as this code of conduct is concerned, do you think we could make a code that determines something simple, like, is it okay to provoke motherfuckers to get your fucking shit seen, or for whatever the purpose is?
It is not okay to provoke the interaction, period. If you're provoking the interaction, you're doing for clicks and views, you're not here for the right reasons, so get on down the road.
All right. That. What about I come up with a suggestion? Shiva, Teresa, you two are going to start. Actually, we're going to have NJ start off. He hasn't spoke yet. What about this one for number 2? Do not make this about you. What do you think about that, NJ?
But you changed number 1 to keep a civil tongue.
Well, I think a big issue we're having, and I think Joe and I had this discussion prior, when Joe speaks up with an arrest, he's speaking up with facts. He's speaking up with the law. Hey, like, you do know you don't have to have them search that example, stuff like that. But there are other people out there that the second they see a cop, they put the camera on. Hey, pig. Hey, motherfucker. They make it about themselves. So that's why I think somewhere in this code of conduct, NJ Diver, we need to put, do not make this about you, or do not make this about you.
And
well, you could also go with, do not interfere with whatever it is you're recording.
It's kind of saying what you're saying, Sancho.
Well, Turner versus Driver is the law that presides over us being able to film our public employees in the course of their duties. Nowhere in that does it state that we have a right to interrupt their duties.
Case law, but yeah.
I would say that may be true, but look who made the laws. And interrupt, that word right there. Is it okay if I see a cop go in some guy's pocket to say, hey, this is the weapons frisk, you're not allowed to do that?
That's educating. We already had that fight. We had that fight already. He's educating, though. He's not saying anything.
Not interrupting. NJ, is that okay?
No.
Well, that wasn't my voice, but...
You two sound so much alike as well. Yeah.
What? Whenever I get in that situation, I usually talk to the stream. So I'm not interfering. I'm talking to the stream.
Well, I can change my voice to man with a mic.
I like that.
I have an announcement. I need to know, guys.
Have a good one, Malloy.
Thank you for having me on panel.
All right, text me later, Malloy.
All right, buddy.
Bye.
All right, NJ, take it.
Anytime you become vocal, other than narrating to your recording, you interfere with whatever's going on around you. Unless the officer is addressing you individually, the moment you open your mouth and they can hear it, you're really interfering. And yeah, he can charge you with it.
I am not a cop watcher then, because I believe my whole purpose out there is to protect those people, even to the point where I cannot miss the opportunity to enlighten them to their rights. He can't search your car just because he pulled you over, ma'am. Tell him you don't want to search. I have to do that. That's necessary for that's the main reason I'm out there, so I cannot be a cop watcher.
But how do you how far do you need to be for it not to be interrupting, Joe?
I've heard they've had 2 rulings now, and NJ probably knows it better than me what circuit and all of that shit to the 12 feet, not on the Supreme Court level.
So 12 feet, you're good. So no matter what you say, 12 feet, you're no? Okay.
No.
Where's that at?
There
recently,
is. Right, let me make this
sure
very succinct. Let me make this very succinct. There is no code, no regulation, no state statute, no ordinance that says how far you need to be.
Agreed. I'm saying there were 2 cases, one at 10 and 12 feet recently in 2 different places.
No.
Fifth and something else.
No.
I don't remember that code that being in court.
Yes, very recently. I heard it within the last week or so, so it must have been very recent.
Yeah, well, unless you can cite the case and tell me where and what level, and I'll find it, because just saying 12 feet there is no reference to it. There was a reference in one of the cases.
For the record, I've said I think it is 3
Appeals.
times, and you said you think it ain't 3 times. I get it. But by you telling me no, that's a fallacy, I get your point, man. You ain't got to keep beating me over the head saying no, nigga.
Behave, everybody. It's all good. So
you'd let me finish, but of course you won't, so the hell with it. Bulldoze away.
Right. Because there's so many of us, everybody, let's work on not interrupting each other. The way I'm going to do it now is if you guys look at the bottom backstage, like, do you guys have access to see who's like backstage right now?
No.
Okay. All right. You don't. So essentially what we're going to do is not now, maybe later. It's going to, whatever questions I ask, not now, it's going to take it. Then NJ, then Teresa, extra good, Shiva, then Joe. So we're going to we're going to save Joe for last because Joe's going to have a lot to say after everybody. So we got to give him some time to not be cut off.
I actually have to get these kids in bed and get out cop watching. So
I appreciate your time. Be safe out there.
All right. We'll see y'all later. Everyone have a good evening.
Andrew,
All right. Bye.
Andrew.
Can I go last?
You want to go last?
If it's possible, or next to last, just not first.
We can do NJ first, and actually, ladies first. We'll have T go first, and then we'll have NJ, and then let's Shiva, and then you, and then Joe. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. That'll give me time to roll up.
Yeah, because I'm rolling up too, so it's win-win. I got to think about that. I was actually showing my blunt during that live feed. Not now, maybe.
I was looking. I didn't see it, Joe.
Yeah, that was my horribly rolled blunt. So we got to work on. Yeah, we got to work on that.
You showed a blunt on my live stream?
Yeah.
I'm going to jail now. Thanks, buddy. That puts me in constructive possession of illegal drugs.
I've seen worse on live streams than blunts. I've seen guns. I've seen everything.
But I'm on probation.
Oh, come on. I'm
just giving you hell. They've tried that already. They've tried that. It didn't work.
Did they really?
Yes.
With you or with us?
Yes. No, with me. With me.
Okay, good. I felt like shit. What did I just do? Who's coming in? I don't see who that is. I'm looking.
Yeah, while you're looking, check out the private chat.
Imma's from Discord.
Imma's from Discord? Hello, Imma. Are you there?
Hey, just verify them.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Imma?
Nothing.
Maybe he's
If you could give me a thumbs or something, thumbs up or some shit. If there's a porn bomb, which I don't want to. Some people are on for the first time tonight. I don't want to fucking do a bad first impression. So Shiva, not Shiva, but Amma, can you give me a thumb or give me something? Because I didn't even hear you talk. There might be some people pissed off with how popular this stream is right now. They want to fuck with it. So,
hey,
all right.
Can't you just verify them?
Oh, they just.
I'm sorry.
They just disappeared. They just disappeared. Literally, they just disappeared. So You know, I got my guard up. I'll just leave that down. I have the notebook up, Peachy, because we're trying to do a code of conduct. But I think we're having a little bit of a challenge on the second thing to put on this code of conduct. So, Miss Teresa, what do you think is the second thing we should put on this code of conduct? And then we'll go along the line after that.
Oh gosh, you know, I had a hard time coming up with that first thing, but let's see, something else that maybe we can all agree on is that I don't know, maybe you leave when asked. You know, whenever you're on a non-traditional public forum, in a non-traditional public forum, they have more control over the situation there, and they can ask you to leave. And if you don't leave when you're asked, you know, you can be charged with trespassing. So I, you know, if it were me, in my opinion, but I don't know that that's a rule that everyone agrees on, because there are a lot of people that see it as their right to stay there and film as long as they want, and regardless of the Supreme Court decisions, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, that would be my next rule that I would follow every time, is to, you know, leave when asked. That has always been on my rule, you know, in my list of rules, is if somebody asks me to leave, I leave. I was arrested early on for trespassing, or what they call remaining after being banned here in Louisiana. So when I'm asked to leave, I turn around and walk towards the door.
If you all look in the private chat, I've got that covered along with two others.
Hold on, Amma. I'm going to try to bring you up. Are you there, Amma?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
You're not a talking vagina but porn bomb, are you?
Say that again?
You're not a talking vagina porn bomb, are you?
No.
All right, good.
I'll vouch for him. He's not a porn bomber.
Good. Yeah, well, thankfully it's a small box, so it wouldn't make that much of an impact anyways, but still. What happened to Joe?
I just was wanting to bring some light. I believe, and NJ can correct me on this, I think the misunderstanding in regard to the distance that you have to be comes from a Supreme Court ruling, or it might be the Ninth Circuit, in a case called Glick v. Cuniff, where the justices mentioned 10 feet in their ruling, but it was not a ruling that said
it's
you
not
have
even
to allow them within 10 feet. But I think it was Glick v. Cuniff, and
it was.
that's a misreading of that particular case.
It was, and as I tried to say earlier, it was in a Circuit Court of Appeals. It was not SCOTUS, and it was a reference to where he was standing in distance. It had absolutely, it wasn't even dicta. It was absolutely just a mention that he was approximately 10 feet away. It was no part of any ruling, no part of any decision, just a simple description of where the gentleman was. It had absolutely nothing to do with anything else.
Right. Yeah. And I think that that's probably where that 10-foot belief comes from.
That's definitely where it comes from. And people not only confuse that, they confuse the circuit courts with SCOTUS. There has never been a ruling by SCOTUS for filming or photography.
Well, we know that there are Supreme Court rulings. There are Supreme Court rulings with regards to trespassing. And, you know, we know that there are traditional public forums, and then there are, you know, less than traditional or limited public forums. So, you know, you got to know the difference. You really got to know the difference. And, you know, with all due respect to the 10-foot rule, and I believe Glick actually mentioned 8 feet. I'm not exactly sure, but I thought that in that ruling he was 8 feet away, and they found that that was reasonable. And a lot of people will just, you know, just dwell on that. Well, it was reasonable. 8 feet's reasonable. No, I mean, can you imagine standing 8 foot from a traffic stop? You know, even a felony traffic. You know, what if it was a felony traffic stop? Good Lord, you know, cops on the other side of you with guns all drawn, and you're just up there 8 feet away. That's insane. Anyway, but my bigger concern, because I see a lot of people arrested for trespassing. My bigger concern is leaving when you're told.
Shiva, NJ, Sancho, there's one other point that I'd like to bring up in regards to ethics. Actually, 2 points. One is it's hard to establish ethics or rules when everybody doesn't have to take a standard exam like the bar exam or a CK exam. In order to join the society, the Bar Association or the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, you have to take an exam that shows that you're qualified to join their organization. That's why those organizations can establish a code of conduct.
I don't think we're here to debate whether we're in the right of making a code of conduct or anything like what you're saying. I think the purpose of doing this is to establish a baseline of the kind of do's and don'ts, and we're not asking anybody or telling anybody they have to do it. We're just simply putting it out there that this is the way the majority might think.
I had to go upstairs and get my weed.
I think.
Yeah, if I may make a correction, it was the First Circuit Court of Appeals, and there's the quote.
Joe, I am trying Midnight Vapor for the first time, which is an indica.
What about it? That's what I'm smoking. I didn't hear the first part of what you said.
It's called Midnight Vapor. It's a combination of cornbread and something else. It's pretty good. It's like 29% THC, my guy. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
For smoke, that's good, y'all. You talk about dabs and shit. That's for smoke. That's good.
So what do you
upstairs to get the
Andrew,
weed?
I
I'm
think
still listening.
the problem you're going to run into is when you start trying to establish goals, there are going to be some people that are going to say, yeah, I think that's a good idea. They're going to accept them and they're going to adhere to them. And there are others that simply won't. And I'll give you an example. Teresa and NJ know that I am the person that was down in South Texas handing out the flyers at at that bar in regards to Earl. And thereafter, when I drove off, the policeman stopped me legitimately, and I've had one of those cases dismissed. But the policeman allowed EGC, Extra Good Citizen, and Patty to run up to my car. That policeman had an obligation. He had an obligation to protect me and him. And he allowed those two people up. And you're going to have people like EGC and Patty that are going to go along and they're just not going to adhere to any rules.
So can I speak?
I agree.
Well, I highly disagree because, for one, you were pulled over for not having plates in your car. And I believe
he said it was legitimate. He said they legitimately.
Okay. Well, hang on. Let me finish. So you didn't have plates in your car because you was trying to hide who you were because you were there to harass them, and you ended up getting pulled over
to harass who, Andrew?
Who was filming you? I mean, let's not play stupid about it. Look. Let's not play dumb about it, dude. I mean, be honest.
Andrew,
he was there engaging.
I don't have a First Amendment a right to.
That's not what I'm telling you. That's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth.
Homonym.
What was you there to do?
He was there to educate people. How's that?
How about letting him answer?
How is passing out those flyers harassment?
All right, man. Just keep me turning the question. No big deal. Let's move on.
Yes, I wasn't there and I didn't hear the first half, so I'm guessing I I think I know what "not now" is implying. I don't know the real story.
Does your motive have to be pure to exercise your First Amendment right? Does your motive have to be pure?
James,
obvious to the cop.
Do I have to agree with your motive, or is it the fact that you're engaged in a constitutionally protected activity, something that I stand tall and beat people over the head and try to make people understand that, and I fight for that right every single day of my life? Is it my job to judge the motivation?
Okay, so maybe you change that photo, James, and I'll let you up. We're having a very serious, in-depth thing tonight.
So maybe, maybe, hang on, maybe the cop seen, what was going on. That's the reason the cop allowed it to happen. But neither here or there. You said the cop has a lawful duty to protect. You're wrong, because it has been ruled in Supreme Court the cops have no lawful duty to protect a citizen, but a public at large.
My bad.
How about Teresa's part about motive? Should we judge a person's motive? Ain't that what we've been doing? Talking about motherfuckers shouldn't go provoke. We've been judging motive all night. And what interests me more is that I'm did not answer. That's more interesting than anything to me so far.
I'm not judging motivation when I say that one basic rule should be not to call the police on yourself. I mean, I can't, just like Doug said, I can't stop people from calling the police on themselves, just like I can't stop people from going inside of a building and provoking the city employees inside.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So if you want to go inside of a building and provoke people, hey, go for it. But you're probably going to get arrested for trespassing.
It's just saying provoke, and when
you want to stand out on the public sidewalk and do the same thing, and you get arrested for it, whatever your motivation is, I'm going to go to bat for you.
When you said we go there and provoke, when we use provoke with armor, we didn't not now did. Y'all did not like it. Y'all jumped on that word. You just said it freely about auditors provoking, and nobody jumped on it. It's interesting.
I don't know. Rewind the tape. I don't know that I said anything like that. I think maybe there are other people that have that opinion, and they think, they see that as provoking. I understand what you're saying. But if you want to stand outside on the public sidewalk and you want to provoke the police officer that comes up to you, however you want to do it, I can't stop you from doing it. It might not look great on a video, but it's your right to do. But when you go inside of a building and they ask you to leave, that's a different story. So, I don't care what your motivation is necessarily.
All right, I gotta ask.
I just say you can exercise your right, but as an auditor, don't call the cops on yourself.
Joe,
that's all I'm saying.
Joe, hold on.
I want to know what Ima did now. I want to know what he was out there now.
Hold that question. The Shiva, please jump in because you've been quiet for too long.
Well, I mean, I'm happy listening.
Okay. Joe, go ahead.
What was Ima doing out there?
Everything's breaking up, so I'm going to leave and listen.
Wow.
Leave and listen because he didn't want to tell you exactly what he was doing out there. Because he's leaving out a whole bunch of the stories.
He said exactly what he was doing.
I mean, if you're asking me what I think the second, if you like, precept training principle should be.
Hold on. Who was that? Can someone tell me who the fuck that was?
I know, right?
Andrew?
That was I'm not going to dox nobody.
Do you know
it was
Auditor
somebody
Truth?
that's I'm not going to dox nobody.
Yeah, I don't think that's doxing him. He's on Discord.
No, that's not doxing. I was going to give his real name, but that's just not right.
Name. What's his YouTube name?
Auditor Truth.
Okay. He just subscribed, so thank you for subscribing. I just got that email, so thank you for hopping on and subscribing. You're more than welcome to come back on. Sorry, Shiva, go ahead.
I think that a good how would I see saying I don't really think
it's up, right?
So I'm just trying to get my wording right. So I don't really think that saying don't instigate anything is going to work, right? Because it's an audit, isn't it? Like if you're cop watching, for example, that's one thing, and cop watchers tend to be a bit more passive, I think, in terms of how they interact. But if you're an auditor, then your whole point is to interact, isn't it? Like because you're testing if your rights are being upheld, right? So it seems to me that saying don't instigate an incident isn't going to really hold up, because like that's kind of what they do.
So I have a quick announcement, like Liberty Bird. Your court case with us is tomorrow night. Sancho Court tomorrow night. You are not going to sway anybody tonight. Tomorrow night is your chance to be heard on that case.
Yeah,
So
I'm not talking about
let's
it
not
now.
bring that case up at all tonight. You got a big court case tomorrow night on Sancho Court. So that's when you're going to hold all that ammunition for. Do not give anything away tonight.
What are his charges?
What is this? You're able to talk about the charges. That's
current charges: 2 counts of criminal trespass, 1 count of resisting arrest.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah. Hey, we're working up to serious shit.
Hey,
yeah, I mean, come on. You start with a quarter and you work your way up to a mill, or you start with a trespass and wind up with murder.
Yeah, we'll work our way up to finding someone who's impersonating an officer in false imprisonment. We'll work our way up eventually. I mean, those are the serious shit, you know. Those are the felonies.
Yeah, he's got to arrest a cop, right?
Sancho, will I be excluded because I watched the video?
No, you're going to be in the juror. See, the way we're going to do it is we're going to have Prosecutor Morgie, who is jarring at the bits right now to lace into Liberty Bird. She feels like she has a seal-proof case that's going.
So she's the DA.
She's the DA.
Okay.
And of course, he's going to represent himself.
Okay. Who's the judge?
But the judge is going to be the chat. Shiva, I sent you a message earlier about the polling thing. If you can help me with that,
Liberty Bird.
Streamlabs. Streamlabs. All right. So I'm going to look.
You got this, bud.
To get a polling, but both parties are able to bring in.
I got a lot of respect for you, dude.
James. Both parties are able to bring in a representative.
For what you did.
Whoa! Can I go in with Bird?
It's up to Bird. Bird has one choice, and the Morgie's got one choice. But they better bring 5 minutes of fucking, see, like they're gonna have 10 minutes each, but the representatives are gonna have 5 minutes each of uninterrupted, and the chat's the judge and the jury.
You know the best part is
Bird goes before
I'm bringing myself, and then I'm bringing myself with myself
for
both parts, as
if
all
the
I need is
rule
the evidence.
That Bird gets to say his shit first, then yes, Bird, I'd like you to consider me letting me go behind you.
Oh,
only if Bird goes first, though, because I would love to point out some of that shit that he was pointing out today.
I'll be honest with you. My defense is going to be real simple, but I'm not going to give it away.
No. Yeah.
I don't want to be Liberty Bird because he got 3 people to choose from. He's got Eric Brandt, 303, and Joe Cole.
Oh, you don't choose me if you got Eric B and 303.
Well, Eric B may or may not be available at that time, as he is dealing with a whole lot. And I would like to bring a focus to that real quick. For the community, you guys got to realize what a powerful person Eric Brandt has been to the First Amendment community.
I said that yesterday.
We're talking about 10th Circuit decisions currently going to the 10th Circuit, okay? These are huge things, okay? He is not a terrorist. He is a patriot. He does it in a very different way than a lot of us. And at the same time, he is a freedom fighter. Absolutely.
I don't think I've seen any of his work. I'd have to go back and look.
So hold on. So would you think if there was a leader in this movement, Liberty Bird, we actually had a whole panel on this. That's why I couldn't join your panel. You were texting me during the panel. I can't go on. I'm on this one. So this is great to have you back. Do you think if there was someone you could point at, you need to be the leader? Do you think Eric Brandt would be that choice? And what leader characteristics do you think Eric Brandt would bring to the table?
Okay, let me specify that currently, in my opinion, Eric Brandt is the leader of the movement.
Yes.
Is that working for us and against us at the same time? Possibly.
Yes.
Eric Brandt has a very interesting way of doing things. But let me tell you this much: he's not a fucking criminal. At least not a criminal that is going beyond his freedom of speech, right? So if he might want something to happen or pray for something to happen or wish that something would happen, it's not the same thing of I'm going to do something, and now we're getting so scared in America where peace and safety is becoming such an issue to where you can't even say, I want to, wish to, pray if, and that's an issue because that's unconstitutional. It's un-American. But
hey,
he's got 10th Circuit decisions. He's definitely the leader of this movement with more experience than anybody. But yeah,
Bird. So what I wanted to say was this. The way I look at auditors and how I determine whether or not an auditor is actually in for what he's in for, right? Where he goes above and beyond. Where when he's doing an audit and something happens and he requests a FOIA, he doesn't just say, I'm going to FOIA that. He actually FOIAs it. And then he actually has another video later where he shows what he FOIA'd. Those are the auditors that. So Batosai, I don't know if you know him, but I think he's a great auditor. He goes all the way to the Supreme Court with his shit. He got a lawsuit taken. He won a lawsuit. He was all over the news in the South for it because he does it in a calm, cool manner.
People need to check their facts before they make a statement. It was the Fifth Circuit.
Right.
SCOTUS has not ruled.
Okay.
Well, that's rough. But this is what I do know is that, it's not about how skilled you are at this. It's not about how educated you are necessarily. Everybody plays a position of leadership no matter who you are in this community because the things that we're doing are groundbreaking for the people. We, the people, stand up for the people, right? Groups getting together like earlier tonight and redressing government, making calls, and then trying to do it in a fashion to where it's not completely lost in cause, right?
Right, but then you got to think about with every business or with every community or with there's always going to be people involved that don't need to be there, that are ruining the cause. Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, that's how I feel about Abrams, right?
Abrams, right. That's who I'm trying to get out of there. So I'm trying to get him out of there. Hey, Liberty Bird, you have no clue the paperwork I got in right now. But I'm trying to get him out of there because he's fucking the movement up and he's bringing these other channels in who don't know what's going on and
Dude, they tried to set me up the other night. They tried to set Joe up the other night. CFW. They've already set up El Sancho. I mean, dude, the things that are going on over there, dude, are I would say borderline criminal and definitely worth a solid punch to the nose.
Hold on,
Liberty Bird.
I'll let you say it.
They tried setting me up when I was hideously drunk, right? and I still made Brian look like an idiot.
Yeah.
Well, NJ, we know you well enough to where that's probably very, very achievable.
So let me ask you a question, Liberty. A Desert Sentinel made this comment, and I value his opinion, and I want to know what you think. I'm certain any competent attorney would agree to play trial on YouTube or open up because of good luck. Remember, anything you say or do can, etc. still applies. Actually, Good Citizen also commented that he might not think it's a good idea.
It's fine. Honestly, it's fine.
I can easily delete that stream and do something different tomorrow night. There's zero pressure on you at all.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about the incrimination factor because this is the deal. Understand this, gentlemen. Both the trespasses, dude, go to a plot that I never stepped foot on. Okay? So if you look up at the ArcGIS stuff, or not the ArcGIS, but just the Geographical Information Survey, both times that I've been trespassed, I have been technically trespassed from the CDC's gated off area, according to the GIS maps.
No, I'm not saying nothing about that. What I'm saying is he's saying about the court hearing. I'm saying Sancho's really good with graphics. He can have something show up in the beginning that says this is a parody of what a online courthouse might look like.
Even that being said, as long as you, so this is the thing, guys. If you don't actually break the law and you stand on truth, okay, there's no way for you to fuck up and say something that's, as long as you're telling the truth, you're not going to be fucking up and contradicting yourself, okay?
Right.
The difference between me and those cops is that I guarantee you that their stories have changed since the report went in, right? And now they're having talks with their bosses and legal, and everybody's scrutinizing them. And now they're all kind of like puckering their ass cheeks. Okay.
So,
but my story hasn't changed.
So let's get back to the topic. Eric Brandt, you think would be the leader? I've asked multiple people to take me to their leader. You're the only one who answers. So let's go with the topic right now.
Dude, I said Eric Brandt too. I said Eric Brandt too.
He's the most knowledgeable and educated, and ultimately, he's also the one willing to take it the furthest distance without the use of violence.
Joe did have that defense too. So you and Joe are in agreement. It's Eric Brandt. So I'm going to pass it to Andrew. Then I'm going to go to NJ. Then I'm going to go to Teresa, James, and then Shiva at the end. What do you guys think about Eric Brandt being the leader of this movement, guys? Andrew.
I would disagree about Eric being the leader. I mean, if you're looking at somebody that's done the most and took the most precedence of of what's going on, the activism work, as far as our rights, I would have to say, Philip Turner has done more than anybody else. And I would agree if that was somebody in the chat had said that, and I would agree totally about that.
It's a good point.
And I think I might be on the lines with him. I just don't know Eric Brandt to say enough about him to. Does he associate with Abrams? If he doesn't,
no.
Then, okay, well then.
Yeah, he does not. In fact,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Abrams would be ostracized from the Denver community by this point.
Is there a way we can shy away from that? Because that's all they want is us to talk about, especially with 70 people on compared to their 20. So
no worries. I mean, well, I guess if we're going to mention it, we might as well mention that there's a lot of alleged rape allegations out there.
Well, the reason I brought it up, Sancho, was because somebody's going to say it, right? And I just wanted to make it clear that I don't fuck with anybody who fucks with him. So if this guy doesn't, then I'll take a look at him. And if he's doing good accountability work, I'm down for it.
So he's not an auditor. He's more of a freedom of speech type of person. Okay, he's not really a cop watcher. He's more of a freedom of speech type of person. But the important thing about it is that he has follow through, and he has a good quality group of people, of supporters, that ultimately led him to not one or two, but multiple 10th Circuit decisions.
And can a motherfucker be a leader like Batosai without being vocal? Eric is vocal. He's in our face. He leads niggas in that respect. Batosai leads by showing your direction to go, but not so much. He's not vocal like that. Eric out there. Can he still be considered a leader, the leader?
Maybe somebody just that can rally and keep keep some uniformity to what's going on to the movement.
Eric. That'd be more Eric alley.
And that would, but this is the problem, guys, and I want you to think about this. It is quite possible that Mr. Brandt's future is going to be headed towards incarceration. And actually, in Eric's mind, he thinks that eventually it's going to lead to incarceration permanently, no matter what. That's a scary thought. Think that just to make sure that we can still exercise our right to speak, you're going to go to jail for the rest of your life.
And he ain't just talking about it; he's doing it.
No,
he's and providing lip service. He's showing us action.
Look,
mouths don't get fed. NMLL, dude, you probably put your hand down and speak.
That's a tough question that's a tough dilemma to be in. Continue the fight that I'm dedicated to and risk being put away for 5 to 10 years where my family suffers, that's a tough move, man.
It is absolutely a tough move. But think about this. Okay. When the British invaded and the flag stood there on the rampart, okay, they told us to take the flag down and surrender. Instead, what did we do? We prayed, we came together, we fought, we won. Now we have a government that's not supposed to be tyrannical and is supposed to be based on liberties and freedoms.
All right, Andrew.
First of all, I wanted to, I'm streaming this also. I just wanted to tell the people in my chat that it's Liberty Bird is his channel name. Y'all can go look him up there. I can't post links or I would. And the deal with Eric, Eric is very knowledgeable about the law. He does have the ability to get people to follow him. I mean, I love Eric to death. I always will. But there's a lot of things that Eric does that I can't condone.
Very good.
I think that some of them are just flat out right, just fucked up. And
very good.
How you gonna ask people? And not everybody's opinion's mine. You know, my opinion's my own. But
Hang on.
How can you expect people to follow somebody that, you know, sometimes goes way off the books?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Not now, maybe later. Have you ever wished that someone would just die?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever prayed ill will on somebody?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Have you ever had thoughts of like, I hope someday that guy gets what he deserves?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
not
I'll
hope,
tell you
but I told them that they will get something they deserve. I mean, not really.
I'll tell you this much, okay? I watched a video of a lady that walks up to a set of parents holding hands of their two children. And as this lady walks by, she notices that one parent takes their eye off the child just long enough for the lady to go over and stab the child in the face, okay? Know what my first thought was? God, I wish that guy would have shot her in the face when she stabbed his child, okay? So yeah, I've wished ill will on people. I have prayed that people die. I have hoped that people would suffer the consequences for their actions. And if Mr. Brandt feels that way about a judge, that judge should not be any indifferent than any other person. And ultimately, if you want to wish ill will and you want to verbalize that, it's still not a threat. It's still not.
So hang on. Let me just hit on this. So what you're speaking of is My Hope and Prayers by Mr. Eric Brandt, which states that my hope is that someone blows your brains all over the face of your children, and that I pray a motherfucker does it. I have no problem with that, except the fact that you brought someone's kids, you brought innocent people into your hopes and prayers.
Yeah. Okay, and so now we're talking about morality versus the freedom of the speech and the thought. Now, keep that in mind that
I never said he did anything illegal.
Hey, Joe. Cool.
No, but they locked his ass up for it, didn't they? So it must have been illegal enough.
Well, what they got his ass locked up for is it's called harassing the judge. The part where they charge him for harassment is because he has been in front of that judge. The judge has found him guilty on other cases, and he'll be in front of that judge again. So they considered it as harassment, which falls under the Colorado Revised Statute. That's the only thing they got him on. Other than that, they can go fuck off because he did not break a law.
So really, because I chewed a judge's ass the other day for offering certain lawyers over other lawyers because they signed up to be put on a fucking sheet that he's advertising in his courtroom.
Hey, Joe.
Can we get back?
Yeah.
Hey, in private chat, I put my email for you. Can you see private chat?
Let's get back to the fucking subject. Eric Brandt.
I just like to say I'm going to bounce because it's 5:20 in the morning here. So
all right, Shiva, good night.
Yeah, I'd like to.
I wanted your answer on Brain real quick, if you can. Your opinion on him as a leader, real quick, Shiva, if you can.
On Eric Brandt.
Yep.
I got
well, I mean, he's not an auditor, right?
Activist, right?
Not per se. I'd say he's an activist for sure, though.
Right. So he's not an auditor, and he's not a cop watcher. Have I got that right?
Mostly protest type stuff.
Eric is a realist and then a constitutional activist.
Right. Okay. I mean, right. Okay. So, my knowledge of the Constitution is quite sketchy, right? Because it's not a document that is of particular importance to me personally.
No, I understand. Yeah.
Because I'm from the UK, right? So I suppose, I mean, I can't. Do I think he's a good leader? I mean, he's not somebody I'd want for a leader. I don't think, but that's just a matter of style more than anything else. Do I think he's an effective leader? I don't know. Is he able to rally people to a cause?
Yes.
Is he able to communicate effectively to a wide variety of people?
Most definitely.
I mean, I suppose those are the qualities that I'd look for. If I was trying to identify what a good leader was.
He would be, I think, Shiva, why some people believe Eric is and some people believe he isn't, is because some people believe a good leader is Martin Luther King. You do it peacefully. And I would question whether he was super peaceful. and other people believe in the Malcolm X approach.
Just like,
you know,
I'm sorry.
if it's right by any means necessary, as long as you know the shit's just.
So, like we discussed earlier on the panel I held earlier when I was working, you know, it got brought up that Hitler, you know, even though what Hitler did was jacked up and fucked up, pretty much all there is to it, he was still a great leader. He knew how to take charge. He knew how to control and make things happen.
Communicate. What Sheba said, he could communicate with different people.
If you want to look at it
Mussolini made the trains go on time.
If you look at it that way, then yeah, Eric Brandt would be someone that could do it.
So let's ask NJ and then the lady, Miss T. What do you two think about Eric Brandt as the leader in this movement?
Real quick, I don't want to think anybody thinks I'm comparing Eric to Hitler. That's not what I was doing there. But
no, you're a big Eric fan, bro. We know you love that nigga.
People do. He's not the only one.
I don't know enough, so I don't know what you want.
He's good. Well, that's why I'm not asking you, because I know you don't know him. So I kind of want to get NJ and Miss T's opinion on Eric Brandt as the leader of this movement.
Well, Eric Brandt is going to be away for a little while once he finishes with his court cases. And I can guarantee you that Batusai will not take up any crown that you might offer him.
Nice one, NJ.
No, and you're probably right about that. So the question is who's going to fulfill those shoes?
I'm not going to talk anymore. If I'm going to get interrupted.
Let him go. Go. He pauses and then go on. Go ahead.
He has a life. He has a family. He's coming back in every so often to present what he sees as worthy of notice. I mean, you've got Bunny Boots coming back as well. And the gentleman is going to law school. No one has the time. No one's willing to put in the effort to try to herd this group. And I'm not even going to call them cats. I don't know what you want to call them. There is no one capable of being able to lead anyone in this group, because every one of these people thinks they are a leader.
I don't know about that. First of all, you're right, because there's no leader for black people. There's no leader for white people. So in that aspect, of course, you're right. But at the same time, someone said it earlier, we are all leaders. I think Bird said that.
Miss T, hold on, Andrew. Miss T, Miss Teresa, take the floor. You're on mute. Teresa.
She may have walked away.
Hey, I'm so sorry. I had walked away. I was getting me a cup of coffee.
So I still haven't gotten thoughts on Eric Brandt in a leadership role for this movement. Teresa, what do you think about that, if anything? If you're aware of it.
Well, I know Eric Brandt sort of personally. I've spoken to him personally before, and I think he's a nice guy. I think he's really an angry person at what's going on in his life and with police and for whatever reason. And I think it shows a lot in how he behaves. His anger kind of shows through. As a leader, effective, as much as, I think of him, I don't think that he's an effective leader. He spends a lot of time in jail, in and out of jail, and sometimes, doing things that don't appeal to the mass of people, particularly when he wants to see people's brains blown out and things like that. It's a little bit, dicey there. So as an effective leader, I don't think so. And as NJ said, I don't know that you'll find an effective leader. That will probably take some sort of messiah to come along and round all these people up, who are all individual leaders unto themselves. So I think what you see, though, is you see people that kind of lead each individual sort of area, district, there might be one person in that area that is, you know, sort of the matriarch, patriarch that kind of keeps everyone gathered together as a little group there.
So
I
here's
don't know
my
about, you know, rounding them all up as a national group.
So here's my question, and we're gonna start it off with T, then NJ. Literally, how you see each other. That's how we're gonna do it. Not now, if you're cool being last. I know you mentioned it. Is there a difference between passion versus anger, like Teresa?
You know, you really try. I got into this video activism, you know, after my daughter and granddaughter died in a house fire, and I was really angry with how police and law enforcement treated my family and myself in regards to that incident. And so I was really angry for a long time, but I did everything that I could, I guess, to direct my energy, that anger, you know, into the video activism, into sort of helping other people, or, you know, trying to figure out what would help my daughter's case. And so, you know, I think there is a difference. I think that you can be very passionate with anger, and you can be very passionate with just passion. And I think anger can kind of cloud your passion. So that's just my thoughts. People can be what they want to be. I can't control that. It's just, you know, I think you get more accomplished when you let go of the anger and you just hold on to the passion.
I like what you said about anger, Teresa, and I'd agree with it. And he's running around with some anger. I'd agree with that.
Does anyone know Non-Messiah Rambo Joe? Like, you know him? He's holding a cigarette. I recognize the logo, Andrew. Is he one of your guys?
I'm sorry, do what now? I'm sorry.
No, I do not know that name.
What name is it?
Non-Messiah Ramblings. Can you say hello?
Yes, HPR group.
Yeah. I recognize that. His logo. I recognize the logo, but okay, good.
Yeah, that's
all right, so let's go with NJ. Passion versus anger. What's the difference?
It all depends on how.
NJ's guy. No, guys, we got to practice this, and this is going to happen. And it's going to happen a couple more times. We just got to be patient about this, guys. One at a time. I
was saying, and let HBR go too. He wouldn't have hopped up unless he had something to say.
He's going to go after not now, maybe later. So passion versus anger. NJ, what do you think?
If you can't learn to control yourself, you don't belong in this genre. Period.
Composure is what you're saying is necessary.
Control over yourself.
Liberty, what do you think about that?
I think that it's the difference between taking a defensive stance and saying I will defend myself, and then ultimately choosing not to.
Joe Cool.
I would think that my control would be quite different from NJ's. To me, when I'm out there yelling at motherfuckers and shit, that is control.
Andrew.
I think that you have to be able to control yourself, but cutting loose in certain times is a very
cathartic.
Very important thing to be able to do. You have to be able to cut loose and let them see anger. Sometimes anger is very important to show.
Very good.
HBR.
I didn't necessarily catch the question per se verbatim, but my answer would be directed toward Teresa R. When she was talking about passion being toward, either passion. Being as a negative connotation to be a voice of what is negative. But then she equated passion, or whether it's real passion, like passion's a different emotion. All of a sudden, that just kind of blew my mind. But yeah, you could be passionate in every emotion, and as long as it's just and founded in fact, yeah, we should stand on that shit all day, every day, 24/7, 365.
So, Teresa, you were so helpful with the code of conduct for number 1. What do you think number 2 should be, and why?
Oh gosh, like I said earlier, I think the next one should be leave when asked. That should be the next rule on the list. I don't know that we can all agree on it, and I know we're trying to find
let's work on it.
things that we could all agree on. But I would suggest, no, and I'm not trying to pick on anyone on this panel particularly, but I would suggest that you leave when asked and fight that battle later.
Does that just mean indoors? You're not talking about from a public sidewalk, or you're talking about indoors? Or
That's
private
when
property?
you yourself from a public sidewalk.
Yeah, we're separating public forum to public space.
How about in a limited public forum, which is the legal term?
Leave when asked. I can agree with that.
So roads and sidewalks are good, but buildings may be another issue.
That's right. Anytime you're in a limited public forum and someone asks you to leave, just document it and go. You can fight that battle another day. You can fight it in court.
Is the police station a limited public forum? It is, right?
I would say yes.
Yes. Then I'm gonna change my shit. You don't leave when asked. I'm gonna change my
Joe
shit.
Cool would smack the shit out of me if I put just obey on this code of conduct.
Well, I'll be honest, Joe. So I walked into a Denver police station, Joe, and then they pointed me to a sign with a statute on it and said that if I recorded inside of their building, they were going to arrest me. Now, guess what I did? I documented the sign. And I took my happy ass right out that fucking building. You know what I'm saying? I don't like going to jail. I'm not trying to commit crimes. We're trying to get the camera does all the talking, right? The footage does the talking. If you're good at your investigative journalism or your audit, then you'd be better.
I've been kicked out of police places in different New York and fucking several in Chicago, and I'm sure other places. And other places I've been welcome to film. Other places they just let you in the door and don't let you walk around. I've been part of all that bullshit. I think if I'm standing on ground, on solid ground.
It's a result of too many people giving over their power. They're keeping on, sheeping on. That's what limited access.
If you want to go inside the building and record, do it at a public meeting where, in most states you have a right to record. You can walk inside of the building when they're having the public meeting and record all you want up inside of there, and it gets confusing for them because they think they can, they think they can trespass you for that sometimes. And, so that's always a really good audit to have, is to go in a public meeting and see if they'll let you record it.
They're not always enforcing people's feelings. They enforce their own damn feelings and egos. Well,
yeah, I think we're missing something.
No doubt, but you have to be able to document that and have to let it happen, organically, or people are not, or the masses are not going to understand and get it.
That was well said, Teresa. I think that we're forgetting the obvious, that some of us are out to, I don't want to use the word provoke because it's too hot. Martin Luther King called it direct action. You got to make them move and make them uncomfortable. That's part of the job.
Direct action. I love the hell out of that.
Direct action. That was Martin Luther King phrase. That's what he called it. He believed that if you let them be comfortable, nothing would ever change. You had to find a law and go in and break that law with your head held high. This was Martin Luther King.
Keep it real. Hell yeah.
Time. So he was
he also used a passive approach in his. He also used very passive approaches.
Yes, he did.
Remember?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I hope the older I get, the more I believe that approach. Someone has a.
That's John. You got feedback. I temporarily muted you until you can fix it. Like, give me a thumbs up or unmute when you're good.
How did that play out with MLK? Was the behaviors passive early and the more active latter, or vice versa, or intermingled? How's that dynamic?
I think he learned fast the entire time, which is why you saw him marching down the street and never believed in pausing. He wasn't successful all the time. He had a couple of very big failures, but he wasn't happy unless the police came out, the governor came out, somebody.
Damn, Joe, quit trying to become human, tired of their civil rights being trampled on. How dare you, right? Right on, man.
Yeah, that's another conversation. Thank you, baby.
So can I say something real quick? Here's the deal. But you said that saying. So I think it's a good idea to put on this: when asked to leave, you leave. I've said it once, I've said it twice, I've said it 1,000 times. If you go to jail, you've lost. I don't care if you win a lawsuit against them for $5 million. You still lost. You've lost time. You've lost maybe however long you've not been in jail, your house, your car, your family. You've lost things you cannot gain back. Now, to go on with this little story, I fought my way into a federal courthouse. Okay, it took me about 2 weeks of going back and forth, till I finally got in touch with the judge of that courthouse, the chief judge of that courthouse, and got things set straight for me to go and record. I did it without going to jail, and I left when I was told to leave.
Very good.
What is the badge? What is it with this badge of courage for an arrest record?
Well, AJ, here's the deal. When I first started out doing this, I mean, I thought you had to get arrested to make your point. I did. And I soon found out real fast that was the stupidest thing I could ever think.
I get what you're laying down. I do, Andrew, but what's to say, it's just as horrific to surrender your rights and standing on them because of that threat, and I'm not saying it validates you as an auditor or a cop watcher or anything like that, but I can have respect for somebody not willing to stand on their firm beliefs of what their human rights are, not even the constitutional rights, man. And if you go to jail because of that, it just highlights it, and fuck the motherfucking police. But I get what you're saying. I do.
Well, let me explain this to you. So, like I said earlier, in a different stream, it wasn't this stream. I understand to stand in your ground. I'm a firm believer. Trust me, I've stood my ground on a top of a manhole cover in the center of private property where I had just been trespassed from, knowing as soon as I stepped off that manhole cover, I was going to get arrested. I went to jail that night. For trespassing.
What made you think that the manhole cover was a shield?
Protection.
It was a shield, and that's the reason I beat that case in court.
Yeah, you can pull that shit up, and you ain't gonna get hit by like a 9 or a 357. That manhole cover's going to deflect that shit.
But anyway, what we're getting
at means that it was a legal shield. I guess not now it's saying that it was a city manhole cover. So even though I was on everything surrounding me was private, I was in a safe spot, and you niggas trespassed.
I was on city's property. I was standing on top of city property.
Yeah.
You were standing on top of a utility.
No, I was standing.
I just recently tried that. Didn't work out so well for me.
I was standing on property owned by the city of Tulsa, and that's the reason that it was thrown out in court. But neither here nor there. You can stand your ground. I completely understand that. Like I said earlier in another stream, there's a war going on, period. But inside of every war, there are battles. Pick your battles smart.
Andrew, I was going to New York, and I stopped in Boston to see Danielle, tow truck girl. And I'm not gonna bullshit you. Bird was there when we were in that police on Times Square. I was not my normal self. I didn't want to go to jail and miss seeing that girl.
Well, by me,
push me out of there.
New York is not the place to go to jail, dude. New York is horrible.
By me standing my ground on that manhole cover was not a battle I should have picked. I went to jail. I had a bond out. Even though I won the case, I still lost. The cops still got their gratification.
That's another good rule. That's another good rule. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go, Teresa.
Well, I was going to say another good rule would be to choose your battles wisely.
Yeah.
So let's try to agree on number 2 first.
Okay.
Can I put one in for input? Because I really have something I believe is really important more than anything else that we do. And that's do your research first.
Education. Yes.
Bird, get that research plan down, man. Hell yeah.
Others do as well, and I'm very impressed by others. They're well-versed. They know the answer before they ask the question, and I think that's very important in this. Right, guys?
It is. And on the opposite, Sancho, you hear people just parrot the obvious. Did you take an oath? whatever the lines you hear all the time. You hear people parrot those, and then you hear people like fucking Johnny 5-0 to be like, I'm sorry, is your mom on probation? Or him, oh my, don't get me started.
Well, I gotta say, I like drilling the O thing, Joe. I am a firm believer in drilling that because that's something that's very personal to each individual cop.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it as just necessarily wrong. I meant those who just parrot them and don't really know. You got some people, in my opinion, I saw one video today where the guy was parked in the wrong place, just parroting a bunch of bullshit. And I was like, you have no, you have no legal footing. You have no intellectual argument. You've seen too many videos.
All right, so we have an announcement to place an order. Rule number 2: become well versed on the law. Can I get an eye for everyone who agrees? Aye.
That one I like.
Aye for anybody who agrees. No's for anyone who doesn't agree.
How about do not get YouTube educated?
There you
do
go.
Your homework. Do your homework.
What he's saying about the law should be number 1.
Yeah, do your homework, man.
Do your homework. Everyone in agreement?
Yeah, I prefer do your homework over the law because do your homework encompasses a lot of things that may not just be under the law.
Yeah, like property lines.
Is that police station open or not? Before you go audit, do your homework.
Doing your homework sometimes
videos for years before I ever did anything and wanted to make sure I knew Texas state laws. And I studied for a year before I did anything because I'm such a nerd that I like to do everything by the books.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt real quick, but I just want to make an announcement. Everybody that's in an ML stream, this is being originally streamed on El Sancho. So
shameless self-promotion.
I've been called worse.
Sancho.
What? Sancho, sorry. El Sancho. I'm illiterate. Gosh. Anyway, it's being originally streamed on El Sancho's channel, so please go hit the subscribe button and check them out. Thank you, guys.
And for my subscribers, this was originally came up by Not Now, Maybe Later. This is completely his idea, so I am running with it. Everyone like and subscribe to him as well.
There you go. Everyone should sub Joe Cool. He's an incredible fucking auditor.
I'm ready to drop out. My point real quick is don't discount anybody and their knowledge, and realize sometimes your research and your knowledge will make you be that martyr, because it's always been the martyr that's so passionate about what they're passionate about that brings real change. And we should not tear them down or criticize them because they're a martyr for their passion of the factual shit. So, with that, I love you guys, man. Y'all keep on rocking in the free world and keep inspiring me, y'all.
Anybody who was next to me?
Be easy, baby.
John, if there's some action, let me know. I can put you in big screen if you see some lights. Okay, John?
Okay, we'll do.
I do like how he has that vest on. It's smart. Safety vest.
Somebody in the chat said go to the library to do your homework. Be careful going to the library. They lie up there. I wouldn't go to the library. That's where you learn to lie at. Just wanted to put that out there.
Don't film in the library.
That's where the lies are buried.
All right, Liberty. I'm going to go Liberty, then I'm going to go to Extra, then Joe, then Andrew, then NJ, and then last but not least, Teresa. What are we looking at for number 3 for the 1A Code of Conduct, Liberty Bird? Number 3, what's your suggestion?
Remain objective. You know what I mean? Like, cops can be either on point or out of line. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're all one way or the other.
Interesting.
Andrew?
So, I think the third thing should be on there. Do not pick up a camera and to go record or exercise your rights with a chip on your shoulder, ready for a fight.
Ooh, I like that a lot. Joe Cool, go ahead.
What did he say? Don't record with a chip on your shoulder?
Right.
Don't go out looking to, for an interaction. Don't go out with a chip on your shoulder, ready to fight. I've done it too many times and it's wrong.
One rule I have is if I can't pretend to be happy when I'm mad, or pretend that I'm mad when I'm happy, then I can't go out. I have to have my emotions fully in check. If I don't, I'm gonna do something stupid.
Yeah, I noticed you're really good at pretending you're one thing when you're another, but that's another story for another time.
So, Joe, what do you think for number 3?
I think, and this might not help any, I think we have to respect other approaches, which may be busting the list, but I think that's important. I think everybody, I don't want everybody doing it the same way. I'm glad, I hate to say this, but I'm glad that niggas go to fucking DMVs and libraries. And I was totally against that shit, but I was wrong. I respect other styles.
So, Andrew, did you already give me number 3? Yeah, that was a good one for you. NJ, what do you think for number 3?
Yeah, the chip on your shoulder is what I gave you.
I like that a lot. What do you think, NJ?
It comes down to one basic thing: self-control.
Self-control.
You gotta love this dude.
All right, Miss Teresa, what do you think for number 3?
Well, I like my choose your battles wisely as a rule. So I think people should learn to choose their battles wisely because, as Andrew said,
right.
You know, you can avoid the rat, but you can't avoid the ride that goes along with that arrest. Right. And it's expensive and it sucks and it takes a lot of time and it's embarrassing and etc. So, you know, if you can do it without getting arrested, which is my main goal, anytime I'm out recording, my main goal is to not get arrested. So, you know, anytime you can avoid that, you know, choose your battles wisely. Because if you're going to jail over something, you know, it better be important.
So those are 4 or 5 really. So those are multiple really good ideas for number 3. Chat, what do you guys think for number 3? Who do you agree with on panel? I like them all. I think.
Can I? Hey, so I'll agree with Teresa for number 3. But I also want to point out I never said that it was embarrassing. I've never been embarrassed to take that ride. Just wanted to point that out. But I would agree that could be a good third. I'll agree with Teresa.
Yeah, that embarrassed word got to me too. I wasn't gonna say that. Because, you know, depending on how that person got popped and all of that shit, there's no reason to be embarrassed. In fact, you did your duty.
Joe, the first time I've seen you, you're strapped to a chair. That might be a little embarrassing. I'm just saying, brother.
Oh, I disagree, bro. You don't know how we do it here. Really. I disagree. I went to the hospital. I gave them niggas hell. Otherwise,
Joe, I'm just giving you shit, buddy. I'm just giving you shit.
Okay, I thought I was hip as fuck, Andrew.
So
that was a great video. I'm just saying.
Chat is chat's lighting up right now. Religious institutions should be off limits. That's a really good one.
Oh, nice. Whoever said that, Terrence.
Yeah, Rada agrees with that.
I'd agree with that. If you have the right for freedom of speech, and also in that same amendment, you have the right to your freedom of religion. So why the hell are you fucking with it? Sorry.
So self-control, we got self-control. We got to vote for self-control.
I like self-control too. That was John, I think.
So we
keep your emotions in check. I like that too.
So quick question for everybody. Just throwing it out there because this is where I'm diverse in the religion part. What do you consider a religion? Because like here in Bixby, we have this new church popped up and they're buying up all the land around and everywhere. Anyway, it's called the Blue Flame Church. They go off some wild books, not even the actual Bible, some other crap. And to be a member of this church, you have to give up your house, your cars, and sign everything over to this church to become a member. And then the church puts you up in housing. So would that be a cult or would that be a religion? I mean, where do you draw the line?
That's damn near cult with me. I wouldn't.
I'm saying cult the whole way. Fucking audit their ass, whatever.
It's called Scientology.
That's what I was kind of getting at. Scientology is kind of the same way. So is that a religion or no?
I have done a Scientology building before.
I have too.
They freak the hell out.
Scientology. Restaurants off limits. Someone told me someone did a Chick-fil-A.
Yeah,
Can we agree that restaurants are off limits?
That's just fucking stupid. We shouldn't have to be told that. It's goddamn common sense. But anyway, I'm serious though. When it comes to religion, I mean, where do we draw the line on actual religion or cult or whatever else you want to call it?
It's a tough question, Andrew. That's why nobody's it's a very difficult question.
Do we go off the fact that you have the right to not just your religion, but to believe in whatever you want to believe in for your religion? Religion is not a thing, but it's a how do I put it?
Here you're going, baby. Stay with it. Very good.
Well, doesn't that go back to being objective?
Just a belief, not a religion. It's
right there. It's not an object. It's what you believe, and your belief is your religion.
Yeah.
So where do you go with it? It's just a question. Sorry.
government establishes religion, whether it is or it isn't, for taxes. And Scientology has enough money that they establish themselves as a religion legally.
Agreed. So our government gets to tell us who we can and can't believe in?
No,
Apparently,
but they can.
NJ is correct.
Good Lord.
And he is.
Hang on, Joe. Sorry, go ahead, NJ.
Yeah.
Now, it's to a point here where, yeah, I pause a moment, but it's mainly to take a breath because I do have a heart condition, but I'm getting a little tired here. You're way off base with what we're trying to do here to begin with when you're getting into religion, and whether you're waffling here between whether someone should audit religion or a church or a synagogue or a temple or whatever the hell you want to call it, or whether or not somebody has the right to religion. We're playing little circles here, eddies off of the Gulf Stream, and how about we stick to the list that we're trying to create?
Very good. And yeah,
I would agree with that, and I apologize for getting off subject. That could be another stream. I don't think it's a little circle, or I don't think it's bullshit that we're discussing it, but I would say we're getting off the subject, and I apologize.
Well, let's bring it back on focus. Like, is not being objective kind of and engulf all of the things that we're talking about and kind of feel that go into it?
If you want to run off on that rabbit hole and run off on this rabbit hole, fine. You can create a whole warren of it. And this entire time that we're trying to create the list, we've wasted, what, 2 hours now on God only got 2 items up.
I would agree with NJ. I'm sorry,
I would agree with both. I would not agree with wasted. I would not agree with that. But I think we're sharpening and we're on the right path now. We're trying to hit the list, and I think that's what we should be doing.
So what are we voting for number 3? Where do we think is a really good choice for number 3 on the list?
All right, I'll vote for someone else. I like.
I vote for Teresa. What she said, the battle.
I
wouldn't call it the battle, but yeah.
I like whoever I think was John that said
keep emotions in check.
Yes, I like that one. And that doesn't mean that you can't yell and curse and shit. At least, I think that you can yell and curse and still keep your emotions in check.
What about maintain self-control? Is that a good one to put down?
I think that's the same as keep your emotions in check. And ain't that the same?
I think that would clarify it all, yes.
So what would be a better way to put it, Andrew? Maintain self-control or keep emotions in check?
I would say I'd say it sounds better to maintain self-control.
No, did I spell maintain wrong?
Yes. Why don't you put it's MAIN? Why don't you put maintain self-control / the other one?
Well, I think the other one could be like number 4, but yeah, yeah.
All right, so let's do 3. So what do you think number 4 should be, Andrew?
The battles, pick your battles. I wouldn't say pick your battles, but whatever someone smart can come up with, it would say that.
Yeah.
Choose your battles. Choose your battles wisely.
Yes,
that's funny because often my battles choose me.
All right, how's this? Be prepared to be arrested.
Ooh.
Everybody.
That's harsh, but so true, dude. Harsh, but so true.
No, because because if you put that on there, then you're telling people to go out and get arrested. In my book,
No, it's saying to comply now and complain later is what it's saying.
I'm never prepared to be arrested. Who's ever prepared to be arrested?
Disagree. When I walk out the door, every time I tell myself you can get arrested.
That's because you're black.
I do my best not to, and I'm good at it. I got up on the videos. I got arrested early. First time I went out, I got popped. But I've, done well at not getting arrested. However, every time I still tell myself, you can get popped. This could be the time you take your car. I think you should prepare for those things.
Maybe be prepared for possible consequences.
There you go.
Yes, consider your consequences. Consider your consequences.
I was just joking with my comment. You know that, right?
We know. So consider your consequences. Is that a vote for consider?
Consider the consequences.
Be prepared for consequences.
All right, everybody.
Yes, consequences to follow. Yes.
Choose your battles wisely.
Yes, we can't let that one go, right?
With that.
Put the other
That's
one.
not up there yet.
Start it with that. Start number 4 with what Teresa said.
Okay, listen. Hold on. Public service announcement. Everybody knows on my show, hour 2, I'm a little fucking high. So be patient with me. What did Teresa just say?
Choose your battles wisely. And I got one rolled here too. I'm gonna catch that with you again.
You can't catch up with me.
I got a real good one. I got a side note here, Santos. I got a side note here. When you're doing this type of panel, don't smoke it.
I always smoke. I'm actually more intelligent when I smoke. Wisely, SYEL.
So,
oh no, that's all right.
So number 4, I think is what we're on. I would put on there. As far as choose your battles wisely, I would put on there. Be prepared. Or be. What'd you say? Will I go, NJ? You didn't say. Be prepared.
It's up there.
Be prepared for consequences.
Consequences.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Okay, never mind. You put it all in one. That's what I was thinking about. And then you might put like a subsection and put on there, for arrest or whatever else come along with what you're being prepared for.
Have bail money?
I like it
that.
simple like that. I really do. I like it simple like that. Look at that. Do your homework. That might, we could change homework to research. And don't call police on yourself. Those are all things we can agree on. Maintain your self-control. We all know that if you don't, you're not going to be effective and you can get yourself into trouble. And then, be prepared for the consequences. Choose your battles wisely because, you could end up in jail.
Can I add one more thing to the list, you guys?
I like to keep it simple.
If you don't keep it simple, then you get people like me confused.
I want to add one other thing, and that's always have your own bail money.
No. I would not put bail money on there because I'd be afraid it would keep motherfuckers from going out there cop watching.
You damn right it would. I think that'd be stupid to put on there.
Hold on.
Okay, so let's just put a blind shade over the reality.
No, because
the reality is I cop watch every day without bail money.
Right?
What do you think consequences is?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I did not notice. He didn't mention this, but I'm seeing Christmas lights down and below, and this is what's going on right now.
I'm not ever prepared to go to jail when I go out. I know it's a thing that can happen, and I'm prepared to deal with it when it comes to me. But I don't have $1,000 bills just laying around to pick up, go out and record. I mean, if that's what I was waiting on to have my own bail money, then shit, I would never have a channel. You wouldn't see me on YouTube. I think that's
exactly. I said I wasn't even going to start until I had bail money, and I was giving myself a month or 3, and fucking Big Nick saw me on fucking YouTube, and
well, we're getting off.
You okay?
Very knowledgeable, but yeah, let's just get back on topic. Sorry.
All right. Can we kind of pause real quick and kind of? I don't know if John can. I don't know if John can
sound with John. We got sound.
Yeah, John, can they hear me? Get away from that car. Get away from that car, lady.
He can hear.
I'm sorry, I better not do that.
I'm trying to I think everyone should be on mute because I don't know if John's headphones or not.
Do you all remember the fun Bao had with text to speech?
Yes.
Yes, with the Joseph Maggio. We talked about that earlier. You mentioned that earlier. Yeah.
Okay, Bao was pulled over. He had the phone hooked to the car. He was streaming. The cop walks up to the car. Someone pays for whatever they pay for to make it talk, start talking.
And this thing went, here, piggy, 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 here, piggy. And then another one came. The cop just looked down at Bao and walked the fuck away. Dude, it was the greatest thing in the world. I'm sorry, it was. Because Bao's looking over at it, looking at the cop, and it was fantastic.
So, John, are they able to hear us?
Yes, they are.
Oh shit. Okay.
Hey, can you tase me, officer? Can I be tased?
Guys, don't do that. Don't embarrass him. He's helping. This is awesome what he's doing. I don't want him to look bad by doing.
He's not getting embarrassed. Trust me, I know.
This is where it's about to cross the line of interference.
Is that the passenger he's talking to, or the driver?
Okay, so what makes you say that this is close to interference? I'm confused now because I do this all the time.
It's
the driver.
Go ahead, NJ. No, go ahead, NJ.
If you're distracting the police officer from what
Oh,
they're doing,
no,
you're
these guys know me. They would never be distracted by me.
Say hi. Say
Hey,
hi,
Hey,
Ray.
hang
you want
on.
to do a
See
shout
what
out
I
real
mean?
quick?
I see, and this is where I
Come on, do a shout out
disagree.
real quick.
You're interrupting NJ again, and for two, the cop just turned around and looked at you, John, when you said that.
No, no.
So you interrupted. Sorry. Go ahead, NJ.
Yeah, you know who I am now, though, right? Yeah. What's my channel name? Come on, give me a guess. Give me a guess. What's my name? What's my name? That's right. No, we can't play the ID games here, huh? Hi. What do you think of my channel? You haven't watched it, but you know my name. All right. Hey, y'all be safe.
I love John.
All right.
That was
he's got a rapport there that negates what I was saying.
good.
There are certain auditors and cop watchers that can get away with that because they present themselves properly. They behave. And I've been saying this for years, and I just hope one of these days it sticks in. 99% of the reason people get incarcerated doing cop watches and audits is because of their behavior.
All right, so I just sneaked it in. Let me throw out a suggestion, guys, and then hold on. Let me look and see. I will give it to the lady, Miss Teresa, then NJ and Andrew and Joe and John, if you want to do it, and then Bird after that. What do you think about number 5 being building relationship with local police?
Guys, I think it's excellent because these guys know me. I get away with more. Just like Auditing Truth was around here earlier talking about they had a right to protect me. Those cops know me. That's why they didn't interfere. They know I mean have no ill will or intent, and I get away with things here that I don't get away with when I'm traveling.
You know, I don't see it being getting away with anything. I see that as completely legal. Observing is observing. If you're not talking to them and you're not talking to their suspects, they have no reason to get involved while you are filming and observing. And you should be able to get close enough to see what is in their hands or happening in front of them, because that's where the evidence is.
NJ, do you disagree with that?
Well, he's only correct in 6 of the 12 circuit courts of appeals in this country. All of the even numbered haven't even gotten a court case yet, although there may be one in the 8th or maybe 2 coming up in the 10th, one of whom is present tonight. The interesting part about it all is it's up to the individual cop. It's their discretion. If they want to take umbrage and think you're interfering and get you on it, they're going to get you on it. If they feel that they can ignore you and not have any problem with you, you can. If you want to build a rapport and be able to do things like an audit and or a cop watch and not have a tyrant come after you, you've got to already.
I pretty much have it made here only because I've been doing this and they know me. So most of them greet me like that. Most of them know my name in my area. Most of the people know my name. So, and that's my style, man. I stay out of their way. I'm just there until they say anything to me. I'm a fly on the wall.
John, what if you see them violating someone's right? You still remain a fly?
Oh, hell no! I went during the riots in Houston. I almost went to jail telling them to get off this guy. But when I did start yelling at them, it was getting closer and closer. They got off of them because they realized my camera was there.
So, Miss Teresa, what do we think about building relationship with local police?
Well, as much as people despise it, you really have to build a rapport with the people in the police department. You have to build a rapport with attorneys and with city council members and with senators and representatives from your state if you want to make any major impact. That's the only way that you're going to do it. So I think I think that you should do your very best to find somebody in that department you can relate to and nurture a relationship. And what I see with Extra when he's doing his cop watches is that he's able, obviously has built a rapport with these people, and he's able to get up very close. And at the moment that they would ask him to step back, and he didn't, then maybe, he'd have a problem. But as far as, him being up close and the police officer not saying a word and not asking him to step back or whatever, I think he's, well within his rights to do that. The problem comes in when they say step back and people are like, well, I'm already 6 foot, and there's this big beef about the whole thing.
Here's my secret to that. If anyone's ever cop watched with me, I get as close as I can in the beginning. Then I have much more bargaining room. So if I'm like 2 feet from them, they want me to step back 5 feet. They think I've given them a little bit. And sometimes I just say okay and never move. And then the funny thing is when I say okay and I don't move, they don't care. All they care about is the fact that I said okay. I can say okay and never move. Never move.
So Joe Cool and Liberty Bird, what do we think about building relationship with local police?
I think every word Teresa said, I don't even think I have to say anything. I'm agreed, and Teresa explained it very well. Not just with the cops, with everyone. You build relationships.
Liberty
Bro,
Bird.
I'm always trying to build bridges, bro. Even after they violate my rights, I attempt to build bridges. The problem is that I personally believe that there's so much of a disconnect that true bridges will never be built. There's only going to be a facade. There's only going to be a facade of respect during interactions, even though one group's going to despise the other group regardless of the situation.
So I'm going to throw
Go ahead. Let me say that to Liberty Bird. I got cops who I talk to and we get along well. They give me inside information and shit. But I think Liberty Bird hit it on the head. It's not true because they don't do it to every citizen that comes around. They only do it because they're afraid of what I can do to them. And I should say I'm fucking really charming as fuck too. I've charmed a lot of these cats. If they don't give me orders and that crazy, they see the good side. I get cops every day say, "Oh my God, he's so nice."
Yeah.
You know what though? Let me mention this though. I don't know how many people seen my stream from earlier today, but I talked to several cops today, and trying to attempt to redress. And you have a really good indication and a really good understanding of good cop versus bad cop if you just watch it. I had one cop call me back. He wasn't from the precinct that I was upset with, but he was part of some special group or whatever, and it was a chief. And I talked to him a little bit, and I'll tell you what, he empathized with me. He respected my position, didn't tell me that I was fabricating it or lying or, complaining for no reason. And he expressed that there wasn't a whole lot he could do for me, but then he offered me options. And he told me, I can't do much for you, but I can express that you can look at these revenue or avenues to redress. And then you've seen another guy just act like a total fucking pompous and talk over me. And then of course, when he hears that he's been recorded, his whole shit fucking goes off top.
What do we think about number 6? First impressions last forever. First impressions. What I mean by that is walking to a scene, whether you're cop watching, whether you're auditing, and it's a swing first mentality, I call it. You wait for them to swing first. Of course there's going to be a staring contest, and of course Joe Cool's not going to want to back down from staring contest. But we wait until we know body language. We know they're going to try to do the body language game. That's just a training tactic. We know that. But how essential is it to stand back and wait for that first impression from the officer before you react? Let's start with Andrew. Let's start with Andrew, Bird, then Joe, then NJ, and Teresa. First impressions, guys. What do you think, Andrew?
First impressions really don't matter. It's about first impressions, but if you're going to put that on there, your first impression, you always got to give the benefit of the doubt. So first impression, make it good. Make sense?
Murphola.
Bird, what do you think? First impressions?
Bro, I go with first impression of an actual characteristic. You know what I mean? So being such as, if I hear him barking orders, you know what I'm saying, the first time that I meet him, I'm going to be pushed off. However, if I don't get a good read on him by the second or third time I meet him, one of his characteristics are going to pop out. So if he's a really good guy and he's bringing you water on the side of the road because you're thirsty, I'm thinking that, he's showing good signs and characteristics. At the same time, if he's not, then it's the exact opposite, right? But I think you got to wait. I think you got to at least give them the opportunity to show their true colors before you fucking make judgment.
Oh, Joe Cool. Gentle Joe Cool. If there's a possibility in your next video, you can just say the 3 words, Gentle Joe Cool. I would feel like a very special individual because I know it's a shout out to me subliminally. Gentle Joe Cool. What are your thoughts?
If I could remember it, I would absolutely do it if I could remember that.
All right, Gentle Joe. What are your thoughts on what Bird just said?
I believe that first impression shit goes both ways, right? His first impression lasts forever, as does mine. And I'm one of those guys that believe it's important to put forth a good first impression. And I'll go a step further. My guy says a man once offended is not easily swayed. And that's kind of what he's saying there. Joe, if you start off a certain way, you can't get the desired results. And first impressions last a very long time. So I'm in that camp solidly.
Whatever, Joe. First impression of me, you thought that I was setting you up with fucking 6 cameras. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it real.
Wait a minute. Hold on. We will go back to NJ's thoughts on this in a second, both first impressions, but I gotta hear this story, Liberty. Like, did he think he was getting set up?
Joe. I had him snatching out wires and shit out the car.
Wait a minute, slow down. Liberty, walk us through first impressions with Joe Cool. Would you initially think when he got into the car? What happened?
Okay, check it out. So this is my first impression of Joe Cool. I roll up into what side of Chicago is it again?
West side.
Oh, okay. So I roll up on the west side of Chicago, and the first thought that runs through my mind is, how the fuck is it illegal to carry my sidearm here? You know what I'm saying? like this is like the most unsafe I've ever been. I don't have access to a firearm, and there's a whole lot of shit going on. And then I met Joe. Okay, and my first impression of Joe was he was eager to go, but at the same time unsure about the company that was taking him. He hopped in my car.
That assessment. But Bert, let's get to the gusto. My man got cameras on both doors, the back, the front, inside, outside. He had cameras everywhere. Who wouldn't have thought he was on something?
Yo.
He got more cameras than Chuck.
Why do you have so many cameras?
Well, so what it is, the Birdmobile, man, is a little fucking Hyundai Tiburon, man, that I suited with full 360 view. So if an officer comes up to the window, he's guaranteed to be on cam. If he comes to the back, he's on cam. If he steps to the front, he's on cam. No matter which direction he pulls me out of that car, everything is documented.
And I think you got cameras everywhere, pointing inside and out.
Yeah. Plus, I have a camera on me to prove I was doing nothing wrong, and a camera pointed at my speedometer to prove that I wasn't speeding.
Now, did Joe almost ripped out your whole security system?
No, but this is what happened. Joe was starting to say, like, what the fuck? You trying to set me up? I'm like, oh, here, if it makes you more comfortable, I will unplug these for you. So I started unplugging them, and then he's like, no, don't worry about it. Let's roll. Because he knows I'm a fucking YouTuber, you know? So.
Would you think he was a cop?
Undoubtedly.
You thought he was like, hold on.
Everyone.
Joe, when you see all those wires, you think he's wearing a wire?
No, I don't think he has to. The car's thoroughly bugged.
The car's wired. He doesn't need to wear a fucking wire.
Exactly. Cameras. Oh, jeez. Yeah, no CI right. Here, bro. We'll save that for fucking accountability for everybody else.
How often do you walk into a car with all those fucking cameras, though?
In my life, that was the most, but in my life, a lot. Everybody has them but me. But to that extent, I thought me and Chuck went through the same shit. I was smoking weed. He thought he had to smoke it to, so I wouldn't think he was a cop. It was weird.
You literally have a thing to do to prove that they're not cops. Is that
Well,
something
you know what? I
usually do?
run the same mechanism. If you ain't willing to blaze one for the nation with me, bro, you're not going to get out there with me holding cameras up with you.
So
I'm sorry. I
some-
wouldn't blaze one with you. I'm on probation. So what would you say to that?
I would say, well, I'll see you in 9 months.
3 years. 3 years.
Well, bro, it's a long one coming, but when it happens, we can go do something.
That's
Andrew,
shitty, bro.
Only
That's
because
fucking
I
shitty.
know you. If I didn't know you, Andrew, and you come with that I'm on probation shit, yes. And I probably don't show my hand, but I'm thinking cop bullshit.
Shit, go
you
look
know?
on OSCN. Shit, my rap's on the internet. I've never hit it.
Why don't we make him shoplift instead of smoking weed?
Oh, yeah, that's what I would have
because
done. I want to be a
shoplift
thief.
is a sin. Weed is not.
It's true. Okay.
Hey, man.
Think of something.
So, can I address something real quick in the chat?
Go ahead.
So somebody called us. I ain't gonna say somebody. Peanut 401. Who you calling a hypocrite, and why are you calling us hypocrites? Please elaborate, because I don't see what's hypocritical here. And Lacey Yard, for the record to be known, when this all came about, I let it be known then that I'm doing this for shit and giggles. I know it's pretty much a waste of time, but it's fun.
We're getting somewhere, aren't we, though?
Oh no,
I
agree.
kind
We're
of like
getting
this.
somewhere.
I think this is bringing good focus, bro.
No one is going to use it. You can't force no one to use it. I mean, that's what I'm looking at. I mean, it's great, and there are good ideals on there, but what you're doing is putting a guideline down on the do's and don'ts, or on the do's, not really the don'ts. But I mean, it's a good deal, but it's not going to be used. I'm sorry, it's not.
It won't have traction, you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, I got to say, sometimes seeing all this laid out in front of you, is a great way to focus before going into the game, bro. So,
Oh, I agree. I agree 100%. Don't get it twisted. I know how people are.
So let me address this. Send the love to everybody on panel, because they're the ones who are making this show what it is, everybody. So make sure you're liking, subscribing to everybody on this panel. Give them all thumbs up, comments, and everything, and thank them for coming on tonight. So what do we think's next on this list, guys?
Let me say, Sancho, I'm optimistic. I know everybody's saying it, don't think, blah, 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 but I wouldn't have thought we could have had one thing on this list. So, hey, I'm optimistic.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, how about have a mission? Have a fucking mission, dude. Like, don't just go out and fucking haphazardly do shit, which is part of doing your homework and then fucking, not calling the police on yourself and maintaining self-control. But I'm saying, all in all, is have a fucking mission in mind.
Hey,
like, if you don't have a point to make, there's no
that
point.
might have should have been number one, Bird. Have a purpose.
There you go, bro.
Purpose. Everyone's voting for having a purpose. Not now, maybe later. Teresa, NJ, what do you think? Have a purpose.
Be careful with that. That can mean a whole lot of things.
Yeah, it's a wide brush, guys.
Well, absolutely.
Yes, I
but
agree,
at the same time, you should.
That's a brush everyone can paint with, I think. Even if your purpose is whatever it is.
Yeah, Joe, it's a wide brush. You're not painting, you're not doing detail right now. You're painting a freaking...
Dude, I am a painter, and I'm telling you right now, with have a purpose, dude, can focus the canvas fucking frame, bro.
Yeah, but I also agree with his logic, because there are a lot of chat rooms where it's immediately fuck the police, kill the police, I hope you die.
Very good.
That might be a purpose.
Okay, so how about we add
that is
don't
a
be a
purpose
criminal.
under my definition, so I got to rethink that.
Don't be a fucking criminal.
How about...
have you guys...
Fuck that. Martin
Sorry,
Luther
go ahead.
King
NJ.
was a criminal.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
Did you guys catch the quote I posted in the live chat?
No chance.
I did not. But Joe, that is not criminal. He was not a criminal. He might have been labeled one, but he was not a criminal.
I would agree. I'd have went there too if pressed on it. Yes.
Teresa.
What was the question?
Oh my goodness.
I'm just kidding. Something about first impressions. Remember we were talking about
first
that?
impressions.
First impressions. And I think it's really what I understood the question initially, the way I understood it initially. I think it is important that when you're observing and you're just documenting that's what you're doing, and and it's organic that the police officer walks up to you. You don't want to be walking up on their crime scene or whatever. You want to stand in a reasonable distance away and just stand there and record. They're going to notice you there. You know, if you need to get another angle, walk around and just be quiet and record. Let them come to you. You know, you don't have to be screaming at them. And I mean, honestly, you know, screaming at I use the word screaming, but, you know, raising your voice or talking loud enough so that the passengers in the car can hear you and you're trying to give them like legal advice on what to do, it's not going to help anything. You know, it's really not going to help them. It can just make things worse for them. It gives the cops, you know, ammunition to sort of worm their way around those sorts of things, and you can put them in a bad position. So, you know, it's best to just stand there and be quiet and let it organically happen, because, you know, if it's a bad cop and he doesn't want you seeing what he's doing, he's going to walk up to you. You can rest
Nick,
assured that's what's going to happen.
Let me do a quick PSA. I'm gonna do a quick PSA and it's gonna go
all
right
right,
back
I'm
to
gonna
you,
try to
Joe.
remember. I got some on Teresa's to
A
add.
quick PSA. I don't know the background between somebody who was on this panel and somebody in the chat, so I am begging for the person in chat to please kind of understand and be aware that I don't know that situation, and to be aware of that and to try to stay positive in this chat, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I was
Joe.
gonna say I was coming back pretty hot, and
Yes,
I'm gonna leave it alone. But
leave
Peanut
it alone.
401
Yeah,
come to my channel. Peanut 401 come to my channel later on the Drama Dome. We'll discuss that because
this show.
yeah.
This show's doing too good to go there. It's doing too good. No, it's good. But I knew that was coming because I saw that comment, and I'm like, listen, let me just try to get ahead of it. Just because we're on panel with people doesn't mean we're best friends with those people. It means we can kick it and vibe and spit some knowledge and learn from each other. It doesn't mean anybody's best friend. So let me just stress that right now.
And please tell me that ain't Peanut and just repeating the same thing, because she got a habit of doing that and not be losing it too.
And the one thing I also want to stress is the people who are on this panel are on the panel because they're helping me out, someone who's extremely young YouTuber, and they're putting away whatever beef and drama they have for anybody for the purpose of coming on here, not only helping me out, but educating and entertaining you all. So they should all get the props, because I haven't seen any bloodshed or anything, and I thank you all for staying positive tonight as well.
I know we strayed. It's been a minute. Teresa said that she was given a good reason why it's best to stand off. They'll come to you or what have you. And few days in, Nick reached out to me and he called me, and I thought I knew better. He was like, yes, look, Joe, one thing I see, you ain't got to go over there, just stand off. And I was talking that dumb shit. No, you got to get involved, blah, blah, blah. Now I've done a fucking 180. He's right. Stand the fuck off. If it was meant to be, they'll come to you. Usually, if they look at you, you know, if they look at you 2 and 3 times, they're coming over there. If they don't, hey, hats off. Great job. I'm giving thumbs up. He was right.
So where are we with his first impressions? I mean, how do we word it? What do you think about the first impressions aspect?
Let me see. Let me zoom in. Oh, we didn't even put it on there yet.
No. I'm trying to figure out, Andrew, if you want to start off. I'm trying to figure out what you guys think about the first impression and how I should phrase it as well. Andrew, Liberty Bird, we'll have you two start off. Andrew, you first.
Like I said, the first impression deal, it's wasteful time. So I mean, you can put it on there. No, it's not. You don't hurt to put it on there. I don't really have an opinion.
Bird, Joe Cool, Bird, you go first.
You will have to repeat the question because I couldn't really hear above all the sound in the background.
You know, about the first impression question. You know, what about first impressions? I think it's very pivotal when you're on the scene, no matter who you're filming. It's very important to give off that I'm not a dickhead vibe. And I'm
see, and I'm hard on that, man, because I'm so like by the situation. So it's really easy for me, right? I see a cop fucking acting like a dick or acting outside of the bounds of his authority. I'm going to act like a dick. You've seen it. Okay. This is how I respond. However, when officers show respect, compassion, and true dedication and service, okay, and I don't care what side of the bed he woke up, okay, this is a position that he is sworn an oath to uphold and foresee as his foreseeable future's fucking career. He should be taking it seriously enough to do it the right way. And then I commend those officers, right? I'm very appealing to those officers because I am fucking ecstatic that I'm seeing good for a change instead of all this negative shit.
Bird, I think everybody's like that, but I don't think it changed what he says. First impression still lasts. If you're a dickhead, whether you're justified or not, and I do the same, that's still our first impression, and it lasts.
Oh well, and I can't say that first impressions don't last, but I'm on some. I like to fucking evaluate people before I make any true judgments on their character.
Agreed. That's why the only way I came up with we could phrase this question is first impressions last a long time.
Okay, so maybe go first impressions last a long time, but be willing to give second chances.
Oh, that sounds great to me. I wouldn't argue that.
I got a better one.
Uh-oh, that's heavy.
I'm listening, NJ. Get it.
Be the man in the mirror.
I agree with that, but
yeah, treat the officer how you want to be treated, regardless of how he treats you. Because one of the main things, wait a minute, please hold your reaction till I'm done. One of the main things, and it's in the quote that I put in 20 minutes ago, is you are making a record of your actions and their actions. Say their actions and your actions. And especially if you're streaming it, it will be there while you're being booked and while you're being incarcerated and looking to get someone to pay your bail while they're recording it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you commit a crime while you're videoing, you're creating evidence against yourself by recording it. Just keep that in the back of your mind while you're doing whatever it is you're recording, because you are going to be part of that recording. What you say and what you do will be part of it. And then, like I said, it all goes back to self-control and your behavior. If you act like an asshat, don't expect the cop to act anything else back at you. If you act like a gentleman or a gentlewoman, that is exactly how they should react. If they don't, then you have the evidence for yourself and for everybody else how that individual officer is.
So should we put do not be the instigator?
No, fuck that. I disagree with everything he's saying.
All right, Joe, go ahead.
Fuck that. I'm not interested. You say put that in the back of your mind. I say put it way the fuck in the back of your mind. I'm more interested in him getting someone who's not fucking courteous and compliant and yes sir, no sir. I need him to see the anger that he's fucking causes. I need him to see yes, you nigga, what the consequences are when you don't treat a man like a man. Not everybody's gonna kiss your ass and think you're God. I need him to see that shit bad. I need when he say, hey, get the fuck off my corner. I need that guy to say, fuck you. You don't tell me shit. I'm not even interested. I shouldn't say that. I prefer both. But the guy who says, look, officer, and says some fucking I'm a Gazette Press brilliant shit. I love that and I need that, but I need motherfucker to tell him, I don't even want to say what I need to hear.
You're gonna do that, and you're gonna get that right back at you.
Oh, master's gonna smack me down. Yes, I know that.
I'm experiencing it right now, bro.
Yes, I said when you go out there, know you're gonna get arrested. Know you're gonna get your ass kicked. Not only that, when you go down this road, know damn it, that's where it goes. And I've accepted it. Shit. I know I'm rising, I know.
The one thing that I have seen, and luckily it's only been a couple of times, is when you have young people come in totally uneducated to this genre, they try to get advice, and unfortunately, sometimes they go to the wrong people. You get results like Minnesota Guardian. You get results like a couple of other young people that have come into this group, gone to the wrong or dark side, if you will, and have hopefully not, but in the case of Minnesota Guardian, probably ruined their chances for a good career.
Did he come under someone's wing again, Jay?
He's been trespassed from at least near a dozen post offices.
And I know older people who make that mistake too, NJ. They go out with certain people and they change the way they are as well.
He's actually been visited at home by postal inspectors, as I recall.
Yeah, he was. And in
You
a
know, my
case like that,
introduction,
when some, all right, go ahead. I'm done.
sorry, thank you. My introduction to him was someone sent me something and maybe a text or something, I think, and I went there and there was dudes saying, "Look at all these monkeys," talking about the black folks. And then the video had just dropped. It probably went 1 or 2 comments. I left a comment, "What the fuck is this?" And as I watched, I was like, "Who the fuck is this?" And he took the video private, and I made it my business to find that nigga. I found him a month later or some shit. I give him shit. Everybody in chat give him shit. I leave out. I'm sorry to make the story so long. When I come back, he had the camera facing him. I saw he was a kid, and I apologized profusely and resubbed him and all of that shit. I said, "I had no idea you're a fucking kid. I apologize." And I kept saying it to you. "Yes, I see you, motherfucker. Yes, apology accepted." That was my introduction, though, man. Look who's all these fucking monkeys. And we just said, and first impressions last a long fucking time.
Deep.
Yeah, another thing to keep in the back of your mind, the NCIC never forgets. You may get your record expunged, but that only expunges it to the public.
Who the fuck them niggas? Fuck Massa.
Yeah, go ahead. And guess what?
He's gonna hurt me, I know.
Exactly.
Oh, I mean, look at Eric Brandt.
You know better than I, he can hurt you worse than you can hurt him.
Agree, and that is all the more reason I need more niggas to stand up and people to stop telling me and everybody else, "Sit down, Master gonna hit you, be a good boy." Fuck that.
And I'm with Joe. Like, the thing is, dude, is that I rather maintain my freedom than peaceful slavery.
Yes. Out on your fucking feet, not your knees.
I mean, well, otherwise we'd still be under British rule, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would.
The flag at Rampart would have fallen. We would have said, "We surrender," and the Brits would have already had us enslaved way beyond the points that we currently are. So, you know, it is what it is.
Agreed.
Well, you've already seen the results of what's been happening, even besides the fact that we're having a pandemic all across this world. But and we also have a national election coming up. So it's going to be interesting to see how much longer this genre can stay in the rate and the how should I say, the level that it's at right now, for the simple fact that there are other things going on in the world that are going to distract the general public. And the other part that we haven't even considered here yet is, what is the general public's opinion of this genre?
Very good.
Well, that's funny. I'm here because I am the general public that's seen this genre and was like, "Oh my God, there's constitutional violations happening everywhere. This is not America."
And are you aware of the tiny fraction of people that are involved in this and that are on YouTube looking at this?
Yeah, because we're all on the same watch lists.
Well, I think I'm with NJ on this one. To me, the people are gods, they're saints. If motherfucker tell me, you know, "Hey, I want my sister to be a film," blah, 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 I be like, "Listen, no problem. I'll back off. I was not going to get on camera anyway, but I understand." To me, those people are saints, which is why I had so much problems with people going into the libraries and post office and just seeing normal people. If I'm being totally honest, even security guards, you know, to me, that's the guy next door. You know, I'd have a hard time with a lot of this stuff, but I gotta admit, you know, the world's a better place when Rogue fucking emptied the fucking DMV. Emptied it. They called a fucking alert and ran everybody out of there. Because he said, "This is a stand my ground state and I will stand my ground." Oh, he's got a gun out of that. Thank God for Rogue said that shit. But Johnny going into a library saying, "Shh." Some motherfucker steady walking up to him talking. He's like, "Shh, this is a library."
Yeah, don't try that in a public forum. That didn't work out well for me either.
But these niggas is talented.
So who here thinks they're on a watch list?
I know I am. I've already been, I have it on, I've documented it on camera of a state trooper captain from the Capitol State Patrol informed me that I was being spied on.
Yeah, you
I have public servants that are paid to watch my videos.
So do you think you're on a watch list, Andrew?
Dude, I can't even get a passport. I went to go get a passport, and the person that over there at the store told me that some message popped up in the computer saying I had to go to my local FBI office before I can get a passport.
Wow.
Yeah, the government hates YouTubers,
I would
man.
assume I'm on some kind of list.
I would like to interrupt really quickly, kind of on behalf of Peanut, and try to settle this really quickly. I know that not everybody on this panel knows all of the history with regards to the issue that she has with the Extra Good Citizen. I do. I'm not a fan of his. I would not donate money to him. I don't want to bash him on this panel out of respect for El Sancho, which is why I have kept my comments to myself. And I would love to be on a panel with you here some other time to go into any kind of detail you wanted to about that. We're just, kind of trying to focus on this, and I don't want you to think that I don't speak for anybody else, but that I am trying to pay any sort of homage or respect in this case to anyone in particular.
I will give everybody a voice on this platform.
I know, but she just spamming the chat right as you repeating the same shit for 20 minutes.
And I'm glad we have closure now, Peanut.
Will somebody please
you're
get
gonna
rid of the
realize
fake El Sancho?
There's a fake El Sancho?
Yeah.
Oh, I blocked that person before my account closed.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
there's a
still
lot of
chatting.
fake people. A lot of fucking fake people lately, huh?
Yeah, block the fake El Sanchos.
There's an El Sancho.
I didn't even know there was because I blocked the person, and I'm looking at my live chat, but I blocked him already. He started shit with me and Masshole already, so I blocked the fake El Sancho.
Yeah, he's in there talking at you right now.
Two in somebody else room the other day. You had two El Sanchos in there.
Yeah, it was my panel, but he's in there talking as you, and people were talking to him. I think that they believe it's you. So.
Oh no, that's not me. I'm gonna stay off chat just to make sure everyone knows that that's not me. But I will say, I will give everybody a voice and a platform. And I do want that in the chat to get calmed down because we don't want people to get confused in the chat. This is a great, great, great panel tonight. What do we think of Grammy? We talked about first impressions. We talked about a lot of things. What are we at? Number 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6, Andrew.
I plug my phone in. I might die, guys.
What do you think,
Andrew?
I
heard you, bud.
Man, I don't even know what we got here. I've already got too involved in chat. I know better than do that. Come back to me.
Joe Cool, number 6. What do you think?
I have no idea. I hadn't got past if I can rephrase whatever the fuck we was trying to rephrase, man. I hadn't got past that yet. I don't have a new one. I was still on trying to make the old one work somehow. First impressions last forever. Yeah, did we get that or did we?
I like that, but
Joe, go smoke another blunt.
I like that. I like that, but I don't really think we had a unanimous decision on that. To be fair.
No, I didn't even do a good job on it, so I hadn't moved on to the next one yet.
Do you want to pitch first impressions and why you think that's essential?
I'm not sure yet. I just wanted a couple sections to think about. Or I'll come up with a totally new one. I'm versatile, but just skip me for now. And
all right, Mr. NJ, what do you think for number 6? What would you put on this?
Something that a lot of people overlook, and they're constantly whining about it. It has more than one point, but the general idea would be equipment discipline. And that includes.
I'm sorry, NJ, say it again.
Equipment discipline.
Oh, meaning
know your equipment, know its limitations, and this would include and even put it on a secondary battery discipline.
What, and Jay, what about don't go out and buy a $2,000 camera and go and record with it?
Well, how's this? Make sure that your battery is full before you go out and record, regardless of the piece of equipment you have.
Well, what I'm getting at is I've seen a lot of people go out there with highly expensive equipment, and the first day it gets broken, then eBay for a new equipment.
Well, it's not going to stop the frauditors out there. They're going to keep doing it. So it really doesn't really need to be dealt with on this list, because
But
there's no way someone who's going to eBay to replace expensive equipment that they didn't pay for in the first place going to do anything about any kind of discipline. I'm talking to the sensible people that want to get into this and want to be able to accomplish something. You've got to know your equipment, you've got to know its limitations, and you got to make sure it's capable of doing what you want it to do.
Agreed. I'd agree with all of
apologize.
that.
I apologize. We're not making the dumb list. You're correct. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I would agree with all of that shit. And here's one which nobody's going to agree with, and it's not going to be phrased well. But he who is afraid to abandon something cannot make change. I know that sucks, but
that kind of comes with stand your ground or pick your battle, don't it?
So, Teresa, equipment knowledge or first impressions? What do you think about those two?
I never did really understand what the equipment discipline thing was all about. I don't know, but one of the points that I would like to make, I'm not sure if this is exactly what you asked me, but I honestly think that the rules should stick to 5. I think there should be 5 basic rules, and I think you want to try to encompass all of those issues that people have into these rules right here that would keep it ethical. So that if you thought that you wanted to go out and record wherever, and you get arrested because you're whatever, and you didn't do your homework and you didn't do your research, you didn't, or you called the police on yourself, or, you didn't maintain your self-control, then you can find, some fault in what you did. Any one of these things on here, trying to adhere to all of the things on here will only help you if you ever have to play this video for a jury. So
Teresa, you just
I think
said
5 is cool, because people don't remember 10 rules that but they can remember the 5 basics. So
I don't agree with Teresa very often. Teresa just said in there somewhere, she said keep it ethical. How about that as one of the fucking rules? Can we agree on that?
She also just said there's too many on there as it is. She also just said there's too many on there as it is. I agree with Teresa this time.
That, but what do we think about something else? Keep it ethical. Sounds important as fuck. Do you cats agree or no?
I mean, I would agree.
I think people have different degrees of ethicalness, ethicality, whatever the word for it would be.
Yes.
So I don't know that you could say keep it ethical, because ethical for one person might not be ethical for another.
Right. Give me an extreme of what some nigga who think he's keeping it ethical. What can as long as he thinks he's keeping it ethical, isn't that cool? I mean, a nigga out there, maybe not. Nigga might think it's cool or ethical to call cops.
Yeah, but some cracker might not.
So why not keep it ethical? Why not that?
Because your ethical might not be my ethical.
Ethics, morals, and ethics.
What we talked about earlier on the panel.
Morals and ethics are equated. We can't use keep it ethical.
Morals are taught to you growing up.
I think when we talk morals and ethics with regards to this, that's what I said in the beginning, is I think that one thing we can all agree on ethically is that you don't call the cops on yourself. Now, all of the other ethical things, people are going to have problems with, but I honestly think that that's one thing that that kind of spans all of the different, little cliques of people, is that you don't call the cops on yourself.
So let me ask you, Teresa, I think I got to what you said a while ago. like as far as this list goes, call this like the pre code of conduct, and then we'll do another one that is fully detailed out, like pages long. But I do agree, Teresa. I've had a lot of people come to me and ask me, well, how do I get started, or what's the first, things about this? And I've given them a long list, and I turn around and watch them go out there and act like an idiot and tell everybody that I told them, which is not. So I agree, Teresa, short and simple, but covers it.
Hey, Andrew, are you able to zoom in more on your stream? I'm kind of on your stream, and people are saying that the list is fuzzy. I don't know if you can kind of zoom in more. You might have to zoom in from your internet browser.
You're on my mortuary?
I'm on your live stream now, giving you a thumbs up and giving you some love. But the people in your chat are saying that it's blurry.
Yeah, so I'm having some issues with my computer.
Okay.
But I can make it a little bigger. I can get the little side picture of me off there, which I'm not sure why it's on there. And I'm going to reset my screen share, which will take the blurriness out for a minute.
Cool. All right.
There you go.
Thank you for telling me that.
You're welcome. All right, guys. So let me ask the chat. Press 1 in the chat if you guys are okay with 5. Press 2 in the chat if you guys think we got to add maybe 1 or 2 more.
I'm okay either way. 5 is good. 5 is round. 5 is natural or organic. The word Teresa.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to force it right now. We can always add to the list as we figure things out.
We could just rap, and if something comes up, it comes up.
Well, like I said, why can't we make this short list of pre-code of conduct, and then why can't we come back and make a detailed, and not just say do your homework, but put on there, do your homework and know your GSI mapping, know if you're on public or traditional, make actual detailed, of what we're talking about. But this will be the starters.
So you're saying start listing the tools and things that we use to research?
Why not?
How about no logistics? Know your logistics?
Plan ahead.
I mean, all of that would be a subcategory. Yeah, it would be a subcategory under do your homework. Under do your homework, you'd want to say, pull up the GIS, know who owns this property,
I think what I just said blew across
those kinds of things.
Right.
Would be on firm footing be one? Is that something people would agree on?
Be on what?
Be on firm footing. Know that, firm footing.
Homie, my foot's always firm. What are you talking about?
Meaning, regular sidewalk, that's firm footing, as opposed to some niggas think, well, this is private property, but since you're not the owner, I can't. As opposed to some, I think that
so do
RTA,
your research.
Yeah, research.
Let's do your research.
That falls on
look
the
up
same
your
research.
GSI mapping. Make sure you are on a traditional public forum or a limited public forum or the other forums.
How about something we haven't really discussed? Social media. That's a given. It's a given.
That's a total given. You're in social media if you're on
Wait,
YouTube.
I don't know. This is the only platform I use. I have nothing.
How about this? When you come on YouTube doing accountability or activism, you now become a public figure.
That's a given, yes. And we should probably let niggas know through the gate, yes.
I don't know. I really think if we put social media savvy, we can literally, the topics, choose good mods. Everything could be in that category.
I don't believe in that social media savvy shit, bro. That's like somebody telling me you must learn to edit. You must edit. That's not true.
I think you need to be on there, and I think it's what it needs to be on the list at some point. Is you got to know how to be a internet badass and keyboard warrior. That is something essential to know.
I don't know if that keyboard warrior shit is essential. I know some motherfuckers, their presence is hardly even known. Niggas with 100,000 subs, you never see them. They don't keyboard shit, really.
Anyway, I think what Teresa was saying a while ago is cut this short and let it be short. And then I agree I guess I agree because I said it. Come back and then detail it out.
All right, we have a question from the chat, VecTech Gimme. What do you guys think about the cell phone versus ultra video equipment? Do you think it makes a difference in how they perceive you? Let's start ladies first, then NJ, then Joe, then Bird, then Not Now. What do you think, Teresa?
I don't think that you need very expensive video equipment to go out and do, cop watching and things like that. So, but I do think, if you showed up on a police scene with a big expensive camera and lights and you know, maybe an extra person that's holding some stuff for you or something, that might be that might be somewhat intimidating to the police. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't think it's necessary, you
know. Sorry.
Yeah, $5,000 camera is not going to do any different than a $300 telephone.
And
And
honestly,
the other
you
thing
know,
is that didn't get mentioned earlier when you all were discussing a safe distance to be away from the scene. What do you think Zooms are for?
cops don't necessarily realize how much of that camera, you know, what the value of a camera is. That's, you know, they're not all into photography, so they don't always know what, you know, how much that costs.
Right. Like my phone shoots 4K. That's pretty high tech.
Yeah, it is. But aren't you worried about having a nice phone, considering it could be seized or destroyed?
Well,
that's what I was saying earlier.
That was what I was going to talk about with equipment discipline. If you're going to go out and do this, don't do it with something that has your life on it. Because all they need is a warrant, and they will have everything that's on your phone. And you know how hard it is to get a warrant?
Yep.
Yeah, but here's the deal. I mean, it's most of everybody
Why
backs
would
their
they
shit
have
up
a
the cloud.
warrant?
Most of
Why
everybody
would
backs
they
up the
have
cloud. If they got this phone from me, I go. I mean, if I had to, I go down and get me an El Cheapo phone, sign on to my Google, and all my life is back to me. And I can erase it, and I can erase the other phone from Google.
Why do they need a warrant? And if they that serious, can't they just bypass and then take your shit off the cloud the same way?
They don't have to have a warrant.
Yeah, they do by SCOTUS
No,
decision.
they don't. They do not have to have a warrant to seize your phone. They have to have a warrant to go through your phone.
Yeah, all right. That, yeah, okay. That is true. They can use exigent circumstances and take it out of your hand.
Absolutely.
But if they're going to do anything with it, they need a warrant. And like I said, you know, I'm being sarcastic. You know how hard it is for them to get a warrant.
Not very hard. They got one on Picture Perfect very easily.
That's why
I went through it with Leon Valley, so you know.
Right, and it was hard for them to get a warrant for yours, right, Teresa?
Over dumb shit. I thought it would be.
Hang on, Teresa. Did they ever get a warrant for yours, Teresa? Was there ever a warrant issued for yours?
I don't know that they were ever to. I don't know that they were ever able to issue the warrant, but I know they applied for a warrant.
Right. See, so obviously they never got one issued, or they would have notified you to try to get into your phone. I'm assuming. But
they're going to
normally,
notify
yes. After they actually, I have had warrants issued on my phones before in the past. So when I had they'll pull the warrant, you know, and then after they issue the warrant and like search the phone, they'll send you a copy of the warrant and, you know, tell you that they served a warrant on your phone, blah, 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 and you get paperwork. It usually comes in the mail.
What I'm going off of is, as far as Picture Perfect, okay, you know, the whole Broken Arrows situation, they seized his phone and held it for a warrant. They applied for a warrant and was granted the warrant. Now, there's been a bunch of stuff going on. Their warrant hasn't got served yet, pretty much, because they can't get into the phone. They've already tried to get into the phone. They couldn't get into it, so they have to have his password to get into it. But they put I can't think the legal term for it now. Anyway, they rebutted the warrant, so it's still in court. But, I mean, they had a warrant with a snap of a finger for that phone. So, I mean, it's not hard.
Let me ask you guys this question, you know, about equipment. I'm gonna start with not now, then Bird, then Joe, then Miss T. What is your equipment now, and what is your dream equipment?
My equipment now, okay. So when I first went out doing this, I had a $700, which I still have, a $700 Canon camera that shoots video and pictures, you know, still shots. I also have my phone, and it shoots 4K. And then I also had 2 body cameras. And in my vehicle, I've got 13 cameras. Now, I've been doing this for a while. Now the thing I take is my phone and my phone only. I have no other cameras. And as far as dream equipment, I really don't have one. I don't need anything big. I'm sorry. I think it's a waste. And it's going to get broke.
Bird.
You know, bro, I'm all about using a basic camera with HD. Unfortunately, a lot of the time, mine doesn't even do that. But if you get into dream equipment, man, I mean, in all honesty, dude, I would just like a camera that could shed a positive light on law enforcement.
Oh my God, I just want world peace. Sorry.
I think you could. I think you have a camera that could shine a positive light on law enforcement.
I mean, not when the positive light's immediately overshadowed by what they do to the next guy.
Have you ever had a good police interaction?
I have had several. The problem is, so I'll give you an example, okay? I have a couple of sheriffs up here, man. They know that I run crime and safety. I'm part of Neighborhood Watch. I've handed over criminals to them, okay? Their bosses try to shake me down like a vigilante. They caught my back, you know, like cool dudes, dude, all in all. But then one of my buddies, dude, goes to his house that he pays rent at, right? Has a little trailer outside of this lady's large-ass lot. And the neighbors pop in for the first time in like a year and notice that, oh, well, she's renting out that slot to a guy again. So what do? They call the cops and then claim that he's trespassing. Well, he's in his house. He pays rent there. And now he's being treated as a criminal for what reason? And should he have to ID? And I watched that same officer that shows me privilege turn around and fucking force that dude out of ID while he was inside his own house. I'm sorry. That's where I draw the fucking line.
So, Bird, have you ever, all these good interactions that you've had with cops, have you ever posted those on your channel? I'm sorry, I haven't seen a whole lot of your videos. I don't watch a whole lot of videos.
Say again. I'm sorry.
Have you ever posted your good videos, like your positive videos? Like, for instance, on my channel, I have a cop riding my little three-wheel trike thing. You know, we had a good time and blast, and I posted that on there for a good interaction. I just didn't know if you have done that or not.
Yeah, so I would say always I'm on some the best interactions are those interactions that aren't negative. You know, I personally rather see that the American Constitution and liberty and freedom still exist anywhere that I can find it, even if that's in the eyes of a cop that, you know, sometimes might stand in opposition to my positions. I got an audit. Actually, me and 303 just did the other day because, you know, we're actually doing a couple of audits, right? Where I went and I filed paperwork against an officer who tried to get me trespassed from a property because I was filming him, which I thought was inappropriate. So I actually filed a complaint for the first time ever. When I did that, the cops that I dealt with, man, were all in all pretty good cops. How do I know that? Because I was at the courthouse earlier that day doing a Second Amendment audit during a First Amendment audit with 303. And when they drove by, they waved, right? They drove by a few times, you know, kind of checked it out. And, you know, as they noticed that we weren't being a problem, they just carried on with the rest of their day and left us the fuck alone. That right there's beautiful. And then I do have a record of a stop we just went into, probably 4 cop cars in there. We pulled to a pump right there at the gas station, and between those 4 cop cars, I hop out, start recording. 303 gets out, has an open carry, and all those sheriff officers, you know, showed courtesy, respect, and all in all, we're you know, constitutionalists in my opinion, right? If they're not violating my rights and they respect me, or I should say respect my rights as I'm doing what I'm doing, then shouldn't we shed a light on that? So I'm happy to release that soon. I can't do it currently until I'm done with my little CU dedicated channel. I'm dedicated to CSU right now, guys.
I'll be honest with you. I kind of geeked out a little bit when that officer tonight waved. I thought that was fucking awesome. I really do.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is, you know, there's a chief police over at Jinx. I don't know how many times I've went in his office to sit down with him for an hour and a half, 2 hours at a time, and we and him just carried on conversations like regular people. He watches my channel on the regular, keeps up with me, texts me from time to time, you know, just check in and see how I'm doing. And I make sure I post everything that any interaction I have with a cop that's good. I try to make sure it's on that channel. And when I say a good interaction, I mean just like the day I went to the prison. You know, yeah, they followed me around on the inside. They didn't come on the outside of the fence, but stay on the inside and followed me around the prison when I was walking around it. Never said a word. They observed and reported. That's a good interaction. That's the way it's supposed to go. That to me is very important to get posted.
So I'm surprised that it took only a couple weeks, Joe Cool, but we're going to finally talk about your equipment. Talk about your equipment and talk about your dream equipment.
Joe's sleeping.
I was on the phone. I heard my name. I didn't hear a word. I was talking to
5 minutes, Joe. 5 minutes.
I was talking to Blue, and she just told me, "Stop saying my name. You get me in trouble with my guy."
I was talking about your equipment. What's your equipment now? What's in your equipment bag? And what's your dream equipment?
All right. My equipment now is really bad. I got a iPhone. It's third hand, and that motherfucker don't do StreamYards. This is like 3-4 phones ago. It doesn't work for the camera. I can't film with it. And I've been retired for weeks. My dream equipment, I'll be happy with a regular fucking phone if somebody told me which phone was best for
the fuck you mean you retired?
Hold on.
Because of I didn't really retire, but some shit happened, motherfucker. I was supposed to been getting it this way. It's supposed to take 2 weeks. That didn't come through. Then it's supposed to take another couple weeks. So there's so much of bullshit.
Hold on. So I had this same beef with CFW, and I'm gonna have the same beef with you. You both have a following. You both have a community page. You both have the ability to create, I don't know, an Amazon wish list or something. And I think you have a lot of people who will actually buy you a cell phone and help you with necessary equipment. And I think the both of you need to actually tap into those resources. Seriously.
I know, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm hesitating. You never see me post my shit anywhere ever.
It's pride. Yeah, it's pride. I know.
Well, and let's keep it real. If Joe takes a donation, it's only for weed.
I like that. No, it's Joe. Now, please correct me if I'm wrong. It's not only pride, but you see what else is out there from.
That's where I was going. Yeah. I see the cats that went before me doing that shit, and it didn't go well. Right. I believe this shit. I got a lot of fucking subs, and I see nothing wrong with that. I'm sure they'd help me and all of that shit, but I just ain't got the nuts to do it, man. I don't know what it is.
We have the nuts. Golden has the nuts. Golden has the nuts, and I have the nuts. So here we go. We're fucking doing it. Because you're going to realize, I think everyone in the chat's going to be turning on Joe Cool because Joe Cool has been retired because he hasn't had proper equipment. And all Joe Cool has had to do is fucking ask his people, the people who love and are entertained by him, who are being absolutely deprived right now by no new content from Joe Cool. I mean, it's simple, my guy.
I still want to know how he's retiring. Hell, I've been doing this quite a bit longer than he has, and I ain't retired yet. He
doesn't have good equipment.
I didn't even realize. I didn't realize there was a 401k here, bro.
Oh, you didn't know that?
Retirement.
No, I just thought it was.
You guys have a different PayPal account, and every once in a while throw that link out there. That's your 401k. You didn't know how eBay do that shit?
Oh, snap.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna bring someone else into this. I was gonna make a joke, but never mind. I'll leave it alone. I ain't gonna make it.
No, I really think tapping into your resources is necessary if you do it in a positive way. I don't see how we can have any issues with you creating a wish list on Amazon and putting. And I told CFW this, buying a legitimate scanner. She thought it was $500-600. I says no, they're under $200 on Amazon. You can get a legitimate like scanner, not the phone app, but like a CB radio scanner.
Oh,
they're like,
yeah. Okay, so a lot of people went to encrypted radio waves or whatever you want to call that.
Right.
And in order to receive those, the scanner you need will be about $300 for
really.
Scanner. It's called because what they used to run was about 400 megahertz, and now they're running up to 800 megahertz, and anything up there, you gotta have a trunking system scanner. Like a P25, you can't just have a regular old basic Walmart $79 scanner. Those don't not.
So
work.
what are you saying?
And that's why I can't get nothing.
A $300 scanner, you can get some of the shit that's encrypted. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yes.
You can get. So the scanner on your phone, like Broadcastify, that is a rebroadcast of someone else listening to a trunking system. That's the reason you pick up their encrypted channels is because somebody's already doing it and rebroadcasting that.
Yes.
So are we on panel against creating? I mean, come on. I mean, people are getting pissed like thinking you retired when you just don't have proper equipment, which I think is a solvable situation by simply just you know what I'm saying, guys? It's a very solvable situation.
Well, but the people need to keep in mind, Sancho, that if you're going to donate to Joe, you probably need to send double whatever your donation was because he's going to spend half of it on weed.
Yeah, and then send triple to that to the not know later because he's broke his motherfucker. But anyway, guys, I gotta get off here. El Sancho, thank you for having me on, buddy.
Thank
Everybody
you.
In chat.
Teresa, NJ, appreciate you. You have a good night.
Thanks for the idea tonight. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Peace, bro.
Actually, good morning.
Good morning. So, I mean, is it wrong? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Joe has built a really good reputation to the point where he's allowed to ask for help. True or false?
True.
I even think I should.
Oh no! You don't vote. You don't get a vote. Let's go with T then and then NJ.
Well, this is what I have to say. In my particular case, as far as the equipment that I use an iPhone, and I have a MacBook that I use to transfer my videos and edit, and I use the cloud to back up my information, etc. So I think that one of the things that you can do when you first get started in this is invest in the best cell phone that you can afford, and then invest in the best computer that you can afford as far as editing your videos. And I can tell you that you will start making money on YouTube, and that's how I have purchased all of the equipment that I've had over the years, with the exception of this new computer and phone and stuff that came from a settlement that I got. But YouTube, when you start making good videos, YouTube will pay you for your equipment. You can buy. That's what I always used my money for, was to buy better equipment. So buy better applications, buy whatever. I always just tried to reinvest my YouTube money.
Yeah, I'm sure I got some when I first started. I had some in there, and I haven't looked in I don't know how many months. But my biggest shit, any of my slam dunk shit is not monetized because I'm cursing somebody out. The shit that's popular is not monetized.
How important is it to have a secondary income doing this?
To me, it's crucial, yo. I pay out of my pocket like a motherfucker for this.
Bird,
bro, you know I'm out there getting it. So
yeah.
Shit, this is a motherfucking 8-cylinder, man. You don't put less than $20 in it just to do anything, man. It's brutal.
What do you think, NJ?
It's all in what you want to get out of it, I suppose. You put into it what you can. Some people put into it a little more than others, and some people have put their lives on the line in a certain case. I seem to remember 3 years ago, there was a case where a gentleman was reaching into the back of his car to get his tripod out, and the cop shot him.
Oh,
yeah, and he was a real reporter.
I think I remember that. And I like.
And then he told the cop. The cop said sorry. And he's like, no, I'm sorry. It's my fault, man. I'm like, no, it ain't your fucking fault. It was the cop's fault.
Do you guys think there needs to be a little bit more camaraderie amongst you all?
It'll never happen.
Amongst what?
I think amongst the movement. Everybody, at the end of the day, there needs to be camaraderie. East Coast, West Coast, North, South, everywhere.
I mean, should there still be public hangings for public officials that abuse their public office?
They've already declared that cruel and unusual.
And that's my point. So I would answer no.
There's too many egos and there's too much greed.
Yeah, I think the greed's a real thing. I would way agree with NJ on that one.
So I brought up the money aspect earlier, but I kind of like that word greed.
Wait, before we leave camaraderie, I would disagree with you, Cats. I think there is more camaraderie, and I think there's a bigger chance at camaraderie. I remember when I first came in here, you had to pick sides every fucking where. You couldn't be in two motherfuckers' rooms. You certainly couldn't have a wrench in this nigga room and be in another nigga room. Those things were unheard of, and those things have changed. And I see it. I see it all the time. So I think it's at least feasible.
Aren't you seeing a divide now between the AFA and NNE, and then another group here and another group there? California versus Texas. Even in California, there's separate groups. The Denver crew.
I see it.
Yeah,
I
it's all
also
over.
I also see that I was told I cannot fuck with y'all. The fire was brutal. And you know, I fell in love with shit, damn near every one of you cats. The fact that me and Bird are even in here rapping with you cats at one point in history was not supposed to be possible. So I see both.
That is true.
Because there are those of us like you who can straddle a fence in a certain amount and who have an open mind and can see both sides or can see the truth out of what little there is in one and what little there is in another.
Very good.
I think, and I've said this before, I think that everybody has a place at the table. You know, when it comes to video activism, I think
Good girl.
what's important to remember is what motivates people. You know, that's
Good
one of the things
girl.
you need to sort of assess right up front is what is motivating people. Some people are motivated by money. Some people are motivated by, you know, controlling or getting even with the cops or whatever their motivation is. You need to make sure that you're good with that. You know, you need to make sure that your normal ethical standards in your normal ethical life will support that, because you know your ethics are going to be challenged with their actions when you support them in any way, shape, or form at one point in time or another. So I think that you know that motivation is important, and if you want to interact with other activists. So as far as camaraderie, I don't know. You know, there's lots and lots of activists out there. I have relationships with lots and lots of activists from, you know, other communities, so to speak. And so as far as camaraderie, you know, you network the way you network, and you are as good of an activist as you can, you know, as you are a good networker sometimes. So you find people
Oh,
to
you
align.
saying so much dope shit,
There's
girl.
many people out there.
So, what's the number one mistake you can make?
Wait.
Right.
The motivation. She said motivation. I agree with that shit, Teresa. I'm a big fan of everybody, not just artists and shit. What is their motivation? And she was right about that, and like 3 other incredible shit she said. All right, Sancho.
No, I was gonna ask about what's the number one mistake you can make in this movement and why?
Oh, that's a good one. You should probably let NJ Teresa go first.
NJ, you go first.
I'm sorry, I'm busy replying to somebody in crud.
Crud, what's that?
The number one mistake that you can make in this community is to ever think that you can depend on anyone other than yourself.
Good girl. That's just why it's taking me so long to make this phone shit happen. I've had so many empty promises, you know, guaranteed yes, and you know, it just doesn't come through. And I'm a patient guy, so I give a motherfucker a couple weeks if they say.
But your subscribers are hurting.
Agreed, and they don't even know because I haven't even rapped with them.
Your subscribers are hurting, but you're hurting as well.
I am. I'm
but
hurting,
you're also
man.
a good marketer by getting your face out there during this, which is huge.
Yes. Again, though, my subs are not really, you know, I got a lot of subs compared to what's in these rooms and shit. Most of my subs don't even know these rooms exist.
Is it ever a thought to intertwine the two?
Not I'm with Teresa on that organic shit. I do it, you know, everything organic. And I walk up to a cop, they motherfuckers usually comments, well, how come you can't make the video longer or shorter? I'm like, it's organic. What's gonna happens, and that determines length of the video. I'm about that fucking organic shit. I don't plan a whole lot of nothing. In fact, so when I go out of town, we might hit 5 different states. And I don't even ask where we going next. And that irritates motherfuckers who I'm talking and texting on the phone. Where you going next? I got no idea. Well, ask. Why haven't you asked? I'm cool. I'm good. I fall asleep. I wake up under the arch. And God's good. What do I have to ask for? I'll be there. I'm good.
What's the number one mistake you can make, Liberty Bird, in this movement?
I think the number one mistake that you can make, dude, is thinking that you know more than you do, and that's a mistake that even I make sometimes.
Nice.
How important, Miss T, is mental clarity?
Well, it's probably pretty important.
You gotta be like stable, right? You gotta be mentally stable.
Yeah, you do need to be mentally stable. And if if you've had issues with mental instability or drug addiction or whatever, this is a very stressful thing to be involved with, and those things can kind of recur whenever you get involved in something very stressful. So I would say, if you are a stressed out kind of person,
is the shit
whatever, I would not even consider it. I would just try to stay away from it.
This is the shit you don't get fucking with one side, as opposed to the other. One mistake I was thinking, I know this was a second ago, but doing it for the money. And I see everybody, not just auditors and shit, everybody's trying to reach that 1,000. They say, oh, it's for protection so I can go live. No, it's so you can get that 1,000 and you think you're going to get some money out of this shit. I wouldn't even, I don't even know how much money I have in my shit. I would not go in for that shit at all.
Hey, hold on though, Joe. I kept on telling you that I needed my 1,000 for protection and I'm still not monetized. So not everybody's lying.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I should say everybody.
I might be the only one.
You know where I was going with that, right? I mean, the average motherfucker, everybody say that bullshit.
Why are you not monetized, Liberty, if you don't mind me asking you?
Because I don't want to be a burden to the movement for my activism. If I can't afford to take care of my family, I can't afford to take care of myself, I'm sure as hell not going to go out there and try to afford to take care of others. You have to help yourself before you can help others. And being that I am in that position, I choose not to monetize. I choose not to, ask for things that I don't need.
But shouldn't equipment be a little hall pass?
No, because I can afford my own equipment.
I just want to say that, I'm not into the whole e-begging, and I don't like to, don't like the general idea of auditors dependent on donations to get people out of jail and things like. I just don't. I think that's bad to have to depend on things like that. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with your channel being monetized, and I think that it enables people that maybe don't have, money to support you to watch the advertisements and what have you, and help build up your AdSense revenue. I don't see anything wrong with that. If you don't want to support them, get ad blocker. If you don't want to support them, click, skip the ads. But it gives you the option of being able to offer some sort of financial support in a small way for the people that do want to help support you.
I agree. I watch people's ads, Teresa.
What do you think about the following statement that I'm going to say? I'm going to do an impression, and I want ladies first, then NJ, Liberty Bird, Joe Cole. I'm trying to figure out how to. So let's just pretend like I'm an auditor and I got arrested. I got arrested for protecting my First Amendment rights. I got arrested for freedom, and I need your help to support my freedom and give me an opportunity to have more freedom by donating to my bail money. What's your response, Teresa?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with doing that. I don't agree with depending on the public or asking the public to bail you out. I think when you take that arrest, like I say, you choose your battles wisely. When you take that arrest, you better be ready to cough up the money to get yourself out of jail. You shouldn't burden this community with that. And especially, there are people out there who will get arrested over and over and over again. They'll plead out on all these charges. They're literally breaking the law, getting arrested, and then begging people to bail them out. And I think that's pretty sad. I think it stresses the finances of every single person that really want to help. There are people out there that really want to help. They want to donate. They feel like they're helping. When they donate to people like that, they're just wasting, their money, throwing it out the window.
So I need my donos for bail money, NJ Diver. What do you think?
I have only one charity I contribute to. It's my daughter.
All right, Liberty Bird, freedom. I need you to pay for my freedom.
I wanted to ask Teresa to follow up.
Oh, so there's two ways of going about that bail money thing, though, dude. Is that you know, if you see one of your friends get arrested and you want to like put their PayPal up or something to, you know, run a donation to assist them, I would think that that's one thing. But I'm definitely like like Teresa said, man, you can't just be like, oh, I'm going to jail, I need everybody to pay for this now. It just doesn't work that way.
So, Joe,
Yes,
I'm going to ask you that question, and then I'm going to have you ask that question about the response to what you have. I need you to help me pay for my. I need you to help me pay for my freedom, Joe.
I'd probably do it without you asking. I'd have more of a problem if you were a repeated offender. If I thought you were begging or something, you'd have no chance. But I'm naturally the guy into my PayPal. Stop letting me donate bread. Every cent I got in there, I gave to other auditors. But Teresa, I want to ask you this. In your scenario, what if this? What if you don't even make a phone call? You get arrested. You ask no one nothing. You're on live, and people start to donate. Do you have a problem with that?
No, I don't.
All right.
Interesting.
But has anyone noticed that the well is running dry?
What well is that? I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you referring to the COVID and everyone not working and people don't have enough to send to people?
If you got that out of that, you're good.
Basically, yeah. That's one of the factors.
I'm flexing right now.
The interesting part about it is, even before COVID started, the well was running dry. People that are doing this professionally, if you will, and e-begging professionally are finding that there's less and less discretionary funds that people have to give them.
I hadn't really noticed. I don't get a lot of money, if any.
If you're not in it, you wouldn't notice. There are, and I will have to say this, there are professional frauditors out there that's all they do. They beg and they beg and they beg. Get arrested, they beg. They need tires, they beg. They need money for a hotel room, they beg. Oh, I got to stay on the road, they beg.
They need some money for their heroin, they beg.
Oh God, I hope that ain't what I think it was.
I was recently asked to help out another channel with some content, and the person brought up monetization, and I kind of felt dirty about that because I kind of have the feeling right now, call me naive, call me whatever, but I kind of feel like right now it's a passion, it's a fun passion, and once money gets involved, it gets muddied, and it turns into a 9 to 5, and I don't want that. I really like the pureness that I have right now. Do you guys think that's at all involved in the auditing world at all? And if so, do you think so? Let's start with Miss T, and then we'll go to NJ, Liberty, and Joe.
I think, and I'm not sure if I understand the question, but I think that money has clouded a lot of things in video activism. Yes, I think it clouds a lot of things.
All right, Joe.
I don't, however, think that, monetization is dirty or there's anything dirty about that. I honestly feel like creators should be allowed to, make money off of their creation, and through YouTube advertisement, that is, one way that they can do that. And so I don't fault anyone for that. I might not like it. I might not want to watch your ads or watch your show or what, but there are people out there that want to support you. So I don't begrudge anyone monetization.
What do you think, NJ? Does the saying "more money, more problems" exist in this movement?
Excuse me. Well, yeah. Anytime money gets involved, greed steps in, and like Teresa said, if you're doing it strictly to finance your actions in the genre, if all of the money that you use goes into maintaining things that are involved in you doing whatever it is you do, that's fine. It's when people see that money coming in and decide, well, I need that, I need the other thing, and it has nothing to do with this practice, if you will, That's where I draw the line. I mean, I don't contribute because that's me. I don't gamble because that's me. But because to me, that's gambling. There are people out there that have discretionary funds that are giving it to individual auditors and cop watchers either because they are entertained by them and they have empathy with them, or that they want to see them get tased or want to see them get arrested. It's in my mind, this genre has people that are out there to actually be activists. There's many examples of them. The foremost in my mind is Jeff, whose last name escapes me, Honor Your Oath. And he has done it to the best of his ability from the beginning and still does it. Whether he's monetized or not is not my concern. But when I see people go out there and all they do is beg, I'm sorry, I have a problem with that.
Motivation.
Yeah, I mean, I've had it right here in New Jersey. I had a couple that came out with a great story. Oh, we're going to set up this GoFundMe page for this homeless guy. He needs money. And it turns out it was a huge scam. They raised almost $500,000 and got busted for it.
How do we overcome this? I mean, people like Joe are gun shy to even ask because of stories like this. Are we able to ever overcome, or is it just like a pothole? Just drive over it and act like it's never there.
Why do we still need police?
For protection and safety.
Right. You're never going to take the human element out of it.
All right. So let's talk about the mental illness aspect. What percentage? What percentage of this movement do you think has mental illness? NJ Diver, you go first.
I got one that's too close to home to comment.
60%, 70%. Throw me a percentage.
Oh, I have no idea because I don't know all of the actors.
What you see and what you know, what percentage?
Let me put it like this, NJ. Can you think of any off the top of your head that maybe wouldn't fit into that category of being, mental, some form of mental illness?
I'm confused. Like, I don't feel like I'm mentally ill.
I'm not, and I'm not trying to refer to anyone, in particular, or to, designate. I'm just saying, typically you see people with, what appears to be the emotional extremes that go from being very calm to being very upset to being very calm again, or what have you. And that goes along with being bipolar. There's some people that are very conspiratorial, which can go along with, schizophrenia. Not to say that you're schizophrenic, but,
no, but
I'm not saying that you're overly conspiratorial or what have you. But
I may be
really, can really get into this, can get, and I'm not just saying, debating conspiracies or what,
But there's a difference between, whatever. Yes, doesn't that go for everyone, even the people in chat? The certain
sometimes a bit of a break from reality.
Conspiratorial. That goes with every group of people, not just auditors. I wouldn't say that just goes to us. And the percentages, I would think true mental illness would be super low, 3% type shit. Really? The other thing where that motherfucker have mental or not mental, emotional. The other things where motherfuckers have emotional swings and childish shit and separation anxiety and all of that shit, it throws us up there to the high 90s. Yes.
So
and those are all forms of mental illness. So
if you classify them as mental illness, then yes, we are right with them, as is chat.
Well, I got 3 of them that are been adjudicated right across the street from me. I've got a group home, and they've been committed to that group home by the government and their families have allowed it, obviously, or not have allowed it, depending on how the government decided to do it. but I've got 3 across the street, 3 males clients, and I know one of them is violent because I've witnessed it. I've got 3 more around the corner that are female. And I happen to know that there's a couple in this genre that are borderline needing to be in a group home.
I want to ask Mr. Sentinel, what do you think about the code of conduct, the 5? How proud are you? How proud are you of the panel members tonight, Desert? And Eric, if that really is Eric Brandt, what do you think about this code of conduct as well? And feel free to hop on panel.
Eric, yes, Eric, what do you think? Is it possible? You probably went around when we was talking about that leadership shit. That would have been an asset.
So
but,
there's a
is
link.
It possible?
Especially since Eric Brandt was like the first nominee for that shit.
Right. Yes, there's a link. There's a link on panel. Feel free to come on and shit on or agree with the list if you guys want.
And if you don't want to hop up, I'm interested, Eric. Do you think it's possible for us to come together and agree on any particular goals, which is what kind of the object of the show is?
I think there's a lot of weight that goes with a leader. And I think a leader will need to know how to balance personal life from the movement, because let's be honest, how many people in your personal life do you guys need to explain what you do?
Nobody gets me. Actually, I had a friend come up to me the other day who always don't poke the bear ass nigga. Come up the other day, say, hey man, I saw you. I was trying to call you. I know why you do what you do now. I know why you do what you do. That shit makes it all worth it. That makes you know, your sisters and cousins and everybody saying, no, don't do that. Don't you know the police I heard you? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that one motherfucker's good enough for me.
I like that.
Don't even play, Golden Eyes. Don't even play.
I know, right?
Yeah, DS, come back on panel if you want. We're gonna wrap up in like 30 minutes or so, probably, but we still got some good juice, you know, with this. Anyone disagree with it? Please hop on the panel, talk about it. It's safe to say
you're gonna get authenticated first, right?
Yeah. What do you mean call the police on yourself? So who's able to answer Eric's question about what do you mean call the police on yourself? Joe, do you want to take that?
What do you mean call the police on yourself? Oh, that was one of the ones we got up there. Do not call the police on yourself. Well, let's go with the good one, Eric. Good one. I can think of instances where it's okay to call the police on yourself. Yes, I'm glad he said that shit. He called the police on us when we were in Texas. And we thought it was the greatest shit ever, man. He was like, it's a bunch of armed lunatics out there. What are you doing? We died. I still think it was the greatest shit ever. I said, I know nothing.
I'm still waiting for my Eric Brandt subscription. I'm checking my email right now, refreshing. I don't see his name yet. Hopefully I will by the end of the show. So who's able to kind of defy that? Who's able to...
Let me define it for you. You don't... you don't want to call the police, call in a 911 call, or call the police in on yourself for doing what you're doing. When you're, particularly when we were talking about, audits, you want to keep it as organic as possible. You want to let them come to you on their own and keep it organic. So calling the police on yourself is not organic. It's not ethical. It's not, I'm not talking about, I wasn't particularly speaking about you calling police stations or calling the mayor or whatever. I'm not talking about that. That's not what I mean.
When he says he's called dispatch to report a man with a sign, what does he mean by that, Liberty Bird?
Say again.
His latest one was, I've called dispatch. Click on panel link right below you, Eric. Literally right below you. It says panel link.
Oh, okay. So, check it out. So in Rockwall, dude, Otto got popped for fucking holding a sign, right? And so, if you call in and you're like, oh, a guy's holding a sign out on the corner that, is offensive, all of a sudden you got 5 cops surrounding that dude, ready to beat him down to the ground because the sign says "fuck cops." Right?
And then he lost his kids, and then he lost his home, and then he pretty much lost everything. So how did that work out?
Watch out for the pineapple. I'm loving to hear what this goes down.
Joe, are you tripping out like I am right now? Because I'm tripping the fuck out right now.
All
rise for the pineapple.
Yes, I zoomed in on the 2 cents.
I don't know if I can handle this right now. I'm on like 3 blunts.
I just killed my second and a half I had sitting up here from earlier.
What's the show about again? I'm totally lost right now after this. I'm totally sidetracked. I got to stop doing that. Sorry. Wow. Are you there, suspicious person?
You got to quit smoking the ganja.
Oh, no way. I cut my dick off before I quit smoking weed.
Not even an option.
Well, eunuchs have jobs too.
How come I can't hear him?
Suspicious, you there?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. Howdy.
Is that Eric?
How are you, bro?
So are you aware, Eric, that you were nominated as the leader of the movement?
Oh, I don't know that I'm willing to accept that. Yeah, no.
It sucks, Eve. It sucks, but it's true, man. You are that guy. You are.
I've been asking all day to take me to your leader, and Joe and Bird have mentioned you and you only. So hello, my name is El Sancho.
Hello, El Sancho.
Pleasure to meet you.
If I'm going to be the leader, then I better start dressing the part.
Oh,
I thought you did, baby.
Wait a minute.
Leadership. That no
hell yeah.
Wait a minute. So, are you able to kind of disseminate? How do I get that list back?
I was going to say, put the glasses back down. I thought it was Theodore Roosevelt.
Where do I put the list back? Here we go.
I thought it was a black dude from around here.
Yo, he's looking something like a pimp right now.
All right, so
we just had a shooting at the strip club. I don't know that I want to be the pimp. That could be bad.
That's what I thought.
So, like Desert and Eric, I need you guys to break apart and disseminate this list. Eric, I'm going to have you go first since you're the leader.
Yeah.
Or Eric, if you had one to add, I'd be interested in hearing it. Keep that in the back of your head. If you have one we left out, by all means, let us know.
Well, first of all, I would say if I'm going to go ahead, I'll just go line by line. I'll start with code of conduct. You say 1A code of conduct. So this would be, I'm presuming, First Amendment auditors code of conduct. I'll say that codes of conduct have come and gone. You know, when everybody got together during Occupy in Minneapolis, they made this St. Paul's agreement with protest groups because each person had their own kind of way. No, we all want to agree that we do it this way. Everybody agreed to do it this way, and it was a big fucking disaster, and then everybody did their own thing. Remember that this is a lot like trying to herd cats. And then I think that we have to define what a First Amendment audit is. I was just asked this by the Brighton Blade newspaper the other day. It said, so would you consider yourself to be a First Amendment auditor? And I said, well, I'm not particularly fond of labels generally. I realize that they have to exist. And so I guess we have to decide what an audit is. So to me, an audit, and like Teresa says, you need it to be organic. If you're going to have an organic audit, then you need to just stand back and observe. That's it. To me, an audit is an evaluation of record that has already happened. We're going to examine the breadcrumbs. We're going to examine the records. We're going to examine the fallout of some sort of action, some sort of work by some group of people or persons. And these audits are done silently. They're done in the background. They're done after the fact. And then you write a report on it. So then you have an examination. An examination to me is where you insert a stressor. Now you walk into a police department's lobby with a camera in your hand and you start filming everything. You are a stressor. That's not really an audit. That's more of an examination. When you create the stressor in the environment and then you evaluate how the subjects respond to that stressor.
Agreed.
Beyond an audit.
Agreed.
Yeah. And I'm presuming when we say First Amendment auditor, we actually mean an examiner. And then you have those assholes that we call protesters. They just go in and fuck everything up. They go in with the intention of disrupting the normal routine with the auspicious guise of hopefully communicating some sort of message or raising some sort of concern or issue. So I do draw, in my mind, a difference between an auditor, an examiner, and a demonstrator. Usually I find myself falling more in the demonstrator side of things than I do on the auditing side of things. So I think we kind of have to define what the term is before we can agree to a code of conduct, because if you think that I'm going to agree to your First Amendment auditing code of conduct when I'm intending to go in there and disrupt some shit, then we're going to have a little bit of a problem, and our expectations of each other are going to be off, and we're not going to get along.
Yes, I also I would classify myself as an activist. I think by definition, a cop watcher just watches and does not open his fucking mouth. So by definition, I can't be a cop watcher. I must be something else. I would classify myself an activist, and I was throwing myself on that list.
Joe, we agreed that if someone doesn't follow this code of conduct, we can do a citizen's arrest on them, right?
Absolutely not.
I agree to that.
Absolutely not.
No shit.
Can I add something? Can I add something really quickly? Because I would agree with what Eric says, and classifying different aspects of activism and different ways that you can do it. You might be protesting or but whatever. But in the course of history, some of the most major changes with regards to protesting, and what have you, had a whole lot of planning behind it. A whole lot of planning went into the protests, went into, if for instance, civil rights movement, there were lots and lots of planning meetings that were held before a lot of these protests and marches were even held. There were lots and lots of planning meetings that were held before anyone ever got on a bus to ride down south. There were, a lot of organization behind the effort so that they could get the maximum amount of change out of each one of those actions. And I think a lot of people, a lot of activists will go into this without a clear plan, and just, the passion that gets combined with the anger. I think that's a lot of time what can cloud those types of protests or those types of actions when you want to just jump right into them and just do it this way without, number one, doing your homework. Number two, don't call the police on yourself. Maintain your self-control. Choose your battles wisely and, build relationships before you go into this. There's a lot of planning that has, in the course of history, in the course of great changes, there was a lot of planning that went into those things, and I think that that's something that a lot of activists, a lot of communities lack. Just simply because we can't all always get along, but there needs to be some planning. And I think these kind of 5 little basic things are something that maybe we can all agree on in every aspect of activism.
Joe, we're gonna have you. Joe, I'm gonna have you respond, and then I set no line. I'm gonna have him jump in after you, Joe.
I think you were saying that excludes passion and anger. I don't know if any of this gets done without passion and anger at least being a spark.
I don't want to begrudge that. People are passionate, and I don't begrudge them passionate, doing this. But I passion can be anger, and passion can be love, and passion can be a lot of things. And I think whenever you're passionate, angrily passionate, it can cloud your judgment. That's all.
Agreed, but it sparks this type of shit. It's the driving force. It is the catalyst all the fucking time. I hate to even admit that because I want to be that Gandhi nigga in the end. But
you still have to maintain self-control. You still have to be able to maintain your self-control.
It doesn't negate anything you said. Agreed. Everything you said.
Mr. Setno, what do you think about this list? Are you proud of us?
I was going over it. And Eric, it's been a while. How are you, sir?
It has been a while. How are you?
All right. Yeah, Eric and I used to have late night talks in the wee hours of the morning.
Well, we can we can bring that back with El Sancho. Let's do it. Fuck yeah, Joe's down. I'm down. Let's do it.
I'm down.
Same place every time, every night. Let's fucking do it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm reliable enough for that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out if like you're gonna come to Sancho Court tomorrow for your boy Liberty Bird. We don't know about that yet.
Oh yes, Eric.
Well, I don't know. I definitely have a lot of work that I have to do too. So I have to limit my appearance. But they could snatch me off the street any day now.
So, Mr. Setno, go ahead. Sorry, we cut you off.
Well, listening to Eric, and fundamentally, I have to say that Eric and I do agree on many things. In fact, Mr. Sancho, if you do remember the reference that I made to you before you even started this stream about these codes of conducts have come and gone, and I also made the reference to cat herding, Eric, to him.
You did. That's funny. That's why I thought it was crazy.
That is pretty incredible.
And
I don't think there's anything wrong with us having this discussion. There's
Oh,
there's
no.
lots. It's all going to come and go, but I like this discussion.
Yeah,
I'm the eternal optimist too. Just because it hasn't been accomplished before, damn it, does not mean a thing with me, Jack.
And
it's
and
failed
I'm
miserably, learn from it and move on.
Oh yeah. And I really do enjoy hearing Eric speaking of how the differences between what certain individuals are doing out there, and that audits should be organic. And when you bring the stressors in, that is not really a proper audit. Now, one of the things
but that doesn't mean it's not a proper action.
No. I'm not saying it's not a proper action. It's
yes. Well, I'll be honest. I would refine
scenario.
I think that I would refine that list a little bit. I mean, I think honestly, from my perspective, right, and maybe this is the point we're all making at this point. I only agree with 2.5 things on there.
You helped build the fucking list.
I did. But you got to realize that you did this by a group consensus, right?
Hold on.
No, I didn't. No, time out. So pull up the list, and I'll show you what I mean.
Hold on. I'm going to pull up the list, but I'm going to slowly mention how coincidental, how on board you were. Then all of a sudden, 2 of the OGs come in, and you don't like the fucking list because they don't like the fucking list.
No, check this out. So I'll be honest. Like the 2 things that I really agree with here, dude, the major points that I would say I agree with is do your homework and be prepared for the consequences.
Self-control is not important?
Well, no, because I think that all depends on whether or not you're being lawfully or unlawfully detained.
Well, we have a poster boy of self-control on panel, Mr. Eric Brandt. Talk about self-control.
I'm the poster boy for self-control.
I know. I was sarcastic. As soon as I mentioned the word self-control.
I think Teresa R. is the poster child for self-control. I'm just saying. It's not.
Hey, I was pretty good at that.
Okay. Well, so I haven't even made it past the title of our list yet before I destroyed the rest of them. Do your homework and research. I don't know many people that do as much homework and research as I do. They're out there. That doesn't mean I always get it right. But I can tell you that I spent a lot more time in the law library than I have on the gun range. So I'm a lot better at handling myself in court than I am at making people leak. But you need to do your homework. You need to do your research. It's very important. It's very complicated, and I'm constantly learning every day. And if you talk to the people that know me closely, I spend a lot of time on these computer screens reading all day. That's the only way to get through this. I had 4 crates, those big Foot Lockers full of legal paperwork while I was in jail. You have to do your homework. You have to do your research. Maintain self-control, sure, to the best of your ability. Yes, I skipped one on purpose. Choose your battles wisely. Not always easy to do. And yeah, you have to be prepared for the consequences. And the problem is that the consequences are so severe in some cases that most people can't do this. Otto the Watchdog learned that the hard way. He hardly barely did a damn thing to them fuckers when they took his kids away. They keep changing his court dates. When you have something, the FBI doesn't want you to have a family for a reason, right? And one of the reasons why I continue to do my work is because I don't have that. And I think that limits a lot of people's voice. I think that I have to be a voice for more people than I would otherwise want to be, because they truly can't speak up. They've already taken on responsibilities in their life, and they can't sacrifice those responsibilities for a new one. It's really hard to choose that battle, and it's really hard to be prepared for the consequences. Build relationships. I tend to be a relationship builder. I don't hold a lot of grudges. I have a few, not very many, and most of those grudges I'm not particularly pleased with. I have not burned a lot of bridges behind me. There's been a few that I have burned gloriously, and generally I have done that with the deliberacy to make sure that that bridge never gets built again.
But with regret, Eric, with regret, even though you did it deliberately, can you still have regret?
I don't really like to hold grudges, Joe. I'm not really an enemy kind of person. I think that those of you that have been out here and seen things going on in the Denver area, we've been in close contact with us, I think that most people would agree that I tend to quell a lot of discomfort and a lot of argument. And I'm like, because I really kind of like to give people deference to be themselves. And I know that that's not obvious when you look at my work. You might not, when I'm out there screaming at the cops, presumably out of control, that I'm a relationship builder. But the only reason I've made it this far is because I've got a lot of insiders. I got a lot of people watching my back, and I have built relationships in places you wouldn't even believe. And so then that leads me to the do not call the police on yourself. If you are conducting an audit, an organic audit, then you should not be calling anyone. You should not even be noticed. So I suppose if it's a First Amendment auditor code of conduct, then I would say that, yeah, that means that you can't call the police on yourself, because you truly have to stay out of the view. You can't create a stressor.
And if it's not a First Amendment audit per se?
Oh, if it's not a First Amendment audit per se, then baby, all the stops are out. It's important to me, if I'm running around out there with a giant sign that says "fuck cops," it's important for me to know what dispatch is going to say to the people that are going to be calling in, because I've learned that I can generate over 30 calls per hour. Okay, so I go to an area like Adams County, Westminster area, where the market's pretty saturated. I'll occasionally call dispatch on myself just to see what dispatch is saying, because when I'm in a new area, it's different than when I'm in a saturated area. If I go into a new area, dispatch is going to send the police.
So
if I go to a saturated area, dispatch is going to educate me on the First Amendment. So when you realize that in an area where I have already built those relationships, I've already essentially won the First Amendment battle, why would I continue to go out there and do this? Why? Because I educate 30 people an hour on the First Amendment when they call dispatch. They're not going to get that education from me. They're calling the cops on me. So I need to know, I need to calibrate what dispatch is telling the people that are calling from that area. So I will occasionally call the police on myself. And you're goddamn right, I called the police on all you fuckers down in Rockwall County. Right? Yeah. I needed to know what the response was going to be. We needed to know one way or the other. So I do think that in the activism world, there may be definitely times when I think it's appropriate to call the police. But if we're setting a code of conduct for auditors and we're using the pure definition of an audit, which is not an involved process, you're not stressing the subjects that you're studying in an audit, then yeah, I think I could agree with that code of conduct. But if you're in the business of disrupting normal operations, which is exactly what you do when you spank a 2-year-old on the ass and send him to the corner.
Direct action.
Yeah, I mean, you might just, calling the cops on yourself might just be appropriate. Is it ethical to call the cops on yourself for clicks and views? Well, I think that question may even be debatable.
So what would you and Desert grade this list? And I'm not going to pussy away like Liberty Bird. Everybody on this panel participated and agreed that this was the list.
Wait, I only agree with one.
Oh, come on.
see what I'm saying though? I'm showing how quick disconnect can happen though. Like when your perspective is not like fully, and you still conform to a group consensus, right? This is what happens. You wind up with two and a half things that you agree with, and 3 others that you don't agree with, and now all of a sudden we have something that everybody agreed on that nobody really agrees on.
I was joking.
No, but this is the same point.
I would like to add something.
I think that. 1 second. I think that this is the thing that Eric was pointing out in the first place. You know, is like these type of things have happened before, and this type of planning has happened before. But where it fails is by trying to accommodate everybody's opinion. There is no true way to get down to one way of doing things.
Yeah, I'll say it failed because them niggas wasn't cold enough and didn't try hard enough. It wasn't enough wise men in that room.
So what grade would you give that Desert Sentinel, sorry?
Well, throw that list back up for me again real quick.
One more time. What do you think for a school teacher grade?
Well, I still haven't really had a full chance to really go over it in my perspective and my past behavior in that, looking at the first one here, doing your homework research. If people remember, I tested the waters of the prune yard decision out here in California concerning the case law on malls being traditional public forums, according to case law. And I did do my homework on that. And I did do my homework on the local malls. I looked up their codes of conduct. I found out who owned these malls. And I tested 3 ownerships of malls out here and found that they each had their own take. One mall I had no issue with. Another mall I was told to leave, and back down to the build relationships, I contacted their management. I spoke with their security, and they apologized for me being let out of the building. The only mall that I had issue with and couldn't get anywhere with was a mall that was owned by the government of Australia. It's actually a government-owned entity that owns several malls, including the mall in Palmdale, the Antelope Valley Mall.
I didn't know that was a thing, DS.
Yep, and I could not get through to them. I couldn't understand, which brings us down to the issue of choosing your battles wisely. I did not get arrested. I did not get trespassed. I was just asked to not use my camcorder. I could use my cell phone. That was the major distinction. I tried to get them to understand that my cell phone could broadcast live to the world in 4K definition. My camcorder goes nowhere. It's just a log, and all I was doing was walking my way to the food court, which is under that prune yard decision is a public forum, and I was going to do a blog. However, I was told I couldn't use that camcorder because it looked too professional. So I left. I left, and I still had standing. See, you don't necessarily have to be arrested to have standing. I know some people seem to think that they have a better position in filing suit, depending on whatever their plan is and what they want to do. But
they may have that, and we're battling a situation right now where the Colorado District Court is kicking back a suit that Abity Irizarry and I filed. We were detained at gunpoint for more than an hour. And then he issued a summons. And for some reason, the court's kicking it back and saying, oh, that's not a Fourth Amendment seizure because we weren't actually taken into custody. So there's some debatable question there as well. But I don't want to detract from that.
No, you didn't detract. I thought I was just going to tell him, Desert Sentinel, that you're right, that I've seen people go again, break that law because they thought that was how they got their standing. But if you're just forced under duress, you still have standing. But then Eric came up with another good point as well. So,
well, I wasn't out there to get arrested, and that leads to, you know, kind of the idea of when you're planning these things, that I went out there under a journalistic aspect. And I've seen a lot of people, especially recently with all of the protests, that people were actively protesting, you know, calling out slogans, whatever it may be. They weren't just documenting. However, later on, they tried to state that they were now media and just a journalist. And there were several arrests, including our mutual friend, Eric, that got arrested. I don't know where that is. But several people got arrested within a 24, 48 hours that were past curfews or whatever. And I think you need to choose what you are. That's been a big beef with me on what you're out there to do. I was always out there testing my First Amendment rights as a journalist and using the journalistic code of conduct in my behavior.
I think that was my first beef with the list, was that what is the role? What are you trying to do? And I just don't feel that I'm qualified to judge what other people's motives and what other people's work is. So I think that having a First Amendment code of conduct as displayed there is not a bad guide, but when we impose that as some sort of an expectation on everybody, then at that point we're setting ourselves up to fail at step number 5, which is build relationships. You can't build relationships and have these strict expectations of the people that are in your group, right? I fell in love with Teresa R. when she did Stephanie Benoit. I think that's fantastic, but there were some people that were really upset with that work. And you know, I really try not to judge people and be too critical of their work. I try to support them in their work. You know, I think that a friend is not somebody that says, I told you so. A friend is somebody that says, come here, let's get you cleaned up, even if they told you so. So that's my only big beef with this code of conduct, is that if it's too strictly adhered to, then it's good. Then it's definitely doomed to fail.
Imposing it on others.
Exactly. And even over
yes, I would agree. And our whole thing was, our whole thing was, is this possible? And I thought we were leaving room in there, and we even talked about leaving room for all types. So I guess what we failed was our definition.
I want to add something. I want to add something about what Eric said about, you know, particularly calling the police on yourself. And my issue, even if it's part of whatever action you're doing, you know, anytime you have an interaction with the police, I mean, it is really like, you know, playing Russian roulette, because you never, first off, know who you're going to get. You don't. And, you know, my thing and my goal is to not have to interact with them any longer than I absolutely have to. And so, you know, that's another problem I have with people calling the police on themselves, because it doesn't lead to anything but trouble.
I think that that's a very valid point. I think every time you expose yourself to the government, you're exposing yourself to liability. There's no question. But I still do think that there are times when I think that calling the police on yourself is creating the stressor that you might be looking for. Sometimes getting arrested for something is the stressor you're looking for. I absolutely made them arrest me for sitting down on the ground, because it was a law you couldn't sit on the ground. I set up a box trap with a donut under it. I wrote Acme Cop Catcher Kit on the back, and I sat down and I held the fucking string, and I absolutely made them arrest me. And I won that case with jury nullification. I admitted to the jury that it was my intentionally designed scheme to get arrested. So sometimes I think there may be a valid time to do it, but you're absolutely right that the risk is very high. And
let me put it like this, man. I'm gonna say that I said this earlier. Master's gonna smack you if you get out of line mentality. And most cats that's doing this, at least that I know of, and you know, they already know that's a possibility. The first thing out of your mouth, Teresa, was you put your life at risk. You never know what you're gonna get. That's a given.
What's the closest, Eric, you've gone to being in fear of your life?
Oh, I've been in fear for my life before. Absolutely.
Is there one moment that you can kind of let us know of that shit got too serious for you, a little bit too real?
Chavez, I thought that was going down right there.
Did you have any regrets after that incident?
I regretted that he didn't get arrested. He should have been arrested. No, I don't think that I had any regrets from that incident. I think that incident turned out okay, but it was certainly on the verge of death or disaster. There's no question that that's probably the closest that I've ever come to absolute annihilation.
All right. Isn't Chavez the really violent cat that was at the mall?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what was the incident? Is the one where they had to hold him back?
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, he wanted to strangle somebody. Yeah.
Oh,
Eric, this is the first opportunity that I've had to speak with you directly. There's been something that's been sticking in my mind for quite some time, and I want you to correct me if I am wrong in my recollection of a live stream you had. This was when you had to go in on your bicycle case, and you spoke about it, sitting down and coming up with some sort of infraction that they were going to allow you to plead to because the citation you received was a misdemeanor, correct?
On the bicycle case.
Yeah, you lost control of your bicycle. You received a ticket for it. Maybe ran into a car.
Oh, yeah. I ran into the back of a vehicle. Yeah, I went in there and we negotiated an appropriate charge and an appropriate plea. Yeah.
And the live stream after that all occurred, and you were on your way, and I think you went to a restaurant or something. I forgot who you were with. You were talking about how that case, if you had to have pled to that misdemeanor, it would have been bad.
Oh, well, yeah. First of all, the charge was inappropriate, and the plea that they wanted me, the charge that they charged me with, would have caused a failure of a felony diversion case.
Right.
Which
okay.
At this point is a moot point because it's already failed. But and the charge was inappropriate. So we actually sat down with the prosecuting attorney and we spent quite a bit of time actually looking to find the appropriate charge. Because when I went in there, she said, this isn't the right charge. So, you know, this is one of the things that perhaps confuses people. I'm not against the criminal justice system. But that, and I should say the justice system, because really what was appropriate there was an infraction. It was not a criminal case. It was a civil case. It was an infraction case. And that's ultimately what I pled to. And we did work together to find the right charge. And that wasn't a situation. I just don't think it's appropriate to run from your consequences if they are truly coming to you. So, but the way that they had charged it was not right, and it would have had an inappropriate consequence.
Right, and it became my understanding later that it was going to affect that felony diversion.
Correct.
However, during that conversation, you had mentioned and that you had kind of had an epiphany that you had reached some sort of plateau, that you had so many open cases now, and any little thing could cause you to go to jail and or prison, and you were going to
goal. Yeah,
you were going to slow down. That was the gist of the conversation, that you felt it was time to take care of what you already had on your plate.
I felt that a long time ago, but unfortunately, because they're using my words against me, I can't answer that question right now.
Right. Okay. Okay. I understand.
I
wanted to make sure.
Janet literally whacked Abadi Irizarry with a shovel and threw my shit in a puddle on a live stream. The prosecution actually went to Janet this week and tried to convince her that she was in fear for her life and she should file charges against me. So that's how out of whack these people are. By the way, her response was, "I don't fucking talk to pigs." But
Well, I
yes,
just wanted to clarify.
I have to be really careful with that statement.
I've talked about that situation. I've talked about that live stream, and I just wanted to make sure I wasn't talking out of my ass. So I believe I had everything clear in my head on that. That was a while ago. I don't know how long ago that was.
Yeah, I'll tell you that my diversion officer kept very copious notes every time law enforcement called and contacted him, and it was constant. I mean, we're talking dozens and dozens of law enforcement from all over the country called him constantly to demand that they revoke my diversion, and it was absolutely their intentionally designed scheme. They used the major crimes division in both Denver and Lakewood to bring misdemeanor charges and petty offense charges. So yeah, it was their intentionally designed scheme to violate that diversion. So
malicious prosecution.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yes. Yeah, the quintessential malicious prosecution. They're trying to do it right now. I mean, this is not working out well for them that I'm out of custody, and I'm not running around with a fuck cop sign downtown, which makes me less of a target. So they're so desperate that they're literally trying to convince people like Janet that she's in fear for her life.
Can you, Eric, do an interview with me and talk about shit, but don't talk about shit?
I don't know if that's possible. I mean, I have to dance a very careful line right now.
We can dance. I'm a good dancer.
They literally actually are out to get me, right? I mean, I think that's pretty well established.
Are you saying, is he willing to talk about the case strictly?
No, I if he legally can't talk about something, but I want to know what makes this dude tick, to be blunt. I really do.
Well, would you figure that out if you'd be so kind as to let me know?
I didn't hear you want to know what, Sancho, what makes what?
I want to know what makes him tick in the whole leadership aspect, because I was very impressed by two of yous mentioning him without it. He wasn't an earshot. So Sancho Sundays is well known for doing in-depth interviews. And
don't forget, we also said, at least I know I said, he was the de facto leader, knowing that he wouldn't want to take that or claim that role, but he is that guy. You know, there's no two ways about it.
Who would you nominate, Eric, for that role, and why?
Who, if there are leaders in this community, who are they, and who's that number one cat?
For you in Desert, Eric, you first.
Well, I'm a liberal commie bastard, and I subscribe to the tenets of Occupy, which is a horizontal organization without a leader that accomplishes their goals by consensus, not necessarily by leadership. I'm also very well aware of the fact that where you have a leader, you have a RICO. So I prefer not to be the leader, frankly. Thank you very much. You can't have a gang if you're just one person.
That's fair.
So
no, it's not fair. No, it's not fair. No, it's not fair.
Well,
you will acknowledge that there are
it's fair is why you would decline.
Mimic, that you model, that you admire,
there are leaders
but I'm
out
not
here.
willing to be a leader. Yeah.
No, no, you're not. But you do acknowledge that some people are in more leadership positions than other out here.
I do.
Big Nick, Johnny Five.
Yeah.
Some cats, yes, are leaders, whether they like it or not, just by definition.
Joe, to be blunt with you, a reason why I'm a little hard on you is because I look at you as a leader in this community. And I think you need to, when you're looked at from that level, there's a little bit more expected of you, if that makes sense.
Oh, you know, I'm with Eric. You don't see it when you're that dude. You certainly don't see it. I get surprised. And I'm just now understanding, I'm just now seeing it doing these panels very lately. I think I'm just now understanding that my word means something. I need to clarify, like I do that black shit to tricking niggas. Yeah, because you white people, I'd love to say that to tricking niggas, man. I gotta be careful.
Well, so sometimes people need to be triggered too. See, that's the problem, is that I'm really not a black and white kind of guy. The world is very colorful to me, right? It's very gray, it's very blurry, and maybe that's why I'm such a consensus builder. But I mean, you would think that I'm just out of whack on stuff and just a hater with a big hard line, but I'm really actually not, right? And that's so if people find things of my work that they think are appropriate to model, then fine. But I don't think you guys understand how much of your work I model.
I would not. I would not. I wouldn't pitch you seeing more than 2 of my vids.
I mean, we all have our own style, but that doesn't mean that I don't. There are things about people. I really like people's work. I mean, you guys know me. I've always been the guy that's always sharing everybody's channel. Somebody's going live. They got a problem. I'm going live and say, you got to go to this channel. I'll cut out my audio just to force you to go to their channel. You know, so I recognize that people will listen. People do come. But it's my intention to deflect that off and let people have their own individuality, because you're not going to learn anything from those people if you're just paying attention to the jackass with the fake suit on.
No, but you know, it's really important though to have someone that can like bring definition to what it is. Like by definition earlier tonight, you kind of defined between auditors and examiners, and now I kind of realize like I'm more of an examiner. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Exactly. I mean, I get in the cage with the monkeys and help them press the cocaine button. I just fuck shit up, right? I'm like, give that fucking button to me,
right.
That's a very different
direct accent.
Yeah, I don't know that you can have a code of conduct for that kind of person. So,
what's the
that's
number
why
one?
Eric, I think Eric is the obvious choice, man, because I'm a fan of direct action. You must make them uncomfortable. Who am I gonna gravitate to? Who else, right? Who else? He's the king of making niggas uncomfortable.
Oh
Mr.
no,
Sentinel.
I'm not sure I'm the king, man. You know, there's definitely more uncomfortable.
I mean, there was Elvis, but he's been gone a while, bro.
Huh?
I said there was Elvis, but he's been gone a while.
You know how they started. Some of us might be old enough to remember when they started calling Elvis the pelvis for his little dance moves. Yeah. Do you know how upset his mother was over that?
I remember that name. I don't.
My mom
was
obsessed with Elvis, so I know a lot about Elvis because of my
Yeah.
mom.
Do you know how angry his mother got over that?
Yes, that was like.
Well, you know, his brother's name is Enos.
Yeah, that's fuck. Yeah,
no, just kidding.
So let me ask you, like Desert, like take me to your leader. Like, who do you think's the leader in this movement? Take me to your leader and why.
Well, first you're going to have to define a movement. I mean, if we're talking about this YouTube as a genre community, then there really is no focus on leadership. One thing with leadership is it's going to bring attention. Unwanted attention. I don't know if I made lists. I might have. And there's my experience. I've seen many, many, many people that identify within this community that are selfish and only interested in what they're doing and who they are. Now some may know of other channels, other creators, other auditors, whatever you want to call it. And the one thing that I have found, and I have tested these waters, especially when there was like, I don't know, maybe 6 people that were incarcerated at the time. And I was asking the question, can anybody here name who is still being held in custody right now?
I cannot. I know
if
Dustin
your show, I cannot.
Okay. So,
I know that Ian McGuire got out of jail.
I didn't know that.
Did Ian get out?
I heard that he did.
No, he's not out.
What about the guy that was missing legs? What was his name? Mittens. He didn't have any legs. He audited and had a fucking warrant on him.
Yeah. I know there's that one guy in New York, and I always forget his name. I believe he went into he went in. That was before I started kind of keeping track of these things. You know, swine repellent is still being held in custody.
Is he?
Yeah.
That would explain why he's not responding to any of my texts.
Yeah, it would do it.
He is actually on a psych hold.
Oh, he is.
From my understanding, yes.
Damn.
Do you think Eric?
You know Dragonfire. Hold on, Sancho. You know Dragonfire auditing, Chauncey.
Yes.
Okay, he's in federal custody.
Are you sure? He was just commenting on my channel the other day.
Was he?
Yeah,
Chauncey?
yeah, sure
No,
did.
it's him.
Dragonfire was on my channel just the other day.
I got paperwork that says he's still
I
being
wonder
held.
if it's too, I think Dragonfire South Carolina is the guy we're thinking about, Bird, and maybe yes too.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah,
And,
Chauncey.
anybody remember Boise PD Cop Watch?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I think the point that Desert's
Maybe.
making is once you're not here, dude, no one seems to give a fuck.
Oh,
That's a problem. That's a fucking problem.
So which leader is going to come forward that is, going to take under their wing all of these individuals and when they're forgotten?
Let's look at it. So, like when Eric was in jail, we were all watching. We were all fucking rooting for him, right? We were getting updates. We were getting live calls, online and hearing about the fucking catastrophes of no mask having and unsanitary conditions like I experienced when I was in booking. And I mean,
and why was everybody focused on Eric?
Because Eric is a
Wait. We started off saying that there is no conventional
leader. So that's what it is. It's about it's about the popular.
We started off saying there is no Malcolm X, there is no real leader, there is no Martin Luther King like leader of blacks, there is no leader of whites, but there are people who are more popular and therefore by definition they're leaders. So I don't want to categorize Eric as one of those guys. Now it's up to him, and why aren't you grabbing niggas under your wing? I'm saying by being a role model as popular as he is and the words that come out of his mouth, he is by definition a leader.
Yeah, but not our leader, right? I mean, ultimately, he's not the head guy of any type of organization or gang or fucking RICO enacted fucking posse, right? So when you evaluate that, that this is the point I made to you earlier, Joe, is that we all have to take a position of leadership because this is all new. Right? Like this kind of exposure is all new. So we have to be able to take that role. However, some of us have been able to take it to places that the rest of us have not. And I think that's why so many people look towards Eric is because of the 10th Circuit decision, because of the fact that he's willing to put it all on the line under principle.
That's it for me. A man who is unwilling to abandon anything cannot make change. When people be talking about, I can't believe that nigga living in his van, and I'll be thinking that nigga's a god. Leave him alone. Stay out of his affairs.
That's what I think. Yeah. By the way, I'm not living in my van. I'm actually living in a van that he earned by being drugged through the snow by his testicles. So I'm very appreciative, and I thank him very much for that.
What's your
I don't know how much longer I'll be here, but leave people alone, right? Let people live that. And I'm a very laissez-faire kind of guy too. But Desert Sentinel, you bring up a very disturbing point here. I think that we need somebody that has a more stable position and doesn't have the likely prospect of popping in and out of custody at any time to maybe periodically publish updates on these folks. And we need to do visitations, and we need to set up phone calls, and we need to write letters to all these people that are in custody. That was so important to me. It was really, really important to me. And how many times, Joe, have you heard me say jail support, court support? That's how we keep people alive and active and conscious, right?
Eric, there is a group that's keeping track of who's where and why.
Oh, good.
I fucking love how you're literally looking at everyone talking by the boxes. Like you're looking up, you're looking left. You're a fucking pro, my guy.
So I cheated. The camera's located right in the middle of my monitor.
Holy shit. Like NJ's talking, he's literally looking like NJ's in the attic when he's talking. He's looking up he's literally like, go ahead. Like, that's crazy.
Hey, Sancho, I don't know which one is us is higher. I'm so high, I hadn't even noticed, and you're so high, you're noticing everything.
My guy, you were just brushing your hair for 5 minutes, okay? I was trying to
all from a bird's eye view, bro.
I was gonna text Liberty to text you because I don't have your text yet. To just give you a heads up, like, my guy, you're brushing your fucking hair right now, my guy. So, do you, Eric, have that humble attitude, knowing that there's been multiple people that have been motivated and influenced by you? And if so, who are you kind of like proud of that has went under your wing that's out there right now, and why?
Oh, I hope he asking a question. I hope you can answer what I think he's asking. Name.
You know, I
ask is
hold
Otto
on.
one because Otto's a mini Eric.
Time out. I kind of look at it like it's a coaching tree, like a Bill Belichick, Bill Parcells coaching tree. That Bill Parcells coaching tree had 5 or 6 really good head coaches. I look at an Eric Brandt as an Eric Brandt. There's a tree with him that he's training. He's training others and stuff.
Yes,
who are you proud of that has been under your wing, and why?
Nice question. Look at the dad don't want to name one motherfucker.
Oh, that was a softball.
That
was a softball, Eric. The condom's not even on yet. That was a softball question.
You can't pick one of your kids.
I don't think that I'm gonna necessarily say that I'm proud of somebody. The person that I carry the greatest sadness for is Otto.
But who out there that you're watching that you've given advice to that you're proud of?
That you think, yes, he killed. Yes, I'm so glad that I got a chance to lay some advice on that cat.
Who are you proud of? Like, who are you proud of? Like, that's my guy. And you know what? I feel good that I played a part in helping that person do what he's doing right now. Who is that? There has to be a couple names.
Yes.
I don't know. I have to think of that. The person that I think about the most is Otto the Watchdog.
Yeah.
Ole, happy
he's such a great guy, and he's taken such a terrible hit, you know?
What just
and
happened?
He's got it's such a huge hit. It's such a huge risk. It's so egregious. I have so much hatred and so much anger out of the Otto the Watchdog situation. And Otto the Watchdog was influenced by me. And so I don't know if I'm willing to say that I'm proud of anything. I hurt for it. And that's the reality of this work. So
I feel that shit as well, Eric B. I feel that shit as well.
All right, Joe, throw me some names, because I know Liberty's influenced by you, and I know Joe Cool's influenced by you.
I would have put Liberty would have been besides Otto, because to me he's a mini Eric B, and I see it all over him. I talked to Blue about that shit. My God, he reminds me of Eric. So leaving Otto out, I would have said Liberty Freak. Oh my God, I'd fuck Liberty Freak.
Yeah, straight handing out fucking what was it? He was handing out fucking paperwork to all the fucking political representatives there at the fucking Capitol building, right? You guys catch that shit?
Yeah.
He's like, you've been served, big old fucking fuck you on the bold print, you know what I mean? Like, you've been served, fuck you. Oh, it was great.
But to me, the sacrifice that Otto has made, I don't have that kind of sacrifice to make. I could not make that kind of sacrifice. For me to stand up and do what I do is nothing. For him to have done what he did is so great. Is so great. I sacrificed nothing, and he sacrificed practically everything he had.
What are you proudest of the most in the work you've done? And if you could kind of throw us about 3 Hall of Fame moments that you're proud of the most. If there's an Eric Brandt Hall of Fame video, like three clips.
Eric, I missed all of your shit when Brian came out here. That was a year ago. I just started, and he was. I didn't know who he was. He was like, it was about 3 Bryans. I couldn't keep up. And you was the only cat I knew, and I know little about. So he was like, Eric Brandt. Yes, I heard of that one. So, you know what I'm saying?
You guys want to hear something really cool? So here's a little quick story. I was doing this audit on a thing called NoCo Raid. Ran this huge press story around all the paperwork and bullshit behind these backdoor handshakes between departments. And when I was auditing this Windsor cop in Fort Collins, who I thought was out of jurisdiction, unaware that he was part of this task force.
I remember that audit.
Yeah, so I walk over to the Verizon store right after, and there's these two girls sitting down, and the one girl looks at me and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I was just observing and cop watching and making sure that this guy wasn't acting outside of his duties since he was out of jurisdiction." And then she says, "Do you know Eric Brandt? I work for a law firm. No, I work for as an assistant at the law firm, blah, blah, blah." And she had said that to me. And I was just like, yes, I do know Eric Brandt. In fact, I have a video called Eric Brandt Saves the Liberty Bird. And she was like, "Oh, I'm going to go subscribe to your channel." And I'm like, score one, you know? So anyway, I just figured I'd share that. Like even people that see me cop watching wanted to know, do you know Eric Brandt? Like, that's beautiful.
I kind of go into this, and I've been telling Joe this. I've been following the movement, but I've been going into this with a clean slate with everybody. And I'll be honest with you, what you've been doing for Liberty Bird and the amount of time you've been putting into helping him, good fucking job.
Well, I appreciate that. I've already told him that I kind of have to focus on some things. I got to get a bunch of stuff done before next week, but we gotta. I guess I make a lot of sacrifices. I miss out on a lot of litigation that I have that's good litigation because I don't put the time into it because other people need that more than I do, I think, a lot of times. So I'm not really in this for the money, and without other people picking up and taking charge and doing their own thing, then all my work was for naught anyway. So I suppose that's kind of me. There's two different sides to me. When I'm on the show and I'm, boasting and I'm bragging and I'm fluffing my chest and showing my feathers, that's an important persona. But I really hesitate to accept any pride for really anything that I've done. There are things that I've done that I'm pleased about, that I'm happy went that way, but I'm not willing to accept. I'm not willing to give myself accolades, and that's between us. This is not the Eric Brandt show on the street. This is really a lot more real Eric Brandt. I'm really not a proud person. I do my work. I do what I think is important. And at the end of the day, I think that the people around me are more important than I am. And that together we make a pretty important thing. But I know that you're wanting probably a better answer, but I really just don't consider myself to be that accomplished.
No, I want you to be you. And that's what I appreciate. One big thing that I've been noticing with the Liberty Bird streams is a lot of sacrifice. You got the world on you have the world on you right now, and you're still, helping Liberty. You may or may not like to hear this, but sacrifice is a big trait of being a leader.
Eric, there's one thing that I have enjoyed, especially with this COVID business going on, and being able to sit in on those court cases with you.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing. Yeah, I'm really, really pleased with being able to broadcast these court hearings and for people to participate in remotely. I hope that is a legacy that we don't lose as we move forward. I think that's really important. Probably the most significant thing that has happened to our country in a very long time was the ability to open these courts up a little bit.
Yeah, yes, and listening to you, I do learn. I like listening.
Well, I hope we all learn from each other. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I can say. Unfortunately, you're in there and you are having to defend yourself. However, it is fascinating and an educational experience to listen in.
I personally think it shows how flawed the system really is. I think it shows the corrupt levels of enforcing opinion and unjust laws to support those opinions, to oppress those that disagree with your position. And that to me is more disheartening for the future of America than anything.
Well, I was listening into a court case the other day, but I believe it was Janet's, correct, Eric?
If that was Monday, then yeah.
And I was listening to that judge, and one of the cases came up where a woman was trying to get out of her probation or something early. And it was because she was in fear of her child's father, who had already taken the children once and she got them back, and she needed to relocate. And that judge listened to what the woman had to say.
Was that the
And-
female judge?
Yes.
When we were in the, yeah, I really have a lot of respect for that judge. Go ahead.
And she basically canceled everything. She didn't need to come into the court anymore. She was free to go. Everything was done. And there is some justice in the system there.
Yeah, I have to tell you that I've known Fran Simone for a long time. She was a magistrate in family court in Adams County for many years. And then just 2 years ago, she was appointed as a full-fledged judge in Denver. I have to tell you, I have never in my life seen a person that could read a person like she can. She can see into your soul. I have seen her identify the roles of differing people in a family structure, even in a particular family where their roles were not along a typical gender lines. I mean, they had different familiar roles, and she knew it. She could feel it without them even saying it. Fran Simone is one of my favorite judges. I think that she's gonna do wonderful things. I've seen her do wonderful things already. That did not surprise me coming out of Fran Simone. Unfortunately, it does surprise me coming out of the court system generally. We don't always see that kind of empathy and that kind of she just has this genius about seeing people's souls. I don't even have the word for it. But yeah, it's nice to see a system working well. Yeah.
I just jumped in there. I just jumped in there, Liberty, because I hate to see that huge, wide, broad brush like that when we can find a gem within the system and give credit where credit's due. I think everybody should.
How concerned, Eric, are you of your health with everything that goes on?
Maybe not as concerned as I should be. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'd hate to make some predictions online, knowing that the alphabet soup is watching, but I'd say that I honestly don't necessarily expect that I'm going to make it that much longer. I think that if shit gets wonky in this country, they'll assassinate my ass pretty quick. So, and if I end up stuck in prison for the rest of my life, the last thing I want to do is spend it alive, right? Who wants to do that? So,
do you think you're a martyr for this movement?
I think that people would tell you that I'm a martyr for this movement.
Do you think you're a martyr for this movement, and do you want to be a martyr for this movement?
I don't want to be a martyr for this movement. Do I think I'm a martyr? I think that I mean, when you put a person when you imprison a person for speech, that person is a living martyr. There's no question about that.
By definition, yes, you're a martyr.
I think by definition, yeah. But no, I would rather live my life than to be a martyr. But as long as there are the watchdogs out there that can't speak up because they will destroy their family, then I suppose that I have no choice but to accept my lot in life.
Have you ever thought about quitting this fight?
Oh, yeah.
What brings you back into it?
Usually you guys.
What's the number one misconception about Eric Brandt?
I don't know.
What's the one thing that's out there that's a misconception of you?
That he is, I'm sorry, but he hesitated, that he is wild and off the rails and out of control, bad guy just out to provoke. You know, these are the things he's accused of, and that nigga's smarter than you are.
I don't see that.
I think the biggest I think the biggest misconception is more from the judge and DA's perspective, and that's that Eric Brandt's a criminal. That's the true misconception. Eric Brandt is not a criminal. Eric Brandt is a man that stands on the Constitution, stands on his ability to use his words to fight against those that use the force of a government gun to enforce the rules and regulations on the open public and citizen slaves.
Now, what do you think your number one misconception is, Eric?
Well, the prosecutor in my last trial turned to my jurors, looked at me with red fire in his face, and pointed his finger and screamed, "Mr. Brandt is a despicable man." I think Joe Cool hit that on the head. That's the image that they want to portray, and I just don't think that that's true.
Is there a 5-year plan right now?
There's not even a 5-week plan at this point.
What resolution do you think there is out there, if any?
I'd hesitate to be able to discuss that at this point. There are some prospects. There is a prospect that I could potentially enter into a veterans diversion program, where the VA has said that with my disability level, they have rehabilitation money available, and they have offered and suggested that I could go to law school for that. I would bite a pretty heavy bullet to be able to follow that carrot, but it would appear that the prosecution is just not interested in negotiating that.
What fears do you have right now, if any?
Spending the rest of my life in prison, and that it'd be a long time.
Do you have any regrets?
Sure, of course I have regrets.
Do you have any you want to mention?
In a normal world, I wouldn't have any difficulty discussing my regrets, but unfortunately, I'm a targeted individual, and I'm not living in a normal world.
What's the number one advice Eric Brandt today would give to the young Eric Brandt who just started in this movement?
Do your research and build relationships.
Is that
Eric? That scares me every time you talk about do your research, and they kick your ass as much research as you do. It kind of is disheartening. Make me think that what chance do we have?
You have a better chance if you do your research.
That's for damn sure.
I mean, that's one thing that many of us on, as some people would say, the other side of this is doing the research. However, when that research is presented to people for free, for nothing, that the research has been done for them, it's dispelled as myth, or that it's coming from a troll, or it's people have their own ideological stance on certain things.
Yes.
I mean, when you do your research, it keeps you out of a cage. And for many of us, like myself, that has discussed the fact that there are things that people do over and over again. And I believe I reported on these things for quite some time, where people were being arrested week after week after week for the same mistakes every time. So yes, you need to do your research, and you need to understand how it works. I don't think I've never known Eric to fall into the category of not understanding the law for what it actually is and how it works. However, others out there seem to, balk at certain aspects of how our law works.
I suppose actually, if you're going to touch on that, I think, and I want to do this with my actual face, because I think it's that important. There was some comment about, people aren't going to take the research for free because it could be from trolls or something. Actually, I think that's a very important thing to do. When I say do your research, I am very much a source document kind of guy. I like to see the source document. I try to go to the root of the document. I'm not a sovereign citizen. I'm not going to use sovereign citizen speak in a courtroom. That's code word for fuck with this guy. There are a lot of good people, good people that I know that have gone to prison for the rest of their lives because they used the wrong incantations. If you're going to stand over this cauldron and you're going to cast these spells, you need to cast the right spells. You need to speak the right language. And so I've seen there's a lot of infiltrators. There's a lot of trolls, if you will. I have seen a lot of people come in and say, "Oh, you can use this work here," and then so people write it down and they cite this and they file these motions, and it turns out that person was actually a member of the alphabet soup that was sent in to deliberately disrupt. And when they use those incantations, those are the incantations that the judges know are the magic incantations for fuck you, right? So if you're going to assert your jurisdiction, if you're going to talk about this fucking stupid gold fringed flag like it actually means something when it actually doesn't, if you're going to cite somebody's case law, if you're going to cite somebody's work and you're not going to go back and do the source referencing yourself, to the best of your ability, we can never actually source reference everything, but you need to put reasonable effort into that, because the problem that I have is that a lot of these that I did, the reason why I didn't go to prison with the paper terrorists is because I wouldn't sign any documents. And I wouldn't sign any documents because I didn't fully subscribe to what they were doing. I had a lot of reservations about it. And a lot of my reservations came from this citations of case law that was in fact bogus. And it's funny because Liberty Bird and I talked about this morning, as a matter of fact. If you're going to use their system, then you need to use their spells. You're going to stand at their cauldron. You need to wear their hat. You need to ride their broom. And you need to find out if the quotations you're getting are correct. It's astonishing to me how many times people cite a case and the case may not even actually exist. Or the case might exist in name, but it has nothing to do with the citation that's being given. And I've seen a lot of people go down like that. So when I say do your research, I mean actually go do it. The resources are there, but there isn't any free research. There's no free information. So yeah, you should look at that information as a launch pad, but you need to go do deeper, in-depth work on your own if you actually care about your condition. And it's not easy to get it all right, and I don't get it right all the time. I know a lot more about the law than most law enforcement, but
but shit, so do I.
You know, I still spent a little bit of time in jail. You know, you got to do the research. You've got to do the research. You've got to do the research, and you can't just take somebody's word for it.
Yeah, Eric, we're in total agreement in the line of thinking that you are at right now. I didn't want to say that there's this free research out there and everybody should use it, but there is good research out there as a stepping stone for people to use, but it is continually dismissed because of the person giving that information out.
I wouldn't even consider that. I watch fucking crazy Fox News and CNN and MS, and I be thinking these cats are insane. This is the craziest shit ever. But I do what Eric said. I go. There'll be like a report came out, a story came out. I'll go look for the story, read it myself, or I'll go look for the citation, read it myself.
In Colorado, when the medical marijuana and the recreational marijuana started really kicking up, and people wanted to really get more pure and precise with their marijuana, which they did. But you know, people are getting these 11-band, 24-band LED lights and blah blah. And I'm like, well, you know, my buddy wanted to grow marijuana. I'm like, well, what does the light do? What frequencies are appropriate? So, you know, you can learn how to grow marijuana from I Get So High magazine if you actually don't want to grow marijuana. If you want to grow marijuana and you want to use LEDs, then the people that know how to grow cannabis is the United States Department of Agriculture, and the people that know how to grow plants with LEDs is NASA. So you got to go look at the source documents. You got to look at the peer-reviewed papers, and you can learn that, oh, actually maybe 6 bands is probably appropriate, because you learn what the different colors do for the plant. That when I say source document research, I mean like literally don't read I Get So High magazine. Go get the peer-reviewed work. Go get the scholarly work and read it. For one thing, you may be going down a rabbit hole that has nothing to do or is only tangentially appropriate for the question that you're asking, but you're going to find that it's going to totally enrich your life anyway, and you're going to learn how to read and understand documents. So yeah, I'm trying to do a little bit more of that, now, like with this ketamine thing. I'm trying to show people, hey, these resources are publicly available. Wikipedia is a great launch pad. I don't believe everything I read on Wikipedia, but it's a good launch pad. It's something that's readily available. It's not free. It takes your time. You have to invest in it.
I did want to ask about what is your highest thing of it? Have you went to college? Do you have a degree?
I have, a lot of my Navy education is classified, and so the American College, ACE, whatever that stands for.
American College Education?
Maybe. I don't remember what the exact acronym is, but they have an arrangement with the United States military, and they've been able to take certain of their trainings and courses and those that are declassifiable, any of those portions that are declassified, and they have accredited them. Maybe it's the American Council on Education.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
So I have a transcript from the military that combined with some other classes. I have what would be the equivalence of a bachelor's degree in nuclear technology. But I do not have a degree that I can put on the wall.
So I'm going to ask everyone else besides you this question. What can be done to support and help Eric during this difficult time? Like Desert, you first, Liberty, and then Joe.
What to help Eric during this time? I don't know. I think we're doing a little bit of it right now. We're getting an understanding between each other. I mean, Eric and I had talked a couple of times before through a mutual friend, and I have followed Eric like I have followed many people, and just keeping tabs on people and making sure where they're at.
I guess I'm up. I'm going to go with this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go with give up a bit of yourselves. Give up a little bit of your time. Give up a little bit of your energy to make those calls. Redress the government that's trying to maliciously prosecute. Center your focus around Eric Brandt, because Eric Brandt has centered his focus around you. Has centered his focus and his dedication around ensuring that you still have the ability to say no, or to throw the middle finger up, or to use your words against those that are trying to use government guns. And the thing is that if people don't give up a little bit of themselves and let people know that this is not okay, and that we are watching, we're going to watch Eric be martyred in front of our eyes, and we're not going to do a damn thing about it. I would say that that's a sad day for the community, a sad day for America, and the forefathers would be rolling over their fucking graves.
I'd like to offer a quick summation that thanks for letting me on real quick, by the way.
No problem.
The simple premise when government fears the people, it's freedom, and vice versa. People fear the government, tyranny, and we shouldn't lift up necessarily one person, but not to decline leadership of one person that is absolutely spearheading the charge. But the power is to the people, and it takes the numbers. We the people, not just a person. Like we all need to wake everybody else up, my opinion.
No, I think I understand what you're saying.
What can be done, Joe Cole? What's the plan?
No fucking idea. I was trying to hold a thought. How to help.
Smoking.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I was trying. Y'all killing me. I was trying to hold it.
I literally was waiting, and I think Eric was waiting for this Joe Cool, passionate motherfucking speech. Everyone get out of their seat. Everyone gets out of their seat and starts doing the Ultimate Warrior, shaking the wrestling ropes. And literally, he goes, "I have no fucking idea."
Yes, that's because I, after I heard him and agreed with him, I zoned out and went back to trying to focus on something different, which I've been trying to hold.
Joe, you just hit that legal weed. Don't try to kid us. You were hit that legal.
Oh man, I am blowed as and I don't know how legal it is, even though the dope spot is like 20 feet
I
from
got
the
a medical
police.
card. I have a medical card, so I don't feel bad. No, but like seriously, Joe, like what do you think can be done for everybody hearing this right now, to help Eric?
Get him laid.
Right on. Balance, baby. You gotta have that balance of life. That's a good word.
Listen, here's the truth. When I first met dude, I was in his chat and I was very fucking new, keeping my mouth type shit. And you know what they were doing? They were making phone calls. And I got moved and I made a phone call. And like 3 people in there said, that's good. I forget the word they said. Good, activism, Joe, something like that. And I remember how it felt. So he's kind of, to me, he's kind of known for that phone call shit. We were going to help him press that shit. And I would say we'd have to press it beyond him because he's quiet with that shit. He gets motivated and he's like, we got to call here, we got to call there. But I'd say we had to take it a step farther and live in his example and pick our own people to call, push our own people to call.
Yeah.
Joe, you're selling edification. Edification is what I try to say, and I'm buying into it, man. I'm sold out to edification.
I want to tell you a little bit about how important phone calls are. First of all, I think Liberty Bird can speak to how important phone calls are from his recent experience last week. That wouldn't have played out like that without those phone calls. You knew when you were in there, you knew when the phone calls were happening, right? Because they changed how they dealt with you. And then finally, they couldn't take it anymore, and they brought you to a telephone to call out.
Yeah, they bribed the shit out of me just to comply with the protocol to get the fuck out of there, dude. They're like, we want you gone. And I'm like, I want to go home now.
About a little more than a year ago, I suppose, Otto was stuck in jail. And we hadn't seen anything from Otto for like a week and a half. For like a week, I think it was. And so I started calling around. Otto was pretty new to the scene, and I got a hold of James Freeman because I knew that he was kind of in that area. And I said, hey, I don't know where Otto is. We haven't seen anything from him. And so he did some checking, and we found him in the Collin County Jail. And he'd been there already for like 10 days. And he said he knew when the world found out he was there. He knew it because the calls started coming, and the staff treated him differently when the calls started coming.
Wow.
I can tell you that the deputy that I was having issues with in Jefferson County, because remember that I have ears everywhere. When he was fucking up and he was telling me you can file a grievance about it, I said, oh, I'll do more than that. My first step was run to the phone bank to call you guys. My second step was go file a grievance, right? First, I knew you guys would have my back, and then I went and filed the paperwork. So I have been recently advised that he was removed from the program, and he's now working in booking where he can't have that much exposure to people and cause a lot of injury.
Activism 101. It's multi-tiered, multi-layered, and you explained it well.
Here's a quick story that you guys might enjoy. So I take off to New York with Joe Cool and Chuck Bronson. We make nice rounds out there, and we're on our way back. And we stop at this little fucking Texas Roadhouse joint, that has barbecue or whatever. Remember this, Joe? And we find out that Otto the Watchdog gets arrested, dude. And all 3 of us lose our shit, right? And so what do? I get on the phone with the FBI, right? And I'm like
He's
talking to the
coming through.
FBI, fucking chewing their ass out about how the fuck they could ever allow this to happen. Do we not live in America? And then I call down to Rockwall Sheriff, and I'm like, is this not American? And he's like, of course it is. And I'm like, well, then how the fuck does freedom of speech not exist? And oh my goodness, man, the amount of the amount of suffering that those guys went through with the calls and the redress there, I can only imagine.
The next 80 miles, we swore to God we were being followed.
Yeah, you ain't lying, bud. Like, they definitely got my number. I know that much now. I called them with it.
Well, the calls are very effective. And so Marvella asks, is it true that call flooding does more harm than good? I don't see that it does more harm than good. I do see that it does a lot of good. You know, when I was in the Adams County Jail for the sidewalk chalk, the sheriff came and talked to me personally. He says, you know, it's actually faster for me to walk across the street to talk to somebody than to try and get a phone line in. They took very good care of me. They knew that I had people behind me. They knew when they screwed up that shit would be fucking ugly. And that was a degree of protection. And I tell you also that people that I was in jail with, they would say, oh God, this officer, you know, we'd get a different officer that night. Maybe our guy was on training, or maybe he was out with COVID. We had several of them that ended up being out with COVID quarantine. So we got deputies rotated in that weren't the normal deputies for that location, and people would be like, oh fuck this fucking asshole. Oh, the night went just incredibly smooth. I'd be on a pod and people would say, you know, it's very different while you're here. And I've communicated with people since I've left that have said things are not as good there. So yes, when you have somebody that has the attention of the outside world, when you have people calling to do welfare checks, I don't know how many I signed more than half a dozen medical record over to people. You know, I would get paperwork that would say yada yada umpty squat parentheses mother. I had a lot of mothers, and I signed every fucking one of them because I knew that person was checking in on me, so that if I ended up in isolation, or if I ended up in the hospital, or you know, if I ended up in the hole or something, that you guys would know even if I couldn't call out. And they knew that the world would know. So I think that the calling is very effective.
Let me give my call story. When I got popped off, I gave him hell because I wouldn't give him my last name. When we were still in the station, they were like, just give us your last name. You're not under arrest. I yelled at them until I lost my fucking voice. But they got so mad at me. They were talking, we're going to put you in under John Doe in the county. You're going to be there for 4 days, blah, blah. I was like, have the call started coming yet? Because I got arrested live. And, by the time morning came, I was like, so what time I see the judge? They're like, oh no, don't worry, you're going home. There's no problem. You know, that was them calls. That was y'all.
And when Penny Lane and Monkai 83 got arrested out there in Bridgewater, it was the same thing. The lieutenant came down to them in the cells and had phone numbers, because, you know, I was saying, hey, he needs to call me. You know, he needs legal representation. And so they were like, who are these people? You know, and he goes, oh, you're going to get a lot more calls. And they absolutely got a lot more calls, right? And yeah, that happened in Elbert County. They processed us out as fast as they fucking could. They did not want us there. So, yes, the calls are effective. When Abity and I got arrested in Inglewood, we've got a single CD with 403 phone calls on it, and it's only in the first 2 hours of the arrest. And I was down there. I'm sitting there. In fact, I'll switch my camera back here.
Sancho, thanks for letting me up. I have to drop, guys. I don't mean to interrupt you, Eric. I love all you guys. I have to work early. Joe, Eric, Liberty Bird. I can't tell who else is there on the bottom corner. Thanks for letting me up, man.
Hey, come back tomorrow night for Liberty Bird Court.
That's Furry Potato in the bottom right corner. That's Furry Potato.
What?
Where? You're talking about DS. He didn't know who it was.
Damn, you got me, asshole.
Who do you look up to, Eric, in this whole movement?
Very good. Who's cold at least? Who do you think is cold, if not look up to?
Who do I look up to? It would be hard for me to pick, I guess, one person.
How about that Johnny 5-0 nigga?
I definitely look up to Johnny 5-0. I think he's slick as hell. gosh, there's some really good guys out there that are that just tickle my fancy. People that have a lot of risk involved, I look up to, and there's a few people that I know that you guys think you might know these people, and so I won't out them, but there's people out here that have a lot of risk. I look up to Chris Powers. Chris Powers has made a tremendous amount of personal investment, and it's not always worked out for him. And so, one of the things you guys were talking, I guess earlier, I heard some chatter. People were talking about people and e-begging and money and stuff. When I had bonds raised, and when I was getting arrested back in January, it was just arrest after arrest, and I'd be in jail, and then all of a sudden I'd be bonded out, and I wasn't even asking for it. It was just happening. And I was able to return all that money. And one of the things that was important to me, even though I had nothing to do with the fundraising, it was essential to me that I have a single point source. We actually physically wrote paper checks to people, including Chris Powers, who was one of those. And so then many months later, COVID happens, the protesting happens, and it's like, okay, now it's time. I've played this horse out as much as I can right now. It's time to get out. And so I went and I asked for help. And what you guys don't know is I spent about 2 weeks behind the scenes before you guys ever knew that I was asking to get out. And one of the things that I did, I approached Chris Powers. I did not approach him to ask for money. No, I approached him to ask for credibility, and I approached him to ask him to audit my paperwork. And I did that because he had such a personal sacrifice that he had made, and I didn't want to ask him for money. I knew that I was going to be asking people for money, and I didn't know how or where it would come from, but I did not want Chris Powers to be that one. And I was very, very pleased to find out that actually everybody had already been chattering about it and that I was able to gain that credibility. So I think that I really look up to Chris Powers. He's gone way out on a leap of faith at a great amount of personal sacrifice. I look up to High Desert Community Watch. High Desert Community Watch is 100% behind Felipe Fleming, and I'm 100% not Felipe Hemming. And when I went out to visit my dad, he drove lots of hours each time, several times, to come pick me up. He wanted to show me California. He wanted to show me a good time. He wanted to be a good host. And the words Felipe Hemming never came out of his mouth. And he's really looked to as kind of a recruiter for him. Never made any attempts to recruit me. His interest was obviously purely genuine, and I have a lot of respect for that. So I don't know. There's a lot of people that I can tell you that I look up to, and
Had does one of my number one cats. He's the first cat. That's who put me into this shit. Had does it.
I mean, do you guys remember like the fundraisers while Eric was getting snapped back and pushed back and then let out and pushed back? Bro,
I remember the late night stream where the fan and Liberty Bird didn't go to sleep. And then the next day he got popped again. I remember doing. I was like, this is gonna be great.
Dude, Liberty Freak handled business, dude. I was so proud of him.
How does that make you feel, Eric? How does that make you feel?
That felt pretty good, guys. It felt pretty good, and it felt good too that when I said stop doing it, that you did. You left me in the jail that I needed to stay in, the jail I was safest in. They were just going to keep increasing the bonds and increasing the risk. And it's just, no, let's just stay where we're at. And I really do appreciate that. I look up to Marita Gladson. She sits there quietly and she sends me memes and letters every fucking day. Like when I didn't get letters from her, I got worried. I did welfare checks on her.
Wow.
I don't know that I could give you a list. I look up to Abbott Irizarry. He went out on a huge leap of faith. He got stuck here because of it. I look up to Kyle, Monkai 83. I even look up to Defend, believe it or not. There's a lot of work that Defend does that I have a lot of admiration for. And but I suppose that's ever the consensus, Miller. Abbott gets so mad at me because I'm always finding the good in people. So
Eric, you hit on something. I catch that shit. That is my number one shit. You fence sitter. How dare you? Did you see what he did? Because I prefer to look for the good in people.
But it's healthy for someone to make a video just for him to see the educational side of how people are treating him, though. Do you think that, Eric?
Oh yeah. You benefited me greatly because I'm too lazy to go through these fucking streams and see that shit.
Oh, please. You're in every stream. It's every stream I go to. There's Joe Cool. I don't know how you do it. How you got that? You got like 6 devices or some shit. You know what? I'm going to tell you somebody that I think is unfortunately an unsung hero. I'm gonna say that I look up to Beware Mouse, and I'm gonna tell you why I look up to Beware Mouse, because his activism has absolutely nothing to do with his checkered past, and he sits there day after day after day. He's there, and he takes the hits from people, and I don't know what the legitimacy is to his past, but it's the same thing with News Now Houston. That past doesn't really mean much to me, because it has nothing to do with the activism that he's doing now. And he sits there and he takes those hits like a trooper. So there's something that I can glean from Beware Mouse too. He gives me inspiration sometimes to just take my hits and keep going. So,
that's when he got accused of calling the cops on himself. I remember I was in Tuck Room and I could hear his voice in the background. I go over to his chat. He's got no mods and hundreds of cats in there, and he taking heat, and he just as calm. Yeah, I know it ruined my live stream. Yes, yeah, hey, nice to see you, so and so. And the next 50 comments were brutal. Oh, I was like, this nigga's a god.
What was the initial thing that got you to jump headfirst into this, Eric?
Well, I don't know. Westminster really pushed me into it. But my eye opener was my first arrest. My first arrest was an unlawful entry into my home, and they drugged me out of my home in the middle of the night. And what happened was that I took the training from attorney clients that I'd had with my computer work over the years, and the training was: don't say anything, don't sign anything, eat your stale bologna sandwich, and somebody will eventually come get you. And I was 38 years old when I was arrested, and I followed that advice, and they were really upset about it. And then when I saw the judge the next morning, the judge, she check and balances. She reads it, and every person in front of me was, I find that there was probable cause, blah, 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 blah. And in mine, she kept reading it, and she flipped and she flipped and she flipped, and she finally took her glasses off, and she said, counselor, I just don't see that there was probable cause here for this warrantless arrest. And I held myself together all night long, and I just burst into tears at that, because I was like, oh my God, somebody sees this. And what that did, and I didn't know that moment was important at the time. That came many years later. But what that was, it's the first time that I actually experienced check and balance.
Nice.
So I have an A/B question for you. Are you somebody who welcomes anybody into your circle until they fuck you over? Or are you B, somebody who's jaded from your experiences and you have a really high wall to climb in order to get into that inner circle?
It's pretty easy to fuck me over, actually.
What? Say again?
It's pretty easy to fuck me over, actually.
Right. You seem like one of those 77 times 7. I'll forgive you. You'll fuck me over, we'll get into a fight, but at some point, I'm going to forgive you.
Yeah, more likely than not, yes. Like I said, there are very few people that I hold grudges against, and most of those I'm not particularly proud of either.
Is that a strength or a weakness?
Oh,
I don't think that I'm qualified to make that judgment.
Joe?
That is a strength, without a doubt. The devil calls it weakness.
Sentinel?
Literally.
Strength or weakness, Sentinel?
Well, I think Eric answered himself. I don't have an opinion.
So I got one question, Eric. What do you think your toughest or court or county court battle is going to be?
I'd rather not give them that answer at this time.
Okay. Well, at maybe some point you can give me that answer on your own outside of
the stakes are so high on that question right now that I really need to keep that between me.
Right, they ain't got both you cats phones tapped right now.
I think it'd be just a good idea, for us to be able to, redress those that are, in these positions of power that decide that they want to maliciously prosecute. And I think it's important that they hear what the people have to say.
I would tell you that my most risky case is not the case that I think needs the most redress.
Okay, fair.
And since there are so many cases to choose from, it would be hard for you to figure that out. But no, there's definitely cases that need more redress, that definitely need genuine redress for sure. And I suppose that I'll leave that to you guys to figure that out.
What is Eric Brandt's biggest accomplishment and why?
What's my biggest accomplishment?
And why?
My biggest accomplishment was going out to California to see my dad last year. And the reason why was because so many people worked so hard to get that done. And because I had the opportunity to rebuild a relationship with my father that had long since been shattered.
Joe.
Oh, say that shit again.
I had the opportunity, thanks to this community, to go out and spend some quality time with my father, which is probably the last time I'll ever see him, and rebuild a relationship that had been shattered many years earlier.
Okay, all right.
What's the time frame you're looking at between what you're worried about the most? Obviously, don't get into it. Are we talking weeks? Are we talking days? What are we talking?
Days to months.
Joe.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a Eric Brandt block party?
I don't even know what that consists of, but I'm down.
It consists of music. It consists of women, alcohol.
So wait. We can't do that shit over the internet. So we're talking about meeting up physically.
Yeah, I mean we there's some things we can't air on the internet, but I'm saying I think it'd be good to get a bunch of community people who love this motherfucker, get them all in a room, and just love this motherfucker like they do.
You got no idea how wild I am. None.
Yep.
You have no
Joe's in
fucking
control.
idea.
Joe is going to organize that party. I think that'd be.
That's why I asked Joe Cool to do this, because he knows what the fuck he's doing. We can play some Mob Deep on the fucking block party. I'm cool with Mob Deep. I just think a lot of people, I mean, we've seen it before with the people coming together, rallying and protesting for him and fighting for him and trying to be that voice for the voiceless. I think a block party is not only a positive thing, but something Mr. Brandt may deserve as well.
Yes. You know who we'd have to recruit? I am that, I'm the wild dude, and I will make sure it's fun. But Lacey, one of the girls, Lacey would know the right people to choose to invite. You know what I'm saying?
Lacey is definitely on point.
Yeah. She know better than me who who this nigga loves and who loves him and all of that stuff.
Because there's a short list.
Wild motherfuckers who like
you a
to
long
drink
list.
and get high. That's all I'm interested in.
Right. I'll give you a long list, bro.
There's a short list that you would do a block party for, Bird and Joe. It's him, right?
My list is exceedingly short. I've never even mirrored someone else's vid. Motherfucking Chris Powers, as much as I love him. When Doug now got dumped out the wheelchair, he called me that morning. I didn't say it, but I had 3 friends killed. The 4th was in the hospital. I got a call. It was still dark outside, saying he died. And in my head, I was like, nigga, I got real problems. I was going crazy in my head. I didn't do that shit to him. No, I do not. Motherfuckers, with Eric. One day he was like, no, it wasn't Eric. Eric was locked up, and somebody was like, everybody, right? I think it was Eric. So everybody, write a letter, pick someone, and just make sure you write a nigga a letter in the prison. Like, nigga, you know how many fucking letters I write? I don't even know where I was going with that shit.
Well, here's something for you, Joe, is that I'm pretty sure that neither one of me nor you would throw a block party for each other. So that'd be
right.
Yeah, the list gets short, man.
What kind of blocks are we going to be throwing, and is there going to be any window glass breakage?
It's gotta be. Oh, let me get the Wildcats there.
So I'm I was a big Howard Stern fan, and they would have the Ronnie Munn Block Party, and it would pretty much be a traveling comedy show where a bunch of people would just travel and make people laugh. I think if you get comedians, musicians, and just have a good day, you know, to not only show appreciation for Eric, but to get Eric's mind off whatever the fuck, you know, it's a good escape for Mr. Brandt in my humble opinion. And we could potentially get Al Pacino here during the day before his big court case to do this speech.
Hey, really? Who the fuck is Al Pacino?
All right, sorry. I thought it's a great speech. But yeah, I think that's a good idea. I really think it's something that is something like Desert that I think Eric deserves. I only played it for a few seconds, so don't worry about the copyright. And on top of that, I think it'll be a good escape for everybody. And number 3, I think it'd be a good branch of camaraderie, even more when everybody coming together for a common cause, which will in return, the receipts will be building relationship with the people that are there, which is only going to make the community stronger.
I think very soon I was going to be down there. I'm going to see Bird and Erica very fucking soon.
You better hurry the fuck up, buddy, because you're gonna miss out on all the fun.
So that means you and Bird are both going to have to plan this, because if you're going to Bird, Bird's going to have to do some planning since he has home field advantage.
Well, both on topic and off topic, you know, the Rocky Mountains is the last American frontier, and I got places out here you could get lost for years.
Just because I came up with the idea, this is the only thing I want. I want him blindfolded. I want him brought somewhere. I want his reaction. Then you can cut the camera off, and whatever else happens off camera, I don't give a shit about. I want to ask questions.
I say, listen, these cats are buck wild on a Tuesday. You know, I got there. I didn't stop smoking. When I left, I probably still smoked the entire time. I didn't stop smoking. So yes, we gonna have to get real wild. We can't do the regular shit. These cats are immune to the regular shit, Joe. We gotta air the good shit, man. I think we can drink and fucking talk shit all fucking night, yo.
Yeah, and I think that me and Joe can definitely figure something out as long as Joe can get out of Chicago and out here soon enough.
I actually, I'm probably gonna be hanging out with Wendy for a week or two. So
well, that's fine because that'll put you just down the road, bro. So yeah,
I have plenty of time down there.
So why don't we unpack the show? Because this has been a 5.5-hour show, and I'm really, really fucking grateful for you guys for hanging in all this time. Let's unpack. Let's unpack, Joe. What do you think about the show tonight? And what's on your mind that we haven't addressed? And is there anything else you want to get the word out there to people?
The first part, I'm glad that we took the time, at least gave this an effort, because I was not optimistic at all. Eric crushed me a little bit, made me a little less optimistic. But I'm glad we did that shit, and I'd like to work on it some more. And the only other thing on my mind is that I thought it was some great people up here, great conversation. And Sancho, again, I know I probably say this too much, but you're natural at this, man. The questions that you ask, man, are good and they flow. You do good at this. You make this a great place to come visit.
I'm learning. I'm getting better, man. I'm just trying to get better day by. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna talk this stream ever. I might just shut down for good. To be honest, But it's a challenge to do better every night, and I'm motivated by people like you for being honest, and not only being honest but being supportive. And I know you get shit from it from other camps, and I really appreciate you. Yes. Like taking that shrapnel and kind of going about it as your own man and standing on your own 2 feet.
Man, I'll be needing to hear that. Thank you for that. I really be needing to hear that shit.
Liberty Bird, what do you think? Undress what happens, kind of address what happened tonight. Unpack what happened tonight. And what do you think and what's on your mind? I mean, you got a big Sancho court tomorrow night. That's big. And I don't want you to blame lack of sleep, by the way, if you lose.
No, dude, I'm not even bullshitting, guys. Like, just to make sure that I was available for this. I have sacrificed my late hours of sleep for an early start at work here in about 2 hours. So I'll be making some moment, but I'll also be ready for court because I never failed to show.
That's right.
Let's evaluate tonight, man. Something I seen that I liked is the fact that we were able to take a group of individuals, do with different opinions and different ideas, and ultimately, even though in somewhat disagreements, we were able to agree to accomplish the ultimate mission of finding a direction. And whether that direction needs adjustments, we kind of have like an understanding, and we're starting to talk about like what we think things are. And then the great thing is then others like my buddy Eric Brandt here comes in and is able to challenge the thoughts behind that. And by challenging those thoughts, it makes you evaluate it in another way of, well, maybe I don't agree with all of this now. So, when you have to critically think, I think that's a positive thing. And I think it's something that often this community lacks. So that's a beautiful blessing from tonight, I believe. The other thing is I'm really happy to see you, Sancho, take the time to run this interview with Eric and kind of bring a focus in on to him and his situation, as I can only imagine how dire it feels to be in the position that Eric is in, and at what sacrifice.
Well, he's got me now as a resource, and this channel,
good or bad?
this channel's growing really quickly, really fast, and it intimidates a lot of people for a reason. To let's be blunt here. So, for getting the word out there and getting the message out there, it's really good job, and I think that's something that I want to offer to you, Mr. Brandt.
Thank you.
Helping you in whatever way possible. You graced us with more than enough time, and that's only fair. Let's ask Mr. Sentinel, kind of unpack tonight what you thought and what's on your mind, if anything else.
If I can figure out how to unmute myself here. Well, I did miss a big chunk of it. When things started getting askew earlier, I think, Sancho, you knew when I had to get out, I was, having to finish up my evening and bugger out. So when I came back, I do enjoy these talks lately. Some of these panels have been, I believe, very good in the fact that there is a lot of suspicion and scrutiny out there amongst this community, and I am one of those people. I scrutinize this community.
Me too.
I do a lot of research into this community. I don't want anybody to be intimidated by that research. Some people are. They call us doxers. But we do get certain details through public records, and we do follow these cases because we're interested in the outcomes of these cases in most respects. That's why we want to follow these so deeply. But there has been a lot of issue out there and proven fact of people who have taken advantage. And like myself, I don't like to see anybody getting taken advantage of. So yes, there's going to be people calling certain individuals out in this community. Now, if we can all come together and agree on who's around for the correct reasons, I think we can have a better understanding of who all of us are. So I guess that's just what I wanted to say about it.
We had a women's only show this week. That was epic. And it was very challenging to top that. And I think we did good to match it. I really did. I think it was, like giving them that voice, giving them that platform to educate, entertain, even if they want, is essential. I'm going to kind of pass the mic off to you, Mr. Brandt. Any final words, anything else on your mind you want to get out there? And how can we help, if any way, to everybody watching this right now, besides prayers and all that stuff,
Well, I came into the stream late, so I think I missed most of your evening, and I appreciate you letting me chime in with my opinions on your code. I think the panel was pretty respectful. And honestly, I think that I've had a lot of respectful conversations with most people in this community, even people that you might consider to be my trolls. So I think that's kind of my legacy, is that actually I don't get trolled as heavily as some people. I don't seem to get doxxed as heavily as other people. And
Yes.
I'm like the most outrageous. So I appreciate that. I think you guys are all very gracious. You kind of put me on the spot. I'm a lot more humble than I think people think I am, and so that was maybe a little embarrassing tonight to do that. So I mean, thank you for that. I appreciate that. There's a lot of other people out there that need the support more than I do. So I appreciate the support, but don't forget about the other folks. We're all in this together. Seriously, all of us are in this together. And I'm not going to say right or wrong for anybody.
Is there anything, website, anything that people can do to show support?
Oh no, they shut all that shit down. You support me by supporting the people closest to me, because they invest a lot in me, and I appreciate that. So there's still people around me that are allowed to receive support. You support them, you're supporting me.
I can go 7 to 8 hours, but I really don't want to steal anyone else's time anything more, because a couple of y'all want to take a nap and go to sleep. So
yeah, I've turned into a pumpkin a long time ago.
As much as I don't want to pull the plug, out of respect to you all, I just want to thank each and every one of you from the chat to the panelists for hopping on, contributing. For a very small channel like mine, I'm very grateful and in debt to you all for hopping on and spitting knowledge and educating. Open door invite to everybody. Most of you already know that already.
So I want to just add, you made a comment earlier on that you weren't seeing an email with me subscribing to you. You need to go back a lot farther than tonight to see that subscription.
Oh, really?
Really?
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
I don't remember when I subscribed to you, but I know that it was a while long ago. So,
well, I'm only a month old. I'm only a month and a half old.
And I must have subscribed when you first popped up.
Yeah, I was a month and a half old. There was actually I kind of opened up my Christmas present, and there was a dildo in there earlier. There was a fake Eric Brandt in the chat. And I was excited, and then it wasn't you. And then everyone said, that's not him. And I'm like,
oh yeah, somebody told me tonight that there was asked me if I was in your chat, and I'm like, no, I'm live. You know?
I was like, fuck, it's a dildo. I thought it was a real thing. Like, what the fuck? And then it was really you, and I'm like, this is fucking awesome. So,
yeah.
Thank you for that open door invite. Liberty has my cell. Please feel free to share it with these two gentlemen. And I want to thank everybody for listening tonight. And tomorrow night, we will have Sancho Court with Liberty Bird. It is going to be very awesome, entertaining, and educational as well. And this is Sancho, and everybody have a great night. Please like, share, and subscribe, and get me to 500 subs. I'll forever appreciate every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.